Hello and welcome back to the Standard Showdown, Spectacular Showdown. $100,000 being given away as our prize pool. We are about to enter the first round of day 2, round 9. We have 4 rounds of Swiss today before we cut to our top 8, and we're really excited.
Yeah, stoked. Really happy to be here. I'm Sam Loy once again. This is the lovely Dylan Kakawa. And these guys, everyone you will see today has made cash. So the minimum payout that we have today is $500. Now, there's a pretty spicy first prize, Dylan. Do you remember what it is?
$20,000.
$20,000.
$20,000.
That's, that's life-changing amounts of money just to win on a weekend playing Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, getting paid to do what you love.
Yeah, 100%. Winning at Magic.
Oh yeah, nothing better than winning at Magic.
Now, Dylan's not going to be with us all of today for a really fantastic reason. Dylan is off to the Pro Tour tonight after coming second at the RC in Adelaide with Izzet Prowess. Fucking amazing work, mate.
Thank you.
And just to sort you out and to have your expertise really shown off this morning, we do have a Prowess mirror to start off, and we have 2 excellent players to do it. We have Dom Z and Christopher Tong. And we had them both yesterday, but these are 2 very high-level players who understand the intricacies of a very complicated matchup. And I'm lucky because I got one of those as well.
I do love a good prowess mirror. It's very, a lot of moving parts going on all the time. It's very, very intricate, very skill intensive. All right, so let's jump into the game. We have Chris Tong here on the right and Dom Z on the left. Both players at X and 2, still very live for top 8 and very live for large amounts of cash.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the great things about these, larger round tournaments that we get to run is that you're not just dead at X2.
Yeah, and which usually means the cream rises to the top. The best players tend to do better as it is more games played, more results over time averages out.
100%. I was walking around the top tables yesterday, and it is the best Australian Magic I've seen played in a tournament setting, I think, since COVID, at least. And, just stacked all the way up and down. It's really hard to pick features from this pool just because there's so many good players. But we'll try and get as many of them to you as we can.
All right, so players shuffling up. Chris Tong looks like he's taking a mulligan. Never really where you want to be in any sort of mirror, but...
Yep.
Or any sort of game, really.
Yeah, I prefer not to mulligan. I think this deck, is great at recouping cards and all the rest. How do you feel that card advantage works in this sort of, the mirror?
So card advantage can work a lot in this mirror by way of tempo in a lot of the ways, because you can be forced to make plays that are not positive card advantage just to keep ahead. Like, you might have to boomerang basics an auto token, for example, instead of using it on your own Storm Chaser's talent. So you want to be applying pressure while gaining card advantage and putting your opponent on the back foot the entire time, stopping them ever really getting ahead, and that is one of the key ways to win this matchup. So Dom here's sleight of hand has taken a Slick Shot. This is a card you will like to plot on turn 2 and leave open just the threat of it, forcing your opponent to respect it at all times, leave open interaction, even though it can be really weak in the matchup to things like Burst Lightning. So just eating that mana, you spend 2 mana, and then your opponent's going to spend lose 1 mana every turn until that thing comes off.
Yeah. Okay, it makes complete sense. I would say that that would be a huge advantage for being on the play, maybe? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And because neither player has had any turn 1 proactive play, it's all been just setting up the hand. So Dom started with a sleight of hand. Chris has gone with an opt. Both players just kind of setting up.
It's a great looking opt there. The invasion opt in the Chinese.
It's such a good art. There is certainly something to be said about pre-modern Magic art, and it just has so much character.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things about going to the Pro Tour and these Magic Cons is getting to go and see all the artists and getting them to sign these cards, especially just really old, nice cards.
Yeah. I've been told that you're not afraid of a line.
No. Waited a long time for Alana Dana, but she's solved her issues now with that. She's got little beepers and pages.
Oh, great.
So you sign up for an hour slot instead.
Oh, awesome.
So Dom here playing a Multiversal Passage tapped on blue. Looks like he's got a Spell Snare, 2 crabs in hand.
Yeah, I think there's a Vibrant Outburst I can spot.
Yeah.
A few utility pieces. It looks like he's opted instead to take the 2 pain and to play that Slick Shot relatively on curve after plot. How do you feel about this play?
It's an interesting play because you don't have any protection. Dom's list is playing 2 copies of Secret Identity, which is, you can have multiple different flavors in prowess of what you want your spells and lineup to do. And it's entirely possible here Dom is just trying to get the Burst Lightning out of Chris's hand so that it can't be used with other prowess creatures to get in more damage. But Chris, very wisely, seeing that this Slick Shot is not a problem right now as it's only come in for 1, is choosing to set up his own cards, putting more cards in the graveyard to work faster towards his crab.
It's a nice looking graveyard right now.
It is.
3 lovely ops.
Very, very unified.
Yeah, I played a Pro Tour early this year with Chris Tong. Fantastic player, very sensible, and these deeply mechanical decks like this, he's one of the best players on. And the other side, Dom, one of our best limited players especially. So I think this may advantage Chris's skill set. However, Dom is always surprising me.
Dom is a very good player who comes up with a lot of interesting ideas. So this is quite interesting. So we see Boomerang Basics here on a Slick Shot, trying to force Dom to spend more mana in guessing it, but Chris also wants that sorcery in his graveyard for the flow state in his hand. He wants to get full value out of it. And Dom's hand is looking a little awkward in terms of what he can do proactively because he's got some crabs stuck in his hand with like no spells in his graveyard, a Slick Shot that doesn't have much backup, and this reactive Spell Snare. So Dom is definitely going to be looking for a chance to fire off this Spell Snare at some point, and ideally on a flow state. So Dom very wisely plotting the Slick Shot into Chris's open mana. Because I think if it did come into play, it might have been Burst Lightninged and then crabs are online.
Yeah. And well, we saw from the other side as well. Chris with the mana open, deciding not to commit to that flow state. Both of them leaving their options open, knowing that these cards don't really lose a lot of value as their games go on, and sometimes are even better than that.
Yeah, both players definitely jockeying for position a bit and trying to set up and read each other a bit well.
So that turn, he goes for the flow state, gets countered, but let me know if I'm wrong about this. Getting that 5th card into the graveyard, at 5th instance in a sorcery with the Eddie Merc Crab in hand, probably means that it's a better deal on that turn.
Yeah, putting the card in the graveyard is a bit more important because we now have the ability to cast the crab for 2 mana. And Dom's picked up a Sleight of Hand, which is pretty good draw for him as it's going to fill his graveyard a bit as well as make this Slick Shot a bit scarier. So Chris Tong, knowing that Dom has Secret Identity in his deck, choosing to play the crab in response to the Sleight of Hand just to make sure it gets in. Because Dom also has a copy of Get Out in his bit list, which is going to be able to counter the crab. So making sure that Dom doesn't have the way to play around it.
Yeah, so these minor fluctuations in these deck lists, right? They're very similar, these two, but, you know, one more protection piece from Dom's side and the Get Out will change the texture of how these players play this game.
Absolutely. You're trying to play around so many different things all the time in this matchup because it can be so punishing if you get something wrong. So playing really tight is very important a lot of the time. So Chris leading us off here with a Sleight of Hand. How do you
7th edition
yeah,
whiteboard.
how do you feel about the whiteboarded Sleight of Hands?
I really love this one because this was the first set I owned.
Ah, okay.
So I have the nostalgia flashback to that. I think the art on this one's really sick. I would take a reprint of this art.
It is a very nice art. So Chris has picked up what looks like he's got a Multiversal Passage Island, Burst Lightning. I think another crab. So Dom here with 3 cards in his graveyard means that he gets to play his own crab for 4 mana, tapping down Chris's crab. And Chris is going to use this opportunity to Burst Lightning the Slick Shot just to make sure, as Dom has like a lot of mana now and things can get really scary.
Okay, Multiversal Passage deployed because Chris doesn't need the mana this turn. You might as well not pay the life, take the opportunity rather than deploying the island.
And
we're upkeep, tap your Eddie Merc Crab with my Eddie Merc Crab.
Yep. And I imagine Dom's next turn is going to involve, during your upkeep, I'm going to crab your crabs. As Kira was saying yesterday, respect the crab, and these players are crabbing it up.
Yeah, they really are. It's both crabby. It's early in the morning.
Oh, I mean, I'd be crabby too if I were forced to do this early.
Well, I think they've actually got a good deal here. So, like, these players, they could have done this the end of yesterday, but maybe after a sleep, a little easier on the
Yeah.
old tired brains that we had in the room. There was a lot of I could see the steam coming off the top tables heads at the end of round 8 yesterday.
You could smell the cards melting just from the intense stares, basically.
Yeah.
Never seen so many Australian Magic players so locked in at once.
It was amazing. It was amazing. Really good energy in the room. Really loved seeing it, and I don't think anyone would be surprised by that.
So Dom there thinking about plotting the slick shot, and I think he may have realized that he wouldn't be able to cast the crab, even though he has 5 cards in his graveyard, only 4 of them are instants and sorceries. So these crabs just remaining tapped in the upkeep. Chris going for a sleight of hand, sees a Steam Vents and I believe another opt.
Ah, the 4th opt.
Optional.
Yeah. And I think we're going to see it right now. There we are.
No, not liking whatever that one was. Picks up Boomerang Basics.
That's an amazing amount of filtering that Chris has done this game. He's been through 6 cantrips already, so there's 2 sleight of hands left in the deck. And here's a Boomerang Basics, and we're going to continue the crab chain.
Yeah, one thing that is a bit abnormal for this kind of matchup is how late in the game it is and how high these life totals are. So both players are going to be trying to chunk each other down with these crabs.
Yeah, we still haven't seen a Storm Chaser's talent yet, so no one is at a position where they're able to create, that long-term advantage with established mana. But with this many crabs in the game, I think that that's pretty invalid anyway. So at this point, would you consider a Storm Chaser's talent a good draw or a bad draw?
On this current board state, just because I know what all the hands are, I think it would be a good draw for Chris, because he has the Boomerang Basics in his hand and the mana to play a talent, level it up. And I believe he has another island in hand, so he'd be able to play the talent, get the Boomerang Basics back, and Boomerang Basics the talent.
Yeah, okay.
Which means he's going to start the engine. So Slick Shot coming into play here, and a Boomerang Basics on his own crab.
Well, these players really know what they want to do, and it's what you're doing.
Being crabs.
Being crabby. Stop copying me has been called.
I mean, it's a mirror match. It does happen a lot.
Yeah.
So this Slick Shot here is going to be able to get in for 3. Dom sitting on a pair of Burst Lightnings and a Vibrant Outburst, which is actually quite a fair amount of burn, especially that Dom has access to 5 mana. So he can just start kicking these Burst Lightnings at Chris's face. So effectively 11 points of burn in Dom's hand, which means that only one of these crabs needs to hit.
Yeah, this is feeling like Dom's got the goods to close this out. Chris with his 7th cantrip, if we don't even count the Boomerang Basics.
Yep. Sleight of hand. Looks like big decision to be made here. And Chris has got to be thinking, am I attacking this turn? Well, no, they're tapped, but...
Yeah, I mean, we're both not attacking, and we're thinking about, I really need a block.
Yep, so Dom presenting lethal with 11 points on board. So the Vibrant Outburst alone is enough to get the remaining 5 points over. And there's another crab. A 5th crab has hit the battlefield.
We're really down in Eddie Merc, wherever that is. The Eddie Merc theme game, perhaps.
Yep.
The funny thing is we still haven't even seen this Vibrant Outburst yet. And the Vibrant Outburst is one of the best ways to tap creatures down in the deck, as well as, change the racing situation with going to the face or maybe removing another one. With 15 power in crabs, though...
It's half a crab.
Yeah.
So Dom here trying to think, all right, what am I doing? I've got 2 Burst Lightnings and a Vibrant Outburst in hand. I can realistically do 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 12 damage?
Yeah, I think something like that. But that's not enough to kill.
No, 12 is not 16, and 3 crabs is also not 16.
Just barely not 16. And, well, Chris's strike back here is looking like it's probably about 10 damage, right?
Yep.
So I like this line. I like the committal to 1 Burst Lightning, keep some mana up. Maybe keep the optionality of kicking the 2nd Burst Lightning as well as Vibrant
Outburst?
Outbursting. Burst and Outburst. One of those crabs down to only, take 10 rather than being dead to any burn spell in the deck.
Yeah. So Dom does have the ability to, next turn, tap down a crab and then fire off the Burst Lightning as well as the Vibrant Outburst, shooting another crab. So he could actually
Are we going
Chris
to the
Reddy is like,
crab?
we got another crab.
I would like to move to crab step.
So tapping that and 3 damage to Chris's face. I like this. We don't want to waste both of our spells here to, survive a turn. But Chris with two crabs is only going to be able to do 10 damage, but he might also be forced to trade at this point, hoping that Dom does not have another crab. But the Vibrant Outburst has done some damage.
I think that was a Roaring Furnace.
It was
in
a
hand.
Roaring Furnace. So I think we're just playing Steaming Sauna and hoping to draw something. I'm thinking he's hoping to draw a crab.
I would want to draw a crab. He's been doing good at drawing multiples of cards in this game, so why not another crab? Why not all 4? We had an achievement unlocked yesterday. We had 4 Storm Chasers talents in play, all leveled.
All level 2.
All level 2.
That was insane.
So can we do it with crabs?
Oh, speaking of, crab. Chris goes, yep, that's good.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
So how many crabs hit the battlefield that game? Because I think there was 3 on each side, and then both players boomerang basics.
Yep. So that's 8.
That's a lot of crabs.
There's a lot of crabs. See you, Doctor. So looking at these deck lists as we go into sideboard, we have a little bit of a difference in the sideboards, more than we do in the main, to be honest, with 4 Color Storm Stallions being on Christopher Tong's side.
Yeah, this is a hugely different philosophy in sideboarding and very different approaches to what kind of things they're trying to target. Chris looking like he's 4 Color Storm Stallions for the control matchups, as well as 2 Spell Piercers. Avengers Disassembled Arrows demonstration more for things like the green decks, practiced offense, landfall and such, whereas Dom's approach to those matchups is to Sunderflock.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be coming in these games, though,
No.
right?
But Get Out is definitely coming in, especially when both players are playing 4 crabs, being able to pick up 2 of your crabs again and then
Continue the crab
continue
train.
the crab train, which also means Chris might want to be bringing in this Bounce Off. Bounce Off as well, at its worst, buying you a turn against Slick Shot, or just depending on how all-in your opponent goes.
So yeah, looking at these, because those Color Storm Stallions are presumably coming in, let me assume that, does that change how you're going to sideboard as Dom? Like, versus, let's say, there's 2 in the sideboard of another, is it Prowess player? Which would you want to be on?
I think that Color Storm Stallion is kind of okay, and just kind of okay in the Prowess Mirror sometimes. It can be really awkward, especially if you're on the draw, just tapping 3 mana for a 3/3 body. Even though it has Ward 1, a lot of the removal will kill it for like 2 to 3 mana at least. So it's usually not necessarily the best. And Dom being on the draw here is going to want to try and control the game a bit more. Could consider bringing in like a Slag Storm if he's really afraid of an aggressive draw.
Yeah,
but
a spicy Slag Storm just in case.
yeah, but I think as well, we will see some number of Stallions and other threats come in as Slick Shots tend to get trimmed in this matchup as they are really weak to everything.
Yep. I mean, it's an interesting card in this matchup as well because, we saw in that game, despite the fact that Dom drew 2 of them and, they were somewhat vulnerable to Chris's hand, he was able to leverage them into closing it out. So I think that the way that these players choose to play these spells when they're in their main deck is incredibly high level. But does that mean you still want 0? You still want exactly 0 Slick Shots? Or does that change play draw?
I think it changes play draw as well, but you also have to keep your threat density high enough. So neither of these players opting for Color Storm Stallion in the main board means that, and instead going on 4 crabs, means that they realistically only have 12 creatures in the deck. So 4 Storm Chasers talent, Slick Shots, and crabs. Obviously, Boomerang Basics can pick up the Storm Chasers talent and make just more otters, and then Storm Chasers talent itself can hit level 3 and make more otters. But like Ral, for example, Crackling Wit, quite good in this matchup as a way of controlling the game. If you start to run your opponent out of resources, you're trading 1 for 1 early, Ral will take over.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm assuming Raoul's coming in, Broadside Barrage coming in, maybe some amount of the Graveyard Disruption and the stack interaction.
Yeah, stack interaction can be particularly powerful because people are leaving mana open a lot all the time, trying to just find the right window to get something in. The Graveyard interaction it can be an interesting choice, but can be a bit of a double-edged sword. If you draw it late, it's really weak and can be a bad draw. the upside is that it can trigger prowess.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, do you preference something like a Soul Guide Lantern in these mirrors because it can cycle, or what do you feel like the Ghost Vacuum is good enough? Where do we land on that?
So the Ghost Vacuum you want to draw turn 1.
Yes.
Right, you want to play that turn 1, and then it's very hard for prowess to keep up the instants and sorceries in the graveyards to deploy the crabs. The Soul Guide is something is a bit better if you draw it later. Just being able to bomb your opponent's graveyard if like the window is ever open.
Yep, yep. Or just, trade it away for a prowess.
Yeah.
An inefficient prowess trigger, given that it costs 2 mana to cycle it, but even still.
At the end of the day, it does cycle.
Yeah.
So that is its flaw, which is why I think Chris has opted for the Soul Guide Lantern. But I do like a 1-1 split if you're going to play 2 bits of Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, sure. Great. Fantastic. Well, we have the players shuffling up for our game 2. Christopher Tong will be on the play after losing game 1. What do you think they're talking about?
I think they're talking about the previous game. Just like, man, that was a lot of crabs. What do you want to get for dinner? Crab?
Crab? Yeah. Seafood enjoyers, both.
Yeah. I can see that.
Yep.
Who do you reckon would evolve into a crab faster out of these two players?
Dom.
Dom?
Yeah.
Dom's more crab-like?
No, not remotely close.
Okay, what is it that makes Dom more crab-like?
No hair.
Okay.
Yep, asked and answered. Okay, so we have Dom presenting the deck. Now, given that he's on the draw, he's hoping to have a more interactive hand to deal with the early aggression that you get the utility of being on the play in this matchup.
Yep.
And I think Chris is trying to, I don't know, maybe Storm Chaser's Talon on 1, but it doesn't look like he's got one in the hand unless you can spot it better.
He's got 2 Anymerc crabs, a couple of lands, an Opt, Color Storm Stallion, and Nairo's Demonstration.
Color Storm Stallion on the play is really good here, I think.
Yeah, I like it a lot more on the play than the draw because you're more likely to be putting on the pressure going like just turn 3 Stallion as aggressive when your opponent's got 2 open mana. And your opponent might have like had to cantrip or do some other things. And on the play, the Ward 1 is really relevant.
Yeah, so the Ward makes it very awkward to interact with. Normally something like, let's say a Vibrant Outburst, a card we saw last game, will interact with a 3-mana 3/3 once you tap out for it for the exact same amount of mana. But hey, if you've only got 2 mana and I deploy my Color Storm Stallion, you're not interacting with this turn, you're going to have to wait until yours.
Yeah, which definitely makes it awkward as you're trying to use your mana as efficiently as possible in this matchup.
So Dom looking for a better hand here. So they're even on mulligans for the match so far.
Yep, so we've got Steam Vents, Multiversal Passage, Boomerang Basics, Crab, Sleight of Hand. One other card I don't quite recognize the art for.
I'm sure we'll find it in a second. Making sure everything gets done nice and properly. Spybuff Canal leads off from Chris.
Yeah, I think it's another Steam Vents, so... Or... Sleight of Hand?
Really hard to see.
Yeah. Plays an island, plays a Sleight of Hand, finds Soul Guide Lantern and a land. I like taking the Soul Guide Lantern here as it is early, so it's going to be able to hit something and then threaten just turning Chris off, like, whenever point is relevant.
It looks like Chris is having a think about it, and it is a land. I was going to suggest it might be. You don't want to flood in these matchups, but hitting this Color Storm Stallion on curb seems relatively significant. Yeah,
you do want to make sure you hit your 3rd land drop in this matchup, just because the difference between like 1, the difference between 2, and the difference between 3 is so large.
Yeah,
and then like obviously 4 is the next big step, and then but you don't necessarily need to hit 4 to be able to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, would you say that, I mean, we know about this in Magic theory, right? That the difference between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 is actually not the same difference because the power level of the cards change, your modality of being able to cast multiple spells in a turn changes. So here is 3. 3 is the significant number, you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So looks like Chris has found that, and we have the Color Storm Stallion coming through. Soul Guide Lantern dealt with the Spell Pierce.
Yep. This is the most mana-efficient play we have. Dom is not going to be able to respond to this at his end step, so basically getting to waste 1 of Dom's mana, even if he did have some kind of interaction. or a Spell Pierce of his own, for example.
Yeah, and once this Color Storm Stallion untaps in these sort of matchups where it's damage-based removal, anything with, you know, Opus or Prowess is going to be a more significant threat to deal with, right? Just
Yeah.
because it can get bigger.
So Chris playing the Storm Chaser's talent here post-combat. I will like to point out that it does not trigger Color Storm Stallion, as
Yes.
Color Storm Stallion is not quite Prowess.
Yeah, it's Opus, not Prowess.
Yeah.
So, you know, Chris is it splashing Prismari,
Yep. And
whereas
Dom
Dom
is
is just straight is it?
Dom's Prismari splashing, is it?
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah, sure.
All right, so Chris has missed his 4th land drop, has picked up a Steaming Sauna Roaring Furnace for the turn. So he's got, like, plenty of gas. But,
Significant advantage on board as well.
yeah, more permanents in play. So Dom's trying to figure out, how do I finagle my way around this? Because this Vibrant Outburst is not going to be good against this Color Storm Stallion, because the Color Storm Stallion is going to eat a mana with the ward, and then Chris can just play an instant or sorcery to buff it out of range. So Boomerang basics the Stallion, paying 1 for the ward, and Chris says, that's fine.
Fine. Spend a card like that, I
Yep.
don't mind.
That's all good with me. I'm just going to deploy it next turn because you're not doing anything proactive.
Now, Chris does have a few options here. I don't think any of the interactive spells are something that he's probably going to keep up. But would you go straight back in for the Color Storm?
Yes, snap off the Color Storm here. Like,
You would have done it already.
yeah, and maybe got it, like, counterspelled, but, you know, I think it's the correct play regardless.
Sure.
But Chris definitely thinking about what if Dom has the get out, because Dom's play does make a lot of sense if he has the get out and, like, does represent it. But I think what Dom was mostly trying to accomplish last turn is put a card in his graveyard and waste Chris's mana, moving up to that crab. So Dom does have the crab in hand and 4 mana to play it.
Yep.
But does probably want an extra mana to, you know, tap down, have the ward, pay for it.
Yep. So understanding that he's behind in the tempo game, so willing to, you know, pay some cards to keep up.
Yep. So Chris plays the horse. Dom says it's fine. Yeah, I don't have the counterspell. Bit of a smile from there. It's
Yeah,
like,
bit of chuckle from both sides of the table. These guys are, you know, they don't speak a lot when they're playing. They speak a lot when they're not playing.
oh yeah, but
During a game, they don't speak a lot, but when they do, it's normally something pretty funny.
yeah, not just that. It's like, even though they're not speaking a lot, they are saying a lot. If that makes sense, their expressions and what they communicate by just, like, the way they play. Both players are very good at reading the other player.
Yes, yeah.
Just reading what's happening with the battlefield.
Communicating through the game of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, so Chris picks up his 4th land here. Is a little awkward for him because he's just got a bunch of reactive spells and nothing to react to. So
But he
Dom-
is ahead.
he is
on board.
ahead. Dom is on 7 life.
Yeah.
And
Not insignificant.
there is a world here in which Chris uses a Vibrant Outburst,
Yeah.
hits Dom for 3, puts Dom to 3, and then levels up Storm Chaser's talent, gets back to Vibrant Outburst and say, what are you going to do?
I'm going to kill you over 3 turns. Try dealing with it.
Yep, and meanwhile, I'm at a healthy life total. Chris instead choosing to go for a bit more of a conservative play and a bit more value, going for an Opt here, which is also quite reasonable. You want to have a lot of cards in this hand for this Steaming Sauna Roaring Furnace because it can kill a crab.
Yeah. So keeping 6 cards in hand, once you cast the Furnace, go down to 5, you can actually deal with the Eddy Merc.
So speaking of, Dom's got his own Steaming Sauna Roaring Furnace. He's got a crab that's going to cost 4 mana. And got a lot of thinking to do because Dom knows that Chris has got a lot of spells in hand because he's been missing some land drops.
Yeah.
And now knows that there is the Opt in hand as well, which is making this Otter scary. Like, Chris is theoretically threatening lethal next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, well, from what we can see, he's 1 cantrip short or one prowess trigger short of it. Obviously, we're going to see this Roaring Furnace. If we weren't, we were going to see a crab, so it wasn't that likely to happen. But this is how Dom starts getting on board. This is how he starts closing this, you know, tempo disadvantage that he's had through the first 5 turns of the game.
Yep. And Chris here picks up a Flow State. So instant in the bin, no other sorceries. Maybe he's thinking I'm going to fire off this Iroh's demonstration for no value.
No
just,
targets?
just to effectively cycle it with this flow state.
I think he might just flow state.
Might just flow state instead. Makes a bit more sense. The Iroh's demonstration is really good at taking out like multiple otters at once if your opponent is tapped out and
yeah, a great one over in this matchup, especially with all the card draw or card I don't know, the selection. There we go. Thank you very much. You can find that Iroh's demonstration should you need it. This turns out to be one of the games where you don't, so you're paying the cost for it a little bit at this stage, but you never know how these games can play out. There could be another 10 turns in this, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens with it.
These games are so tricky.
Yeah, picks up the sleight of hand. I mean, that would have been a close choice with the land there.
See, two more sleight of hands. I mean, Dom can tell that the sleight of hand was picked up off the flow state. Because it wouldn't make sense to play it that way around.
Yeah.
So Chris here leaving open the Spire Bluff Canal, which means he can cast the opt end of turn. But it also represents a Burst Lightning in case he wants to go through that route. And Ghost Vacuum has been brought in by Dom and gets to eat the Spell Pierce, turning off the flow state once again.
Yeah. Well, we know it's going to come back on because of the opt, but even though this was a bit later than we drew it up for the Ghost Vacuum to usually be good, there hasn't been that many instants and sorceries cast in the totality of this game yet. So it's actually pretty relevant.
It is. It's been a lot of damage coming from the Stallion mostly, which has since been answered, but Chris picks up his 5th land. And something I am really tempted to do here is just play my 5th land and play the Steaming Sauna.
I see. So we just tap out for the big control piece, get up on cards is one of the lines you'd be thinking about?
It's one I'd be considering because depending on what you think Dom's got in his hand, if it resolves, you're in a pretty good spot. Like, he can't crab this. Oh, he can crab this turn. He's got 4 lands.
Yeah, so he's now got... Yeah, so the crab will cost him 3 mana this turn, and it's going to get prohibitively expensive after this. Because of that Ghost Vacuum taking one of those 4 spells away at some point. But I think maybe Chris is just taking this chance to get his crab into play. I wonder if we'll see it in response to this, but again, this will only take it down to 4 mana, so he doesn't actually need to respond to it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a crab end of turn here. So Dom Z has picked up Broadside Barrage, which is going to answer a crab in quite a spectacular fashion.
Yes.
So
it's a big splashy card, that one, and it also gets you through the deck a bit.
Yep. Dom passes, and Chris says, all right, I have a crab. He's tapped 1 mana short, I believe.
I think he did, but miscounted before the Ghost Vacuum thing. But hey, all's well that ends well. And looks like we're going to make the Riverpie Verge, and we're going to level the Storm Chaser's talent up to level 3.
Yep, and this is going to say, Dom, you need to end this game real quick because you are going to be facing down more otters than you can chew through.
Yeah, 100%. So that's really interesting. So it's kind of similar to your line on the previous turn of doing the Steaming Sauna. While this is doing that, while it's printing otters, it is the game.
Yep.
Very much like a Planeswalker sometimes can be. While this is happening, this is now what we're playing with. There is a mini game inside this game of Magic, and it's can you answer the Storm Chaser's talent? Because if you can't, we don't even worry about anything else.
Well, I don't think Dom even has a way to answer one that's on the board, except Boomerang Basics.
Yeah, you can Boomerang Basics it back. That's particularly why it's such a good deal for Chris.
Yeah, and looks like he hasn't been Boomerang Basics. Dom being forced to attack here, basically, because he's not going to win by being defensive, even though he is at risk of dying.
Yeah, he needs to reduce the amount of total turns in this game severely and right away.
Yes, with hopefully him winning.
Okay, we see the Steaming Sauna unlock from Dom there.
Dom realizing he needs more gas to keep up with this Storm Chaser's talent. Gets to draw at the end of turn, draws an Impractical Joke.
Yep. Now, one of the important things about the Storm Chaser's talent, and I believe I'm correct here, but you'll have to let me know if I'm wrong, the level 3 only cares about instants or sorceries. Or does it care about non-creatures? I believe it's only instants or sorceries. Instants or
Instant
sorceries.
sorceries, yeah.
So-
That makes sense.
So that's going to change some of the value of the cards in Chris's hand here. So he has deployed his own room. That doesn't make an otter. And then we've got an Iris Demonstration, Spell Pierce, and the Vibrant Outburst. The Vibrant Outburst will be particularly good. At some positions here, it might actually be worth turning the Iris Demonstration and the Spell Pierce into 2 otters. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's a fine play you could make, but I don't think you need to at the moment. I think Chris is under like very little pressure. Just chooses to go with a main phase crab, so it means you get to block any hasty threats that might exist, which do not. But it also means it gets to dodge counter magic. So broadside barrage in the main phase while Chris is tapped out.
I can say the amount of times I've ever seen someone level a Storm Chaser's talent and then use all their mana not making otters off at the following turn is now 1.
At some point as well, this Ghost Vacuum is going to run out of instants and sorceries and is just going to start eating crabs.
Yeah, I mean, and once Ghost Vacuum gets up to that stage of the game, once you've taken it off, its primary function, it does turn into a threat. So we're going to be able to eat some crabs and some Color Storm Stallions and all the rest of it. They will come in as 1/1s, but sometimes the last threat's the only important one.
Yeah, there's also a lot of utility with that as well because you are making tokens, like copies of the crabs and the stallion. The stallion will have haste and prowess, or opus.
Opus, yeah.
And then the crabs will enter the battlefield and tap something.
Yeah.
So we see sleight of hand here. Exactly what Chris wanted is a cantrip to hopefully find more cantrips, but unfortunately we found 2 steam vents.
2 Steam Vents, and he's already got 2 in hand. Oh, well, 1 in play and 1 in hand, I should say.
Yep. So Chris has got to be a little bit more careful with his life total as he has taken a crab hit. So he's on 13. But yeah, counting the number of instant sorceries to see if Dom might have another crab.
My feeling here is that I would like a second otter. I probably don't need 2 more, but I would like a second one. We can get it off the Vibrant Outburst.
Yeah, so if Chris wants to go down that line, he really just has to pass the turn. But it's a lot of mana to be leaving open. I think Chris is considering if he wants to get his own Roaring Furnace, Steaming Sauna online.
And he does. Good call.
Yep, so he gets to draw an extra card here. Hopefully a 1-cost cantrip, but alas, another land.
The River Pyre Verge again, yeah. He's been quite good at drawing the lands in this game.
Yeah, well, sometimes when you draw lots of cards, you draw lots of lands.
Yeah, it's true. And one of the amazing things about this deck as well is that, despite the average CMC of this deck being something like 1.2 Sans Crabs, the 10 mana is never enough.
Yeah.
As well, because you have so many things to do that it's,
The more cards you draw, the more cards you want to play. The more cards you want to play, the more mana it costs.
Yeah, and you got the levels, you got the unlocks, you got any number of things to do, so. Okay, Ghost Vacuum is going to target something or not? We're thinking on it. Guys. We're just going to pass back instead. Interestingly enough, not making a end turn otter there. Seems like Chris is, with this board position of being up a card every turn along with the Storm Chaser's talent, he's happy for this game to go as long as it needs to.
Yeah, I think Chris has picked up a second Vibrant Outburst.
Yeah, I think that was the draw for turn.
Which means that he's got 6 points of burn in hand to Dom's 7 life. Draws a flow state as well.
Interesting stuff.
So Chris here looking to end of turn, make a bunch of otters and deal you 6 points of damage, maybe.
Yeah, sounds like an all right line to me.
Yeah, it also means that if at any point you draw, well, I guess not because the Ghost Vacuum's in play, but a Storm Chaser's talent could possibly buy it back.
Okay, we're not even going for that. We're just going to wait.
Chris choosing to play incredibly conservatively here.
He is in a position that is so strong that I would say that, his only chance of losing is by going too fast.
Yep.
Now, we may end up playing a couple of turns longer than it looks like we should, but that's because we have perfect hand information, and they don't.
Yes. They are... Chris is definitely thinking about how do I lose this game and how do I avoid doing that.
Yeah.
So, Opt makes an otter, because any sort of cantrip or proactive spell is going to put Dom under a lot of pressure, and Chris picks up a crab.
So despite the tax of the Ghost Vacuum, because of the amount of spells that you cast or are able to cast in a single turn, and Dom going for the Color Storm Stallion on the prior, we've got 3 instants and/or sorceries in the graveyard at this point. You can also fire off the Flow State.
Yep, and by firing off the Flow State, this is going to incentivize Dom to eat the Opt.
Okay.
And if he... Or just Spell Snare it.
Or just Spell Snare it. I mean, that's also a good one.
That is a good one.
And Chris pointing out the fact he could have eaten something, I guess.
Yeah,
but
maybe Dom just doesn't want to.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, no, just the Storm
yeah, I can
Chaser's
do whatever I
talent.
like, actually.
Yeah. Dom pointing out the Storm Chaser's talent is a lot scarier.
Yeah.
So just any more cards, like even Anticipate is good in this board. Dom
Okay.
going for the crab here.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
So I think he's setting up about looking to ultimate this Ghost Vacuum, as Chris has so many lands in play that the reduction on the crab is not as relevant as it needs to be.
Yeah, Ghost Vacuum. Important line on this one is last activate only as a sorcery. So Dom, behind on mana, behind on board, has this glimpse into the winning the game, which is, you know, through that Ghost Vacuum, but he will have to commit to it and may say, you know, in his main
Disdainful
phase.
Stroke the card to counter this crab.
That is the card I did not
Yeah.
recognize.
Dom also does have a crab of his own, and 2 mana by the looks of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 2 mana. As Chris has not drawn his Soul Guide Lantern. Chris responds with a Spell Pierce. I like this a lot. Just making crabs, making otters.
Yeah, I mean, this Spell Pierce is virtually valueless unless you're getting the Storm Chaser's talent trigger. That being said, the Storm Chaser's talent trigger is a really good one.
Yes. So Dom pays for it, and Chris debating if he wants to fire off this Vibrant Outburst. You know, to effectively present lethal without having to do anything, because it'll put Dom to 4 life, and he'll have 4 otters.
There's a lot of otters, and at this point, the number of crabs involved is starting to become less and less relevant. So Spell Pierce to counter that one. That is an amazing use of a Spell Pierce when your opponent has this many lands.
It quite is.
It's really hard to get that level of value off it.
And it's all because this Ghost Vacuum has been eating the board for so long that the crab was quite expensive. But Chris with 4 otters.
Yeah, just absolutely overwhelming him. Trying to tap 2 down with this Eddie Merc crab. I don't imagine that becomes a problem.
Yep, that one was under the Ghost Vacuum. Yep.
Just clarifying the board for each other. They'll do it nice and quickly, get it right.
Yep.
Cool, 2 otters tapped down.
Draw for turn. So the one thing Chris does not want to do is Boomerang Basics the crab.
That is true. I think that would be a bad line.
Yes. Even though it would present, you know, a lot of damage, this is
Yeah.
not what you want to be doing.
So I think Chris is mulling over the consideration of what he would do, what he wants to do with his Boomerang Basics there in order to get a trigger and maybe find his way towards a counterspell for a potential second crab, because that's the only way that Dom's really getting out of this situation at this point. I mean, you could have a Vibrant Outburst, but it's only going to tap 1 down, and I think that, you know, over the course of 2 turns, you win instead.
Yeah. Thinking about Iroh's demonstration here, just for the prowess triggers and an extra otter.
And just targeting the crab. 4 damage marked on it.
Yep, and this means that Vibrant Outburst is going to be like lethal at any point when these otters attack.
Yeah, so assuming there's no crab on the other side, we're going to a game 3. We know there's not, but...
Let's, Chris just thinking if he wants to play any more spells before saying declare attacks. And it looks like he's wanting to Boomerang Basics one of his own permanents.
Okay, we're going for the Storm Chaser's talent. So this hits us with the maximum amount of prowess triggers as well.
Yep.
Meaning the Vibrant Outburst won't be necessary for lethal here.
Yeah, and this way as well, only one of the otters is going to need to make it through to make the Vibrant Outburst lethal.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of this is because now they're 3/3s that if Dom's other out was a Vibrant Outburst, but if you get this many triggers, then you can always respond.
Yeah.
By casting your own Vibrant Outburst, only one gets tapped, the other one gets through, and it's lethal. So here we go to attacking.
Chris goes, go to combat. Seer comes down on one of the otters. Chris just double checking. He's like, yep, you're dead.
Here's a Vibrant Outburst. It is true that 4 + 3 is 7.
There were 7 otters on Chris's side of the board by the end of that game.
Pretty good, pretty good.
So more than the number of crabs we had in the last game.
More otters than crabs? Oh, we had 8 total crabs, but I think we had more total otters overall. Although that is very common.
However, I think over the course of this match so far, we have seen more crabs than otters.
Okay, crabs versus otters. Who have you got? Vote in the chat.
I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of eating crab, but I've never tried an otter, so I can't really compare them.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I love crab. I don't even need to try the otters, to be honest.
How many people do you think have eaten otters?
Oh, at least 3.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe even more.
I feel like throughout humanity's history, we've tried to eat just about everything.
Oh, yeah, that's true. If we're counting everyone, alive or dead.
I wonder what percentage of magic characters are more edible than not.
Like proportionally?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the most common creature type is human.
Yeah.
And we know people have eaten them.
Yeah, we know that, but just like the amount of cannibalism that goes on and exists.
Interesting. Very dark. All right, we're going to game 3. One of the issues that these players have started running themselves into is the round clock. The amount of interactions that you could do in this is that Mera is pretty significant.
Ginger Brute.
As our production director has brought up, Ginger Brute. Yeah, it's
like that one's got food in its type. Like,
hey, sometimes as fast as you can isn't quite fast enough.
I mean, Magic has become increasingly more and more food-oriented since Eldraine, really.
Yeah, the
food
plane.
being printed, yeah, and like we've gone to the plane of New York City and there's pizza everywhere. We have a Pauper event on today, and I'm sure if I walk over there, I will see at least one pizza combo deck.
Oh, surely.
That is a deck. It is a wild deck. But all right, so one of the differences here is now that Chris is on the draw. And very importantly, this means Color Storm Stallion is a lot more awkward.
Yes.
Both players going for the mulligan.
Yeah, just one land in Dom's hand there was the Riverpie Verge, so it doesn't even make a blue source, which, prohibits you fixing yourself with the cantrip. That one's a nice, easy one. Not one that you'll look back on and go like, maybe I should have, maybe I shouldn't have. That's just a no.
No, it's just, I made that correct play. I made the correct mulligan decision. Cut, dry, clear.
Yeah.
So both players are just like very concerned about time at the moment. But even if the match does go to time and goes into turns, these turns can still take a long time.
Oh, absolutely. You can kill in a turn.
Oh, yeah. And it changes so much when you become under like a turns counter, like what you have to do in order to win or not die, depending on the position. It just adds an extra level of complexity.
Yeah, very different to what we saw from Chris in the last game where he was, we played about 4 more turns than we really needed to just because, hey, we want to make this 100%. We don't want to make this 65.
Yeah.
So maybe 65 is going to be good enough in this game. What do you think?
I mean, I'd take 65 in this game with this much time left on the round.
100%. Changes the texture of the whole thing. So Eddie Merc Crab to the bottom for Dom.
And a Vibrant Outburst to the bottom for Tong.
Tom and Dong.
Yeah, I got confused when you said Dom there. I was like, hang on. So Chris leads us off with the sleight of hand. I believe picks up a Boomerang Basics, and Dom leads off with an Opt. Both these players really speeding up their pace of play now. Dom picks up a Storm Chaser's Talent and the Boomerang Basics.
I tell you what, that's a good couple of draws.
Yeah, I think both these cards are going to play this turn just because we need to get some pressure and threats going.
All right, let's go grab an otter. And are we going bouncing with boomerangs?
Oh, almost certainly, because we also want to be putting the sorcery in our graveyard for the flow state.
Yeah.
And
Dom off to a quick start there.
Dom picks up another...
And we have the Roaring Furnace.
Yep, Dom picks up another Boomerang Basics as well. Chris saying, no pressure for you. We're going to... Dom is going to be trying to present as much pressure each turn as possible, and Chris is going to try and make sure there is no pressure when Dom untaps.
Yeah. Yeah, the difference between play draw here, pretty extreme.
Yep, and Dom here with basically getting the 3rd and 4th land is going to have 2 threats now for Chris to deal with.
Okay, so Boomerang Basics on the side of Chris for the turn, but we see a Color Storm Stallion just chunk in for a big 3.
Yeah, so because Dom has had to shock twice. That is a lot of damage to have been taken. So Chris sees this is my best opportunity to deploy this card. This is how aggressive I have to get, and does have a second Stallion in hand. So Dom, having dealt himself 6 damage total now with these shock lands.
Yeah, already down to 11.
And goes for the Ral.
Crackling Wit.
And says, I am going to make an Otter.
You know what Dom has said to us? Dom has said, I'm sick of the crabs being ahead in the polls of casting, so let's make it an Otters game.
Otter, Otter, Otter.
All right, swing in for 2. So we have 18 plays 11. And
Chris,
the multiversal passage off the top there.
So Chris draws his 4th land. Has the ability to bounce an Otter if he really wanted to. He could use both Boomerang Basics on both these Otter tokens and kill the Ral here.
It looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think this is, like, while it's not your favorite use of Boomerang Basics, this Ral needs to die.
Absolutely, absolutely. It might be a bit misleading given that there's only one in the deck, but untapping with that card, with its static ability of putting loyalty on every time you cast an instant or sorcery. Oh, actually, no, I believe that one's a non-creature.
Non-creature,
because we can't have everything consistent even across the same set.
No.
But, yeah, I mean, it's so threatening. It's so threatening. You don't want 2 in hand because sometimes you can't cast them. As you said in the last game, 3 mana is where we normally end up.
Yep.
But that first one is so powerful.
So Dom here with the flow state, seeing a Boomerang Basics, Spire Bluff Canal, and I believe an Opt. It has an Opt in hand, an Eddie Merc Crab, and
yeah, it is an Opt, and it's going to the bottom.
Yep. So Dom wanting the extra land, even though it's coming into play untapped, to just start chaining crabs, as that's probably his best way of winning, especially when it's going to be turns.
Okay, we're going to Boomerang Basics again.
Yep. Tong saying, I don't have a Spell Pierce. Or if I do, I'm going to be saving it for this one.
The Stormchaser Talent itself, but no, it doesn't seem that way. And just like that, this Otter is a 4/4, chunking Chris down to 14 life, and we're looking a little bit more even in that respect.
Yep. Dom playing a land and passing. All right.
Now, one of the most interesting things about Colorstorm Stallion is if you cast a mana value 5 or greater instant or sorcery clause on the Opus. We don't have the mana for that yet, but we also don't have the Burst Lightning for it. If it sticks in play, though, and Chris can make this game go a little bit longer, that is one of the ways that these games can end in a turn.
Yeah, so if Chris draws both the 5th land, because he does have another Colorstorm Stallion in his hand as well, so if he draws the 5th land and the Burst Lightning, that can be a huge amount of damage out of nowhere. With
it's the sort of thing that, like, you make a bunch of Colorstorm Stallions through the copy mechanism, and then in the following turn, you can close out. And that is one thing that can actually really work within timed rounds.
Yeah. So players are in turns now, just resolving a judge call. Not entirely sure what the problem seems to be.
It looks like they're trying to determine when turn 0 happened.
Ah, I see. Very relevant as well, like who gets the last turn of the game, who gets the first turn of turns.
Yep.
It's like changes the math so much.
It does, it does. Like, you know, you'd rather the extra turn.
Yeah.
You want to be on the odds there, not the evens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and we have Dom with the God's own energy drink, milk.
Chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk. Chocky milk, you know.
I was really craving that this morning. I don't know why.
Yeah, I went to try and buy some, but they didn't have my brand in stock. I'm not an Oak man.
Oh.
Okay, maybe that was what the judge call was about, actually.
The milk?
Milk.
Yeah. Got milk?
Milk advantage.
What
Milk priority, maybe.
Milk priority. You the milkman?
No, that's another guy.
Your father?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not my dad, though. All right. We're having a think. We're having a look. We're trying to determine what our outs are. And, all right, we've got our judge back.
What flavor of milk do you think Chris likes?
Ooh. Chris does drink coffee. I've never seen him drink another milk product.
We should change that.
Okay.
Or
You heard it here first, guys.
Ask Dom to change it. Hey, Dom, just pass over your drink to Chris in this
We'll make
tight
sure that
game.
Chris Tong ends up in the milk bracket at some point today.
Milk bracket.
Yep.
All right. Chris deep in the tank thinking, how do I win this game? And if I can't win this game, how do I not lose this game?
Yeah, so for our viewers who, you know, maybe haven't been in a, you know, turn situation in a competitive event like this, what are you thinking when you're in this spot?
When I'm in this spot, I am doing a lot of math, right? I am trying to plan out the next 5 turns and try and work out every permutation of what can happen. So I am, especially in a prowess mirror like this, I am looking at life totals,
Yep.
I am looking at creatures in play, and I am looking at mana. The other thing I'm looking at is cards in hand and resources, so I can work out what is the most possible amount of damage my opponent can do in any given turn. So Chris here coming in for 8, which would put Dom to 3 if he chooses not to block, wisely goes for the chump block,
Still goes to 7, though.
still goes to 7, and is facing down 2 Storm Chasers Stallions, and Dom gets to take turn 1. So
Yeah.
Dom here is going to have to decide, can I win this game? And if not, how do I not lose this game?
Yeah, so it looks like he's got an Eddie Merc Crab in hand, which is being significantly discounted by his graveyard at this point. He has all 5 instants or sorceries necessary to make that a 2-mana spell. Despite the ward cost of Colorstorm Stallion here, that will actually be able to get him a fog of sorts.
Yeah, he will be able to buy himself a turn as well as deploy a crab and potentially swing the game back in his favor.
But it looks like he's going for the flow state, which, you know, makes a lot of sense. This hand doesn't look like it has a winning line. Why don't we look for one that does?
Yep, he's found 3 lands, which is not ideal, but he was looking for his 6th land drop in order to be able to play the crab and pay for both ward costs of Colorstorm Stallion.
Yeah, a little bit of high risk if that was the plan all along, but maybe now that we've taken that first risk on the flow state, we're happy with that as our backup.
Yeah, I think it's the only line that leads to Dom potentially winning this game, because he does get the Otter to go in as well for 2 damage if he wants. Choosing to play the crab now.
Okay, so we want Crab up as a blocker. One of the things about Eddie Merc Crab is that if you play it on your opponent's turn for a flash cost, it comes into play tapped. So having it cast at sorcery speed here represents that, hey, I'm not paying those ward costs. I'm doing something else with my mana, and I'm putting a 5/5 into play so I can block here.
It also means that because Chris was tapped out, it plays it around any sort of counter magic that might come down, which would buff the Stallions as well.
Something
So,
like a Get Out or...
yeah, basically Dom is wanting Chris to not play spells on the stack during his turn to really like mess with the combat math.
Yeah, so even in a situation like this, what we're taking off the opt may change depending on that sequencing, and it looks like we took an Eddie Merc Crab ourselves.
Chris has drawn a crab. He can cast a crab here and attack for 8. But Dom has the Disdainful Stroke in hand ready for this crab.
Little does he know, Disdainful Stroke on the way. The other thing is the Storm Chaser's talent in Chris's hand does not trigger these Colorstorm Stallions.
No, it does not. So currently, these Colorstorm Stallions are not going to beat this crab.
Yeah, it's a 4/4. They're 4/4s and they're staying that way.
Yeah, so Dom's play last turn suggests, I don't think I can win in time, but I can lose in time quite easily. So I've got to play defensive and play as if I were playing a longer, normal longer game.
Yeah, so it's your interpretation that Dom is in an untough situation, right?
Yep.
Dom is still in this game very much.
Yes.
That's the sort of game that he is playing.
Yeah. So the best outcome for Dom is a draw. Both players will still be very live for top 8 with a draw. Yep, and the tournament's getting tight. It's getting real tight, and math is starting to fall. Math is starting to math. So Chris goes for the crab here, saying, all right, do you have it? Yep, Disdainful Stroke hits the crab, and now Chris has to think, do I lose a crab? Do I trade a Stallion for an Otter? Nah.
Storm Chaser's
Good
talent.
call.
Yep.
All right, so Dom is going to get turn 3, and Chris is going to get turn 4. And Chris has one turn to try and find lethal. And if he can't find lethal, needs to make sure he doesn't die on the crackback.
Yeah, so like our positions have actually switched a little bit.
A little bit. Dom is now the one with a bit more of a chance to win, but only has to survive the one turn.
So that's a Roaring Furnace to hand here. That's enough to kill the Otter. It is just a 1-1.
That is enough to kill the Otter. It's actually enough to kill the Colorstorm Stallion, as he has 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, if he wants to pay through.
Yep,
I don't think it's a bad idea.
I think that's a bit better because the Colorstorm Stallion is a bit more scary than the Otter on this board.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he does.
Especially with Chris having no cards in hand. I think Dom also has a Spell Snare in hand.
Yep.
So
I still think, I mean, look, Chris is hoping, praying, the top card of his library right now is Burst Lightning.
Yeah.
So we've got a Riverpie Verge, an Island, and a Spell Snare. Riverpie Verge hits the battlefield. Doesn't seem like we're going attacking here.
No, I think that's a bit risky.
A little bit risky. So Chris, in his next turn, will be moving to his final turn of the game, which means that, hey, there's a couple of outs here still. We know the Spell Snare is going to shut off Vibrant Outburst. We know that an Eddy Merc Crab won't do it at this stage. What are you looking for?
Burst Lightning.
Anything else?
I think it's just Burst Lightning.
Just Burst Lightning. So that wasn't a Burst Lightning. We know Kick Burst Lightning can't happen now, but we do see a Boomerang Basics. So we will start seeing more cards more triggers. So at this point, I don't know. I don't know. It could be anything, even a boat.
If we Boomerang Basics Storm Chaser's Talent and draw another Boomerang Basics.
Okay, so we go for the Storm Chaser Talent. I mean, there was a very plausible line that he could have gone for the Roaring Furnace here. And fortunately for Chris that he didn't, because that is that Spell Snare sitting in hand.
Yeah, Chris has drawn the Burst Lightning as well.
He's drawn the Burst Lightning. Okay, so we have counters on both. The Burst Lightning can go straight to the Otter to remove it.
That would be more damage. That would allow Chris to force in... it's a 4/4 Otter, so then it'd be 5. So can force 5 damage through by removing the Otter with the Burst Lightning, but...
I mean, 5 isn't 7.
5 is not 7. If you had 2 Burst Lightnings. So
yeah, so he ended up finding the card he needed. It just short on the mana.
Yep.
Just not the right sequence of draws off the top.
Chris realizing I cannot win this turn, so I'm going to play defensive. And choosing to save the Burst Lightning for his turn to get the Prowess triggers on his Otters, so he doesn't lose to something like an Ira's Demonstration. And Dom extends the hand saying neither of us can win.
Yeah, he's like, no, I've seen my cards. You know what?
Yeah.
You know, like, let's pack it up. Great games, well played, very close. So a little bit more time in that round, and I think Chris Tong has a little avenue to get in than that last turn. As you were saying earlier, the amount of turns that you're playing, how far you get into that game before that clock starts ticking turn by turn, very important to actually getting a result.
Yeah, both players played very well as well, very tight. It's a very complicated matchup and very intricate, and both players navigated, I think, as best they could have.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm Sam, this is Dylan. Dylan will stick with you, and I'll see you guys later.
See you next round, guys.
Hello and welcome back. It's round number 10 of day 2 here at the Sydney Showdown Standard Spectacular. $100,000 on the line. This is our cut to cash. All of our players today are playing for cash prizes. I'm Kira Turetsky, and I'm joined back in the booth, of course, by Dylan Kakao. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Kira.
You ready for day number 2?
I'm ready for day number 2. Did last round, and I'm ready to do this round.
Oh, we'll get straight back into it. Our players coming up on the feature match table, no stranger to the top tables. We've got none other than Jose Gabriel Hilario and Nathan Basser. Let's talk about these two guys.
All right, so Basser, for the first time in a long time I've seen, is playing what people would call a real deck.
Oh, boy.
I'm not sure he's even happy that he's doing well with it because he's like, well, I can't prove anything at this point. Everyone knows I'm a good player. I've got to do it with bad cards. I want to win with bad cards.
It's definitely more fun that way.
Yeah, there are certainly players who want to win that way more than they want to win like the most efficient way or something. Jose, on the other hand, cool, calm, collected, calculated, saying, I'm just going to play the best deck that I can. I'm going to play it as optimally as I can, and I'm going to win $20,000.
I was saying, Jose already on track to just win the weekend here. Jose, of course, was our AID Invitational winner on Friday, scoring a sweet $2,500 cash prize straight off the bat. So already up going into the rest of the 100K weekend.
Yeah, and the worst Jose can finish in this event is X4, which would, that would be a huge drop-off, but that would still likely be a top 32, which is good for another 1,000.
Yeah.
So this is a good weekend for Jose, regardless of what happens from here on.
Feels like almost any event that Jose plays it ends up being a good weekend for Jose.
Yeah, well, he's a good player, consistent player, and that's what happens.
Well, now, of course, different from the Invitational from Friday, this, of course, is open deck list. Our players, of course, do get to know what they're facing down. We've got Jose on Jeskai Lessons, Basser on Izzet Prowess, of course, a definitely real deck, some would say the best deck of the format.
Yeah, and Basser's list here has come prepared for Jeskai Lessons. He's got 4 Colorstorm Stallions in the main board, while other players have opted to be on 4 Crabs, 4 Slick Shots, no Stallions. Basser has opted for 4 Slick Shots, 2 Crabs, 4 Stallions, keeping that threat density high just for these sort of more grindy matchups, especially against Izzet Lessons. Well, Jeskai Lessons or any sort of
4
control
horse,
deck.
4 bird, 2 crab. There's 2 crabs in the sideboard. Don't worry, there is 4 crabs, but there's 2 in the main, 2 in the side for Basser here. Slightly different spread.
Yeah, these things as well are all commonly eaten animals.
Yes, it is. We've got a little lunch spread here heading into round number 10. I also do want to point out the creature spread across these 2 decks is really interesting. Jose, of course, only runs 4 copies of Grand Grand. There are, of course, I've quote-unquote said, yes, Jeskai Revelation is also 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens with prowess. But for the most part, Grand Grand's your only form of defense, and Basser identified that as a weakness in the Lessons plan. Jeskai Revelation is still 7 mana, as we have learned, and Colorstorm Stallion is not.
Yeah. Colorstorm Stallion is 3 mana, quite a bit far off 7. But Jose as well is not necessarily playing his Revelations fairly all the time. He is going to have 4 copies of Tablet of Discovery in the deck to,
there we go.
Cheap mana your way up into the Jeskai Revs.
So that works out. The math ends up being the earliest you can play a Jeskai Revelation is turn 5. Yeah.
So
Well, look, if Basser doesn't move quick, and if there's one thing Prowess is known for doing, it's moving quickly. You can see in Basser's hand, 2 Islands, Steam Vents, Opt, 2 Storm Chasers talent. Looks like a pretty good Prowess hand to start with.
Yep, and putting what looks like a 3rd Storm Chasers talent to the board. One of the best ways you can win this matchup is to hope you get a lot of early pressure and run your opponent over before they can, hopefully they don't have any interaction. So the Jeskai Lessons deck is going to be looking for any early interaction to avoid that happening, as it is so much easier for them to win the late game.
This looks as well like a Multi 5 for Jose.
Yeah, so Jose likely having not seen interaction or maybe just not having enough lands to get there, you do need to make sure you don't get run over in those early turns, and you do need to be looking for a hand that can survive it. And because of the London Mulligan rule, you're able to mulligan a lot more aggressively towards this.
Yes.
So Jose, no stranger to mulling to 5 times, but when you got to do it, you got to do it.
Do you think we're due for a new mulligan rule? Feels like we've usually changed mulligan rules.
I've been through quite a lot of mulligan rules. I like this one a lot.
Yeah.
So Jose's hand had 2 Jeskai Revs in it, which are both going to the bottom, which is going to make this game a bit more interesting because the chance of Jose drawing a Jeskai Revelation when he needs to now are much lower, as we know that 2 of them are at the very bottom of the deck. And I don't believe we have any way of shuffling our deck here.
We do still have a copy of Abandoned Attachments, Accumulate Wisdom, and a Stock Up is what it looks like. So we do have lots of ways to dig for the other 3 copies.
Yep. So Bassa here choosing to play the second Storm Chaser's Talent and passes. So Bassa here making a heads-up play to not play the third Storm Chaser's Talent and leave open an Opt in case Jose has the Iroh's Demonstration, which would eat all 3 Otters in that instance, instead not going to eat any.
It's definitely something that I've pointed out previously is this deck can be very pliable. It can move the way you want it to. Prowess triggers on your opponent's turn as well.
Oh no, I want the Sam one back.
I wanted the Sam, bring the Sam token back. That was so good.
All right, so we have 3 Storm Chaser's Talents and 3 Otters bashing in for 4 here. And I believe Bassa has just an Opt in hand, as is instant. So still, again, wanting to not get blown out by Iroh's Demonstration, wanting to have the ability to, get those prowess triggers at instant speed, as Jeskai's removal is damage base. So the Abandoned Attachments here going to discard a land, picks up another land and a Firebending Lesson. So this Firebending Lesson can be fired off here to kill one of the Otters, puts another lesson in the graveyard to work towards this accumulated wisdom, but Jose also has the Stock Up. So his choices this turn really are, do I want to stock up or do I want to risk this Firebending Lesson not killing something? Because Bassa can opt, and then any 1-mana spell that the opt hits will get the Otters out of Firebending Lesson range.
Looking at the lands in Jose's deck as well, you've got 4 copies of Steam Vents and 3 copies of Hallowed Fountain. That's a lot of shocking yourself for some mana. And here we go.
Jose going with the upkeep Firebending Lesson, choosing to say that, Bassa, I want you to spend your mana during your turn, and I want to have a bit more. So he does successfully get it off, but it also means that because the op was fired off here, that these other Otters are a bit stronger. So Bassa here picking up an Eddie Merc Crab, which is not what you want to be seeing at the moment, as it is clunky. You have 1 card in your graveyard and not even the mana to cast it. So at the moment, it's looking like this Storm Chaser's Talent next turn might just be buying back an Opt. Jose uses the Accumulate Wisdom as an Anticipate and sees 2 Grand Grands and a land. So I think we're going to take this Grand Grand here, as we do have 3 lessons in our bin.
It was a Grand land. We like to have fun here.
I imagine this turn is a stock up turn. So the question is going to be, do we want to expose the Grand Grand and then cast stock up? Which Jose is trying to work out what's in Bassa's hand, and we know that Bassa's basically got nothing. So Jose's got to think, how do I capitalize this as quickly as possible, especially that I've had to mull to 5.
It definitely looks intimidating staring down 3 untapped mana from the Prowess side, though. Definitely don't blame Jose for moving a little bit slower. I love a stock up for 2, though. That's nice.
Yep, so this stock up, unfortunately, has found 4 lands and 2 Abandoned Attachments. Oh, 1 Abandoned Attachment, sorry. Which we will be able to cast this turn, as we have 3 lessons in the bin, so Grand Grand is going to discount it.
So, ooh, senior discount unlocked.
That's a good word for it. Never heard it referred to as that.
Have you never heard of the senior discount?
No, that's really
gosh.
good. I like that.
Mainstay. Back when Lessons was even more dominant than Prowess, like the senior discount, you hear it all the time.
Okay. Do you reckon she needs to carry around ID?
Are they carding Grand Grand often these days?
I mean, Wizards carded Grand Grand a lot. Printed God knows how many copies.
Printed how many copies. So we are, of course, going to level up Storm Chaser's Talent, grabbing back the Opt. Jose going to fire off this Abandoned Attachments in response.
Yep. Discards the Hallowed Fountain, as we don't need multiple white sources, especially game 1, when we don't have any double white cards. Picks up another land in a Mysterized Village. Draws a Firebending Lesson. So this is the point I was talking about earlier, with the fact that because Jose has had to put 2 Jeskai Revelations to the bottom, digging for a 3rd one is going to be quite a lot, and it's going to be very, very difficult.
Interestingly as well here, Bastard chose as well to hang on. I believe he's got a Spell Pierce in hand as well.
Yeah, he's choosing to make sure that he can play around Iroh's demonstration or likes like that. But as well, I think because Bassa's got 3 cards in hand. Spell Pierce, Opt, and Eddy Merc Crab. If Bassa fires off this Opt at end of turn digging for a land, he can then level the Storm Chaser's talent to level 3, which might be his way of getting back in this, as Accumulated Wisdom has now become the recall, and Jose has undone all the damage from the mulligans he's had. The most damage he's done from the mulligan is the fact that there are 2 Jeskai Revelations basically at the bottom of his deck. These stock-ups are going to effectively be digging closer towards the Jeskai Revelations at the bottom of his deck by putting cards more at the bottom of the library.
100%. We did grab a second Grand and another Firebending Lesson off of that Accumulate Wisdom. So not loving to see the redundant Grand in hand here, but does mean that there's a little bit more backup if it somehow gets bounced, destroyed, whatever it might happen.
Yep, I like this as well. We've gone for a Firebending Lesson on the auto, removing any sort of pressure. And it means we can choose to attack with the Grand. So Bassa here is going to have to decide to fire off the Spell Snare to make sure the Otter doesn't die and can also block the Grand, meaning Jose gets 1 fewer cycle. Because Bassa is thinking, I am worried about Jeskai Rev. I need to end this game before a Rev happens. And is, from his point of view, Jose is digging for 1.
Yeah. You know what's really awkward as well about this Eddy Merc Crab looking at a Grand?
What?
Whenever Grand becomes tapped.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And means it will trigger.
Means it will trigger, which is a little bit awkward.
So Bassa with a flurry of cantrips here. Opt into Sleight of Hand and sees another Sleight of Hand and a Stallion. So this is a really interesting decision here he can make. So he can either choose to go for the Sleight of Hand and continue putting cards in his graveyard and cantripping, or he can go for the Stallion and diversify his threats and still attack for 6 this turn into Jose's 1 open mana and 10 life. Opts to go for the Sleight of Hand.
4/4 Otter here. That's a big Otter.
It is a big Otter. Sees 2 islands. Burst Lightning the Grand. Get in for 5.
Sheesh.
And then play an island. 5 instant sorceries in the graveyard. I get to play a crab end of turn.
Oh my goodness, I love that sequence. Respect the crab, respect the crab.
All right, so Jose with his backup Grand.
Here comes Grand number 2.
I'm gonna play this Tablet of Discovery. Hits the Great Hall of Biblioplex, plays it, and I think this could be game unless this crab tapping the Grand gets Jose out of it somehow. Draws a Combustion Technique.
Wow.
That is huge.
That actually does, that does save him.
That is going to allow him to kill the crab.
Holy moly. That's what I said with tapping down the Grand. It's actually so unbelievably hectic.
So Bassa is actually one mana cantrip away from lethal as well, because he can, without the crab, because he can buy back the Burst Lightning and then cast it, and that'll give the Otter more damage.
Yeah, Flow State to start us off with, which is going to have a very good time digging. We are going to fire off Combustion Technique on the crab.
Yep. And Bassa now just needs to draw a land, an untapped land in this Flow State to win this game this turn. Sees a tapped land, a Slick Shot, and a Color Storm Stallion. Takes the Stallion and the Slick Shot, and Stallion's going to be enough as well. 5 damage. Jose goes, yep, I am dead.
I'm going to tap 2 lands and then pick my cards up.
Yeah, so that multi 5 was really punishing for Jose, just on the basis that he had to put 2 Jeskai Revelations to the bottom.
Really, really intense. Let's have a look at Jose's sideboard here. I love Price of Freedom.
Price of Freedom is quite powerful. It is less powerful against...
Not in this matchup. I just like the card.
Oh, that's fair. It is a fun card. We did see yesterday, Gideon, I believe, had all his lands taken out, basically.
Yep.
And, but Jose is looking to bring in some Emerus' Ideation.
Ooh.
Be a bit more threat-like dense, because Prowess can still kill out of nowhere quite rapidly. Even if you start to run them out of resources, they can amass them quite quickly still. So we've also got Flash Freeze, which is going to be the best answer we have to Stallion. We've got Avengers Disassembled, which is also can be a good answer to Stallion if that's just tapped out on 3. Don't need to worry about the ward. And Day of Judgment, just to be able to kill everything. The other card Jose could be thinking about bringing in is Ghost Vacuum, but there's only 2 crabs in Jose's deck. Bass's deck, sorry.
Yeah, only 2 in the main, still 2 in the side. Could decide to go full crab, but this doesn't necessarily feel like the matchup for it.
No, crabs are clunky in this matchup.
Yeah.
So even though they are of like fat like threat and they are flashy, they are still clunky and mana intensive. And by the time you are getting them, your opponent's like you working towards putting crabs into play usually means you're giving your opponent time to work towards getting more mana and a bigger advantage.
100%. We'll switch on over and have a look at Basser's sideboard. What's Basser's tech going into game number 2 up a game against Jeskai Lessons?
We've got 2 copies of Ral, Crackling Wit.
Ooh.
So, and 2 Spell Piercers and a Negate. So the play pattern that is strongest for is it Prowess in this matchup, especially when you are on the play, is to Spell Pierce your opponent's 3-drop, ideally a Tablet of Discovery, untap, play a Ral, and then tell the Jeskai Lessons player to have fun because it's very hard for this deck to deal with Planeswalkers.
We did see this happen yesterday with the Ral Ultimate, and we got the emblem and everything, and we saw how absolutely punishing that was. And I believe it was also against Jeskai Lessons.
Yeah. Storm is a powerful mechanic.
It is indeed a very powerful mechanic. And we did find out that one of our Is It Storm players did convert to day 2, so they're still fighting it out in the top 64 here.
Oh, very nice.
Why do you think this Prowess deck is not running Flash Freeze? Because that seems like a card. There's a lot of red cards running around, also incidentally good against the gray and white offensive decks. Why are we not seeing it in Basser's sideboard here?
So Basser has opted instead for 2 copies of Get Out, a Negate, and 2 Spell Piercers. So when you start to add Flash Freeze into that mix, you're bringing in too many counterspells. And we don't want to have too many counterspells. So it's really just picking and choosing which ones you want. So Get Outs can come in the matchup against the practiced offense decks as well. You don't necessarily need Flash Freeze.
Totally makes sense. Can't believe I'm seeing this, but I do believe I saw 1 Jeskai Revelation has been taken out of Jose's main deck. What's kind of the impetus behind that decision?
Generally what this means is Jose wants to have both Emeritus of Ideation come in. So you don't want to lose too many of your Jeskai Revelations, but you can afford to lose 1 because the 2 Emerituses basically are an interchangeable threat. And more importantly, Emeritus can't be Spell Pierced.
Yes.
And not relevant in this matchup, but definitely other lists can't be Flash Freezed.
Yes. Well, and we see that happen oftentimes in Highlander as well, when your opponent boards in a lot of blue elemental blasts against like Grixis, say, and they're trying to hit all of the red cards, and then you just play Moonshadow, Delphi Voidwalker,
yeah.
and you just play everything that is not red.
Yeah, the black threat's particularly powerful out of that deck.
Yes.
But back to standard.
Oh, look, Sam's joined us on the battlefield.
Sam has joined us on the battlefield.
What token is that? Is that a little rat token? We'll find out later.
I'm sure at some point Sam will be swinging for lethal.
Whenever Sam's swinging, he's swinging for lethal. How do you feel for Lessons on the play here in Game 2?
For Game 2, I'd ideally like to be on the draw. Unfortunately, we are on the play, but we'll take it. We'll take the advantage, and hope we don't mulligan to 5 this time. We're going to be digging again for a hand that is going to have a lot of cheap interaction and other stuff, and it gets a bit easier with sideboarding as well. So the thing we've got to be worried about is Bass's plans of how he's going to juke it and play things like Ral. So Basser has opted for both, like 2 Rals, Crackling Wits in the sideboard instead of 1, which means he's really looking to use this as a game plan against control.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's a difficult to interact with permanent for a deck, like as you said, like Lessons and Control really struggle to interact with Planeswalkers. If you're not able to catch it on the stack, which is where all the most important battles happen, really tough. And he's a cool little otter. Ral's an otter.
Yeah, so Jose has a copy of Flash Freeze in his board, which he's going to be using, which hopefully he can snag a Ral with, but is also going to be happy if he can get a Color Storm Stallion. It's especially powerful if you are on the draw, being able to leave open 2 mana counterspell straight into the Stallion, which is most often deployed on 3.
The other really nice thing about a card like Flash Freeze in the current metagame is your targets, you're up on a mana exchange. If your Flash Freeze hits a Ral, you're up 2 mana. If your Flash Freeze hits a Jeskai Revelation, you're feeling pretty good.
So Jose here keeping an Island Great Hall, 2 Tablets of Discovery, stock up Idle Quencher and Jeskai Revelation. What do you think of this keep? Do you think it's maybe a bit risky?
It's risky, but I kind of like it. I think if you're able to land 2 tablets, any Jeskai Revelation that you pick up in the future is just going to start being more and more devastating.
Yeah. So we're definitely hoping we can hit a red source, which we have drawn.
Here it comes.
Here's the Steamman, so now we get to play the tablet into Bass's open mana. We have the backup tablet, so we're not too afraid if this one gets spell pierced.
So here's the thing. I actually don't hate keeping 2 tablets, understanding that at least one of them is not going to resolve.
Yes. You want one to resolve, definitely, but it's fine if one it gets countered. So Bassa has chosen to play Get Out and more crabs, or some number of crabs still. So the Get Out plan is going to be along the lines of, I want to be able to pick up my Storm Chaser's talents, or my crabs, or my horses, and just save them. Jose, again, with Tablet Discovery, getting second Spell Pierce.
I was going to say, like, I've just spotted the second Spell Pierce in Bastar's hand, and now I don't like keeping 2 tablets, Rev and Idle Quenchia. It's just not lining up the way that Jose would want. And I think this is exactly where you say, like, being on the play here is just a little bit awkward.
And this is the other player who's talking.
This is exactly. You predicted this. You're an oracle, Dylan.
This is the strongest play that Bassa could make right now, is deploying Rowlon into an empty board. And Jose's got his work cut out for him here. It's a bit difficult. I think you're leading with a stock up.
It feels at this, now that Bastard obviously has shields down, any counters that he might have doesn't have access to this turn, it's a pretty good chance to refuel and probably search for maybe an Emeritus of Ideation so that we can just have a threat on board.
Yes, a flying one at that as well.
I was going to say, that's going to be a good way to deal with a Ral at this point. If you're able to land a 5-mana 5/5 with an A recall, literally stapled to it, this is going to be able to effectively target a Ral, get it off the board, and it has Ward 2, which we've discussed is really annoying.
Oh yeah, you have to point 2 burn spells at this thing normally to kill it out of the prowess deck, and so having to pay an additional 4 mana is often just too much to handle. So leading with a stock up, finding stock up, 3 lands and a Grand. This is not looking good for Jose.
Not what you wanted. We can potentially, if we've got we're overloaded on lands. We have so many lands, but we can keep the Idle Quenchia up going into this next turn, which could put Nathan on a little bit of a back step, but we're still going to be able to pop out another Otter token. If we've got, I think we've got, okay, we've got Get Out, but no other cantrips. There is also a Stallion in hand. Stallion would be meeting a Quenchia, seems pretty okay for Jose in this moment.
Yep, so Jose opting to take a land and a stock up. So this, to me, signifies that Jose's plan is to play a land this turn, leave open Idle Quencher, and try and tag something. Untap, play a second stock up, find land number 7 and another piece of interaction going into the next turn, and then Jeskai Revving, hoping that we're not meeting the 3rd Spell Pierce that exists in Bass's deck at the moment.
It's true, and I think this looks like a horse to me. This looks like I'm putting horse mana over here, and then I'll do other things.
Yep, I like running out the horse here because it does play around Idle Quencher. It doesn't play around Flash Freeze, but I think you're okay with it being countered. Yep, and here comes the Stallion.
Here comes the horse. Idle Quenchia. Now, is Colorstorm Stallion worth 5 mana?
It's worth 5 mana if my opponent's discarding a card and paying 2.
True. Feels like in this position it's worth 5 mana right now as well.
Yeah, if this Idle Quencher gets fired off, I would probably be paying for it.
Look, and that looked like Bassa was expecting that to be a Flash Freeze.
Yeah. Now Bassa has a decision. He's like, oh, giving me the choice.
Yeah. Now I get to choose?
Yep, I'm just going to pay it.
And that is indeed going to be a 5-mana Colorstorm Stallion.
Yeah, Bassa gets to get in for 4 here, gets to make another Otter token. So while Bassa hasn't done anything towards upping his spell count to, put a crab into play later, he does get to just get value.
100%. Here comes that other stock up that you were talking about. Firebending Lesson, Accumulate Wisdom, Abandon Attachments, Firebending Lesson.
Oh, this is... Jose might be forced to take this land here.
Look, again,
Oh no, he's got
got a land
he's got up to 7 lands.
the really difficult thing, right, looking at the position that Jose is in, is you're already threat light by only running 4 Grands. Bringing in even is it 2 Emeritus of Ideation? Only puts you up to 6. And that still doesn't do much against Basser's 10 creatures, which, again, remember that it's 14 creatures with Storm Chaser's talent, and it's an additional 16 with Ral if Ral only gets to activate once.
Yep. So Jose here playing the Grand, firing off 2 Firebending Lessons.
Taking the Otters out of commission.
All right, let's start with...
Looks like there's a Soul
Sleight of-
Guide Lantern.
There's a sleight of hand as well.
Ooh.
So Soul Guide Lantern is going to get to eat one of the lessons, and there are 3 lessons currently in Jose's graveyard. So the mana is live. The senior discount, as you said earlier.
Exactly. Eat a Firebending Lesson.
Yep. Like this turns off the senior discount as well as turning off the accumulated wisdom.
Really, this feels like a very important fulcrum point here because Jose next turn is hoping to just fire off this Jeskai Revelation. But if Nathan leaves up... Oh, no, the Get Out can't target the Revelation. Ooh.
Oh, so Basser here choosing to tick Ral down to draw 3 cards and discard 2.
3 lands.
Finds 3 lands.
Good to get him off the top.
Yep. We get to play a land. Take 2. Our life total is largely irrelevant at this point.
Prowess as well seems to be a deck when you're the one running Prowess, you're not too concerned about your life total except in the mirror.
Yeah. Or just other aggressive matchups if you're on the draw. It really does depend, but you are able to very quickly amass a lot of damage. So leading with the sleight of hand now. Sees
Another
Color Stallion.
horse.
Yep, Color Storm Stallion in a land. I think we'll be taking the horse.
Horse seems good to me because that could swing in and we do 7 on this one if we just deploy horse.
Yep, could even cast the op if we so wanted. And instead we're going to choose to leave open mana and interaction. I think this is because Basser doesn't really have a good way of playing around the Jeskai Revelation at the moment, having used both Spell Pierces on tablets. Which, not bad uses for Spell Pierce, mind you, but because the game has gotten to the point where it is now, we are hardcasting Jeskai Revelation.
And that is going to be the decision point here. Jose can decide to get in with the Grand first, could go for attacking the Ral.
Yep.
There is the Eddie Merrick Crab in Basser's hand, but we'll get to activate the Grand regardless. Draw, discard, season, accumulate wisdom.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Yeah.
So while we don't have the 3rd lesson in the bin just yet, it is an interesting decision here if you actually want to discard the accumulated wisdom just to get the mana advantage, meaning that if you're off your Jeskai Revelation, you might be able to draw something else that you can cast this turn. It also means, if we so choose, we could actually kill the Color Storm Stallion. But I think this Jeskai Revelation is likely to be pointed at the Ral.
It's going to be one of the best ways to deal with it as well. Getting 2 additional creatures off of this Revelation as well, also going to be super impactful.
Unfortunately, because Basser has the crab, it means they're both going to be tapped.
Ooh, this is true.
So we bounce the Stallion, pay for the Stallion, and kill the Ral.
Really interesting. So like you would have had to have...
In response, we get out the Stallion. Oh, it must have been the other way around. Damage the Stallion, bounce the Ral.
I was like, because otherwise, if your targets fizzle, that is one of the best ways to deal with a Jeskai Revelation, is just make sure the targets don't exist anymore.
Oh, but Basser's got lethal here. Oh, no, he's not lethal. Jose's on 14
14.
life. He gained the life back.
Yes, Jeskai Revelation does indeed, I think, gain you 4 life.
Yes. So Storm Chaser's talent opt 2 Color Storm Stallions. Am I just going to say, hey, you got to have another Jeskai Rev, or...?
That's 11 damage this turn if we just deploy both Stallions.
Yep, and then we just got to figure out how we're getting through the other 3.
It's tough. If there was one more land in Basser's hand, I think you get there because you're able to cast... Oh, no, it's instants and sorcery, so we do have the opt, though, yes.
Yeah.
So if you have one more land in this instance, it's lethal. But we're one shy. We're one land shy.
So Bassett heavily considering what to do. Doing some math.
You
working.
Could you sequence it, play one horse first, then opt? Yeah. And hope you find a land.
Yep. So that would be 12 points of damage. Thinking about it. So
Are we still one short? Am I math wrong? My math is wrong.
yep, so 9 plus 3, so it'd be 12 damage. Put
Dang
Jose
it.
to 2. And a lot of time, number of burst lightnings are brought out in this matchup. I like to keep 1, but usually they're brought out a bit. So Bassa choosing to bottom the card with the opt.
Gets a Soul Guide Lantern in exchange. Swing in. Jose to 7 to 6 to 5. Oh my gosh.
So Bassa, I think, going to deploy the Storm Chaser's talent, add another threat to the board, and add the ability to, start gaining value, picking up these flow states or something else. And I want to say he's going to crack a Soul Guide Lantern, or he might just play the one in his hand. I would crack the Soul Guide Lantern here just to take this Grand off things, but you can also just play it to take the Grand off things and leave open 2 activations.
Yep.
So,
Totally makes sense.
Jose.
What are kind of the outs going forward for Jose?
Another Jeskai Revelation would be really good.
Yeah. We are at the point where we can animate the Great Hulls here, but they're just going to be chump blockers. They're not going to be as effective, obviously, as a Jeskai Revelation.
Yep, so Jose has a Riverpire Verge, Spire Bluff Canal, Firebending Lesson, and a Emeritus of Ideation.
I did see the Emeritus in there.
So the Emeritus is going to be useful as it's going to help Jose gas back up and trade with his Crab if he needs to. It's a pretty good trade. You get 3 cards in it.
It's true. You do indeed get 3 cards.
So Jose as well is, heavily debating if he wants to play the tapped land this turn and have the extra mana next turn for an untapped land, or he wants to give himself the most options with this recall. Doing this all as well during Bass's turn means his Monk tokens get prowess triggers, which means that if he casts 2 spells, he could actually throw 2 Monk tokens in front of the Crab.
Land for turn for Basser, not what you want off the top at a critical moment like this.
And a Color Storm Stallion, the other card alongside Ral. We could play the Ral and tick down. That maybe try and gas back up that way.
This is a really interesting, I want to point out really quickly, because this is something that I've learned in my leveling up in being a competitive player. The other Color Storm Stallion in Basser's hand is the full art foil version, which Jose has not seen yet. We've only seen just like the regular one, which got bounced to the hand. And so obviously we had that one revealed, it makes more sense, but I've been learning, I was like, oh, you have to make sure you play the one they've already seen, because otherwise they know that you just have 2 Color Storm Stallions. They're like, oh my goodness, leveling up, leveling up.
So Recall gets cast. We have 1 prowess trigger on each side of the table.
When we've immediately ticked the Ral down.
Yep, I like this a lot. We were flooding.
Boomerang
I'd rather
basics.
cash this in now.
Yeah, Boomerang Basics off of the Ral and some lands and another Storm Chaser's talent.
Yep, so choosing to discard a Storm Chaser's talent and the land because the Boomerang Basics effectively does what Storm Chasers does, but better.
1 blue. Oh, can't even bounce the Emeritus because it costs 3 to do it.
We could pay for the war.
We can, but then we can't do anything else, Dylan.
No, it wouldn't be particularly useful. And we're going to see a Firebending Lesson come down on this Otter token. Bass is going to have to let this resolve. There are now 3 lessons in Jose's graveyard. So this Abandoned Attachments he has in his hand, he's going to be able to cast for 1 mana. Bassa had the option there of sacking the Soul Guide Lantern in response to exile Jose's graveyard, meaning Jose would be left with one lesson in there.
Yep. Slickshot Show Off is the draw off of bouncing the Storm Chaser's talent.
And these monks are 3/3s.
Ooh.
So plotting the Slickshot, Jose's gonna abandon attachments, discard the Spire Bluff, and pick up 2 new cards. Idle Quencher and a land. Not ideal at this point, but Idle Quencher is a bit better than nothing. After that happens, now we've cracked the Bauble. Not Bauble, sorry, the Soul Guide Lantern.
Bauble.
Been playing too much Modern recently for the Pro
For the
Tour.
Pro Tour.
Yeah.
When you leave tonight for the Pro Tour.
I do.
This is so exciting.
I'm excited for it, but just feeling a little bit behind on Modern still.
Yeah. Well, it's been a weekend of nothing but Standard.
Yeah, well, Standard's a better format.
It's pretty interesting, I will say.
Yeah, I'd much rather be playing Standard. Just in general, I think Standard's great.
Jose has the option to attack down the Ral.
I think Jose is choosing to chump attack just to get a cycle here.
It's super fair. I think Jose literally has 4 lands and an Idle Quencher in hand. And
Yeah.
that's just a really awkward space to be in.
Yeah, we can use the Emeritus to kill the Ral because it has flying and can't be blocked, but that does leave us open to the Slickshot. And we know Jose has the Storm Chaser's talent in hand, which means that he can buy back whatever he wants.
Yeah, Bastard does have that in hand.
That's sorry. And Jose unfortunately picks up another
land.
Crab eats Grandma.
Sorry, kids. Grandma got eaten by a crab.
A giant one at
A
that.
large crab.
All right, picks up another Storm Chaser's talent. And no, yeah, we're
Let's
Slickshotting.
go. Here we go.
We're saying we're going.
We're going for it. Do you lead on Stallion here?
No, because the Storm Chasers don't trigger it.
Yep, fair enough.
I think I want to potentially roll down this Ral again this turn and play
I was
another.
saying I think Ral going down is going to be the move just to be able to refuel. We have another Storm Chaser's talent we can play.
So this Idle Quencher is actually somewhat relevant in stopping Bassa just picking up a Boomerang Basics and Boomerang Basicsing the Emeritus.
Yeah.
Yep, Ral goes down, drawing 3 cards.
Another Color Storm Stallion, another Storm Chaser's talent, and a Flow State.
Yep, so we're going to lose
How do I get blown out? Yeah, probably a couple ways.
Storm Chasers and the Color Storm Stallion. We're going to play Color Storm Stallion. And I think we're going to play Flow State. But we could choose not to play Flow State if we want to play around Idle Quencher.
Yeah. Jose going to animate one of the great halls here. Just figuring out how we need to tap everything.
Yeah, this does allow for extra blocking, and it does as well block a Stallion without any prowess triggers.
What did it remind me?
So
what-
he's animating this in response so he can get the Idle Quencher so he can get the extra power on it.
Very nice.
Three is fine. I will elect.
So that is the best use of a Idle Quencher in this point. The only spell Jose has, he's got to fight for every little scrap he can here.
We're going to pay an extra 2 for the Stallion.
So we can attack with a Crab. Slickshot's going to force the trade on the Emeritus. And we get to trade with the Biblioplex. So that's going to leave Jose with 2 Monk tokens and unanimated Biblioplex versus Bass's 2 Color Storm Stallions and a Ral.
Kill this, we trade these off, and then it's...
Toffee.
This, Jose needs a revelation here, and he needs it bad. A combustion technique. Oh, that's...
It's just not what you want.
No, and we know Bassa has in his hand a Flow State, which means that he's going to be able to gas back up next turn and overwhelm Jose at this rate, because he's got 4 prowess creatures, well, 4 creatures in play, as well as a Ral to make more, the Storm Chaser's talent to buy spells back. Jose's in a lot of trouble here. He's just doing some math, working, all right, I got to kill the Color Storm Stallion. It's awkward, though, because I have to do this all in your turn, so I get the prowess triggers.
Yeah. Really difficult as well because Jose has to absorb a lot of mana into animating this Great Hall of the Biblioplex, which if I'm Baster, I'm looking at that going, oh, there's nothing else. If it was a Revelation, you'd fire off for Jeskai Revolution.
Oh yeah, it would have been slammed at this point.
If it was anything but, you would have absolutely gone crazy with it now. Really putting the squeeze on Jose. Both of these players at 8-1. Absolutely monumental showing.
So Jose firing off the combustion technique now on the Color Storm Stallion because he only has the one other lesson, so it's only dealing 3 damage. So while he's tapped out, in response, keeps the Stallion alive with the Soul Guide Lantern.
Amazing.
Plays a flow state.
Plays a flow state.
So
Opt-in response.
and that's 6 damage.
Oh my goodness
Jose
gracious.
Vasta takes the win.
Congratulations, Nathan Basta progressing to 9-1 here after round number 10. Wow-wee.
What a showing from both players.
So tight.
Jose getting a little bit unlucky there with the multi 5 in game 1, putting 2 reps to the bottom. Game 2, just
A lot of land.
a lot of land. The
Lot
Ral
of
coming
land.
down early just blew Jose out. He was trying to, forced to use too many resources early on. Couldn't get value off it and just trying to keep tempo with his Ral.
Calling Jose a landlord from now on. Absolutely flooded with lands, but an incredible showing. Both players really putting their mettle in.
I mean, if Jose does inevitably win this tournament, he might soon become a landlord.
It's $20,000 for first place here at the $100,000 Sydney Showdown Spectacular. That was round number 10. We'll be back shortly with round number 11. There's 2 more rounds of Swiss before we head into our top 8. We'll be back soon.
My last round. I will see you guys on the Pro Tour, hopefully.
Good
Hopefully
luck.
I'll be on coverage.
Good luck, Dylan. Good luck on
Thank
Pro
you,
Tour.
Kira.
Hello and welcome back. We're here at day 2 of the Sydney Showdown Spectacular 100K. It was the cut to cash. Today, all of our players are playing for cash prizes. It's good to see you again, Ian.
Yeah, it's great to be back. All our players now locked in minimum $500 by being in the top 64, but the prices go up. They go up.
The prices do indeed go up. It only gets better from here, and I've heard from several players they're going to bash it out until it's no longer, they're not getting more than $500. So it's going to be an absolutely fantastic day, and we're back again. We're talking about the metagame and our day 2 conversion. So talk me through it. How did the Steam Vents decks do?
You'll never guess it, but Steam Vents did well, did above average even. So the biggest deck is still Izzet Prowess, but it went from about 20% of the room to 25% of the room. The next Steam Vents deck is Jeskai Lessons, so that went from about 10% to 12%, so a slight increase, but still better than expected conversion. Meanwhile, we saw some other decks not do as well. They're not Steam Vents decks.
Yeah, it's always really interesting. Steam Vents, it turns out having Steam Vents in your deck increased your conversion rate. I also do think I heard someone say along the lines of prowess overall with, let's say generously, 28%, 30% of the metagame share here, also had something like a 65% win rate.
I would believe that. It seems like that. Now, there were a couple Steam Vents decks that did poorly. So we saw Spellmentals do a bit worse than expected. And the 4-color control decks also didn't do as well. I think that might be, we've seen a lot of the Jeskai control lists, which are sort of their main competitor. A lot of them have a really heavy land destruction package. They're playing Avengers Disassembled, but also Price of Freedom. And they're often playing sort of 6, 7, even 8 copies of those across the 75. And these 4-color decks have often only 2 basics, so you run out pretty fast, and then you start getting Stone Rained, and that can really swing a control mirror. So I think that might be part of the reason we've seen them do worse.
Totally makes sense. Well, what else has done well for day 2 here?
The big one is actually the Sewer Balloon or Circus combo deck. Not a huge number of players in the room playing that, but they all did quite well. Only a couple of them missed the cut. So that deck has done better than expected. Not a Steam Vents deck. It is technically a blue-red deck, but there's no Steam Vents in the deck, so we'll count it.
It was something like a Bus Stop Bloom kind of deck. There are quite a few players from the Magnanimous team Bus Stop who are on the Sewer Bloom combo.
Yeah, I do think that's part of it is when you have a newer deck, a more rogue deck like this, if it gets picked up by one of the teams that has a lot of really strong players and they've worked a lot on the deck, even in this case, the deck really only broke out about a week ago. So they only had a week to work on it, but they worked quite hard in that week. And they put a lot of really strong players on the deck who know the deck really well, and all of their opponents don't know what's going on. That's a really key advantage for them. They sit down, it's open deck list. Their opponent gets to look at their deck list, but that doesn't really tell the story of what's going on.
To be fair, when this deck first kind of came online in a way, I looked at the list and went, I don't know if I get it. And I was fortunate enough to see a lot of the chatter going on in the bus stop chat and figure out like, oh no. So it's really interesting to see. And of course, there are some fantastic bus stop players who are on the list. So of course, they've done very, very well. And it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the day plays out for them at day 2. What else are we looking at?
Well, the big non-Steam Vents deck, of course, is the Selesnya creature deck using practiced offense, right? That's the deck that everyone thought was maybe positioned to be an anti-prowess deck. We thought it would do well into them. It didn't do so well. It went from about 12% of the meta, it went from about 12% down to 8%. So roughly 2/3 of the representation yesterday, which is not great for it. Not a good day for our Temple Garden fans.
I'm a Temple Garden fan. I was a green-white player for a very long time, so not so fun to hear that. How is our spice handling? We had some really interesting spicy decks yesterday. Have they succeeded? Have we managed to convert, or have we fallen off?
There's been a few of them, which is very exciting for me. A couple of the spicy decks made it. Our Jund Calamity player, who we had on coverage last round, he's 5-2-1. Even though he lost on coverage as well. We gave him a terrible matchup, he lost on coverage. But apart from that, the day went really well for him. So I'm very excited about that. We've been colloquially calling that deck Jund no 4-ofs as well, because the deck is entirely 1, 2, and 3-ofs in the main deck. Just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know, I don't want to commit to anything too much. Exactly. A couple of the other things we saw Ryan Cubitt playing a Mardu discard deck. He's through to day 2, so that's something a little bit different, a bit of a throwback. That deck existed a while ago. It has some cool new cards from Secrets of Strixhaven, and even he's got some Marvel Spice in there as well. So we're seeing that. And then beyond that, we had a Golgari Converge player. So this is a mostly mono-black control deck with 4 all together as one, splashed off of a bunch of Verges. Because you just kind of get the Verges for free. They're black on the front side, they cast all your black spells, but then incidentally you end up with 4 or 5 colors of mana to cast this really powerful sorcery. So excited to see that. Hopefully we might get to see them later if they're doing well enough.
That's really, really exciting. Is there anything that we did not manage to make to day 2 here that was kind of exciting? I remember we had a Gruul Hulk deck that we were kind of calling. We had Azorius Otters. Did we manage to convert?
Didn't get to see either of those into day 2. We did see one of our Storm players make day 2, and we also saw our Gruul Delirium player who we had on coverage. He's here in day 2 as well, which is exciting, but certainly a couple of fallen players who we didn't get to see their spice make day 2.
Huge shout out to Gore on Gruul Delirium. Best of luck to you for the rest of the weekend. Well, thank you so much. That's our metagame breakdown for our cut to cash on day 2 here at the $100,000 Sydney Showdown Spectacular. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back to the sideboard. I'm here with Nathan Basser, coming off a win in the feature match. 9-1 now, looking pretty good with 2 rounds to go. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. Jose is a friend of mine. We stay in the house together. He's an exceptional opponent, multiple PTs and worlds. So it's a tough match, but thankfully I got there.
Yeah, and he's coming off a hot streak as well. He won on Friday, won our Invitational in a stacked top 8. So certainly no pushover, and I suspect we'll see him later. He's X2 now, so still very much live. Might have to beat him again.
I think I will, yeah.
Now, big question. You're sitting pretty well. You're top of the standings at the moment. Few more rounds to go. If you go all the way and you win the 20K, what are you doing with it?
It's a tough question. Maybe quit my job. I've promised at least some of Pat's staff bonuses for the year if I win first place and we don't split the money. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Excellent. And now, I do have one gripe with you.
Yeah.
We just saw you. You're playing Steam Vents, playing boring stuff. But I was promised you would play a more interesting Steam Vents deck. Friday night, I was promised Iron Man. I was promised Artifacts galore. And I rock up today and see you've got Horses and Otters. What happened there?
Flashback. It's Friday night. It's 12:30 a.m. past midnight. I'm putting Simulacrum synthesizers in my deck. I'm taking Perilous Snares out. I'm putting Ironheart in. I'm so tired from doing commentary on the Friday. And I look at my friends and I say, I can't do this anymore. Just hand me Prowess. It's a testament to Pat putting on an event like this that's forced me to play a real deck. It's good enough prizes that I'm like, okay, I guess I have to win. So.
Yeah, anyone who knows Basser knows. It takes a lot to pull him away from his artifact cards and nonsense combo decks. So definitely a testament to the event. 9-1, 2 rounds to go. He's sitting pretty at the top of our standings. Good luck, Basser. Congratulations on the run so far, and good luck for the next few rounds.
Thank you.
Great.
Hello and welcome. We are back for round 11 now of the Sydney Standard Super Spectacular Sunrise Series.
Yep, I have very quickly run from the interview booth over to here.
He's insanely fast. It's crazy. I just saw this flash of green and he was right there next
Catch
to
me
me.
at the Olympics in a couple of years.
So we've got the players and the feature match are at X3. So we're still technically live for a top 8 with a Breakers, another round win and a Sweat.
Have a look at our standings. The X3 start at 9th, so they're very much live.
Yeah, we can still get there, right? It's one of those things that the top tables have had... there's been some kerfuffle happening. There's a lot of unintentional draws. These prowess and control decks that are around the place can take a lot of time to close, especially in these mirrors.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So now we've got Is It Prowess from Pavlo and Jeskai Lessons from Rowan. Both of these slightly different from the normal configurations we're seeing.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of both of these decks, but they're a little bit different. Tell me what's different about Pavlo's deck first.
So Pavlo is playing an extra copy of Otters, right? We are playing Elusive Otter / Grove's Bounty. This is the Adventure Otter that is basically the same thing as an Otter token you would get off Stormchaser's Talent with the hidden mode of can't be blocked by creatures with power greater than this. Sorry, power less than this. So the more prowess triggers you get, you can never chump block this thing, right?
Yep.
And sometimes you can randomly cast the Grove's Bounty off it if you want. We also have a weird configuration of the rest of the creatures. There's always been a debate about how many horses we play, how many Eddie Merc crabs do we play. Pavlo's gone for 1-1.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is that the crab has been the staple across basically all the Is It varieties we've seen.
Yeah,
we've seen a lack of agreement about horses versus birds is the main thing. Pavlo is the only player I've seen playing Elusive Otter. In general, most players have lent a little bit less aggressive, actually. They're leaning into the crabs, which are just inherently less aggressive. They ask you to cast a bunch of spells first before you can put them in play. Pavlo's going to do the opposite. He's going to try and put Elusive Otter in play on turn 1 and cast a bunch of spells and just try and end this game quickly.
Yeah, because when we think about it, right, Elusive Otter is just copies of Stormchaser's Talent 5 and 6 for those early game plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Rowan's deck also slightly different from the Jeskai Lessons decks we've seen. Tell me about that.
Oh, Rowan's list is really hot. So first off, some of the lessons that you normally don't see play in the main deck, Price of Freedom, Rowan's on 2 copies of those. 3 copies of Avengers Disassembled as well, which we've seen perform amazingly this weekend. But this is kind of an LD plan that Rowan's got. A lot of these decks, especially the Jeskai Lessons and the Control Mirrors especially, don't have that many basics.
Yeah, Rowan's really leaning into... We've seen Avengers Disassembled a lot because it's a great sweeper. The 3 damage is really good, and you'll pick up a Passing Day or something like that. Rowan is really leaning into that second mode of destroying lands. There's 5 land destruction spells in his main, plus there's 2 Thors to flash them back.
Yeah.
And a flashback itself if we want.
And we also have the rest of the playsets in the board. So post-board for the Control Mirrors, Rowan can have 8 land destruction spells in the main. I have heard 3 separate people come up to me this weekend complaining about, I mean, I kept a 3-lander, my opponent blew up 2 of my fucking lands, and then I never drew a 4th, and then he kept going, and then I looked at his board and he had more. So
There's also 2 demolition fields in the main, we should say. So there's 7 land destruction spells in the main deck.
Rowan's my hero, honestly. From hearing these stories, I'm just like, I know you're complaining and it's a bad time for you, but that other guy's having a great time.
Yeah, and the other thing that's slightly different is the top end. So only 3 Jesco Revelations, but 2 Improvisation Capstone.
This is a really great card too.
Yep.
Improvised Capstone, you're going to mill cards essentially, reveal them from the top of your library until you reveal a total mana value of 4 or greater, and then you get to cast the spells that you revealed this way. So sometimes it reveals 1 card and it's a Jeskai Revelation, you're cheering, right? Having a great time. Sometimes it'll reveal, you know, a 2-drop, a 1-drop, and then a Revelation. That's the greatest prize we could have gotten.
And one of the things that changes about that is we see only 2 counter spells, just the 2 quenches in the main deck, because they're pretty bad to hit.
You still need the lessons, essentially, for that kind of Ancestral Recall mode that is going to appear on Accumulate Wisdom. But Thor being the standout here.
Yeah, and Thor's really sweet with Capstone.
Yep, because even though you're not paying the mana, Thor only cares about the mana value that was cast.
Still a 7-drop, so it still gets to deal 7. Meanwhile, in this game, this is really what we expect. Really aggro from Pablo. He's managed to find
3 of his 6 otters.
4 in air quotes with the Boomerang Basics copies of Stormchaser's Talent. Rowan fighting back valiantly with a couple cheap removal spells, but there's still 2 otters in play.
Yeah. Now, Rowan does have basic land in hand and Hall of Biblioplex, but we have the tablet, no red mana.
Yeah, so the Biblioplex has been dealing damage as we tap that for Firebending Lesson.
Yeah, so the combination of the otters, the slightly awkward mana from Rowan, which is not kind of categorically what we would expect from the land-destroying guy.
Yep, and now we're going to see Anticipate. I mean, this is the cost. So Rowan has slightly more basic lands than you'd expect. He's got 4 basic lands in this deck. And then also, obviously, the Demolition Field we're seeing is a colorless land.
Yeah. And now we do see that Rowan's choices here are Hallowed Fountain, River Pyre Verge, which isn't on, so it's a painful... Yep. There's no way to get painless blue mana, right? But the River Pyre Verge is red on the front side.
Yep.
So we are still going to be able to cast Tablet next turn with this. But we have 2 otters in play. And as we said earlier, Pavlo's deck is really aggressive. It's not like these... Izzet Prowess lists that can kind of shift to be more control-y depending on the board state. Pavlo's all gas, no breaks.
Yeah, we see Pavlo even still playing a couple copies of Secret Identity, so playing these protection spells as well, really just trying to lean into his 4 slick shot show-offs.
The Otter Zoo, the Izzet Zoo deck, essentially, right?
Yep.
It's all otters, birds, crabs, various animals. There's the 4th Stormchaser's Talent coming into play.
Now, for a while, I think we had talked about this card as the best card in Standard, and certainly I played plenty of decks where the your win rate with the deck is quite closely related to how many copies of Stormchaser's Talent you draw.
I tend to agree. I also love Stormchaser's Talent.
Oh boy.
Been a key point in the format for the entirety of its existence, basically. Yeah, we're now doing the finger math. Horrible sight for Rowan, who's already gone through 2 of the Firebending lessons in the main.
Yeah, and theoretically he could have a Firebending lesson here, but Pavlo can be pretty confident well, maybe he does have it.
Do we have it? Are we pump faking, or do we actually have it?
If I'm in Pavlo's seat, I'm thinking, there's no way you have this, because you wouldn't have let me untap and cast the first spell and get the first prowess trigger on my otters.
So that was 100% a pump fake from Rowan, but this is the kind of, like, we talked about this yesterday and on Friday, the kind of, like, physical characteristics you can do while playing Magic to kind of do those physical bluffs, right?
Still a chunk of damage coming across, though. I think this is 7 damage.
Yeah,
Rowan down to 6, and as we mentioned, his mana not super... Oh, that is a timely draw.
Oh, yeah.
The best part is we actually have the land to be able to... We can tablet into this.
We can tablet into this.
We actually go tablet it first to try and hit a land drop if we wanted.
Oh, we're going to pay life for this, though, off the Great Hall. So this is going to cost us 1 more life. We're going to go to 5. Rowan did have the option to tablet for this.
He did have the tablet
Maybe
there.
Petrified of a Spell Pierce. We do have open deck list, though, and there's none
No Spell Pierces in the main. One of the things about Pavlo's deck is really leaning to the bounce spells. Still a couple copies of Into the Floodmoor in the main deck, which we don't see in most of the Lessons decks anymore. They're really good against the creature decks. Not many targets in Rowan's deck.
It also could have been that, because there are 2 copies of Secret Identity, right, and Rowan did have the pump fake, maybe he wants to keep presenting the pump fake in case Secret Identity goes for hidden mode of, it's a 3/4 now, which survives Disassembled.
Yeah, the secret mode of Secret Identity, which is actually a pump spell.
My prowess creature is actually much bigger than you expected it to be.
Yeah, I'm going to get on my prowess triggers first, and then turn my auto into a 3/4. Also, flying and vigilance.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did actually see that slick shot was plotted last turn, it looks like. Oh, no, there was the Secret Identity.
There was the Secret Identity.
Yeah.
So we got to keep the slick shot alive.
And now, the pump fake is very much disproven at this point.
Swinging in.
But only one card
Just
banned for
for
Pablo.
one.
Yeah, exactly. He's now in top deck mode, except for the fact that he has 4 talents in play and he can start picking up.
Yeah, we're going to start picking up spells. If we had like a Burst Lightning in the graveyard, this would be basically
what?
checkmate.
Boomerang Basics is pretty good too, though.
Boomerang Basics not bad. Really, I can't fault either of the any of these options.
I think I like Boomerang Basics because it guarantees the second spell.
Yeah, true.
So you are guaranteeing here that Flick Shot is lethal next turn.
See, if Rowan played the tablet last turn into the
have
Avengers,
so much mana
we would
this
have
turn.
5 mana with this basic planes to be able to cast Revelation. And we've seen Revelation this entire tournament series
That's
just
true.
be backbreaking.
Yep.
Like, you can be, oh, I'm 0% to win this game, draw Revelation. Actually, I think you're 0% chance to win this game.
Yeah, it is the swingiest card in the format at the moment. Gains life, draws cards, removes things, makes blockers. It fully flips every single axis.
Takes your car key, takes your shoes. Get nothing
Interesting, we're
from
going to
it.
see Tablet here, so we...
Tablet needs to find something that gets this Flick Shot off the table.
I think we have enough mana. We can play the 5th land and have Tablet and then Ancestral and then still have enough for a 2 mana removal spell.
Yeah, I think
Or we could lead on it first.
Rowan's going to go
3 cards,
3
go
off
3.
this. So now you absolutely have to find something here.
And you know there's an auto coming as well.
Price of Freedom, Sorry, Price of Freedom tablet, stock up.
Stock up. I missed there the wrong 2 mana red spell.
Okay. So
Well, we get one more look with the tablet.
Fingers crossed.
This has to be a removal spell. It is not.
It is a basic mountain, and that's going to be the end of game 1. I mean, Rowan is going to still obviously
Yeah, we'll pass
posture
that.
here.
Make him cast his spells.
Yeah. Show
But I
me
can't really
the spell
imagine-
that I know is in your hand.
Can't imagine Pablo doesn't cast Boomerang Basics here.
Yeah, Pablo did not come here to not put the bird sideways and deal large chunks of
And
damage.
even though it
right?
wasn't elusive order this time, this is sort of the difference with Pablo's deck, is he's more committed to being aggressive, to really being on the front foot. And likewise, though, he is less able to win long games. He's not quite as
Correct.
well set up for that. But cards like Secret Identity we saw swing this game. That's something that the other prowess decks aren't playing anymore.
No,
They've moved
they've
away
all
from
moved
it.
away from it.
Yep.
And we look at Pablo's sideboard, and most of these, is it prowess lists we've seen have had that option to become more control-y. Pablo's sideboard is 13 one-ofs and 2 Soul Guide Lanterns. So we have a little bit of graveyard hate across the board. We have one of every counterspell that you could imagine would be played in the sideboard. Very indecisive by Pablo, but it's one of those things that when they work, they work.
And the thing is, one of the powers of this Is It deck is you see so many cards with all of your cantrips.
Exactly.
The one-ofs, and then you can recur them as well with Storm Chaser's talent. The one-ofs really do matter. So I think the Graveyard Hate probably comes in against Lessons.
I can agree with that. I could see Soul Guide Lantern especially when you're expecting to be able to shut down things like Combustion Technique scaling up in damage.
Yep.
A little bit less relevant for Pablo's list because you don't have those Eddie crabs, right? So
Yeah, well,
there is
we-
a chance to snipe prowess creatures before they get bigger on that turn.
I think there's a good chance we see the second crab come in. I think the Otters,
yeah.
we might see scale back a bit on some of the cheap stuff like the Otters. I don't think the Into the Floodmoors will stay in the deck. Colorstorm Stallion, Eddie Crab, Rail Crackling Wit, all is
I want
these
them all.
alternative threats. Yeah, bring them all in. And then
I want
we
the
get to have a
Spell
look at
Pierce
the...
too.
Yeah, we get to look at the counter spell. So Spell Pierce is great. Flash Freeze we've seen be really important. I've heard Disdainful Strike's actually really good against these control decks. It
Yeah.
doesn't have many targets, but they're really important
You need
ones.
to counter the ones that it does hit, right?
I mean, we've talked so much on and on again about how good Jesco Revelation is and how entire games swing on that card. So basically, any counterspell that can hit it, you bring it in.
Yeah, and wait till you see how good Improvisation Capstone's going to be.
Well, exactly. Yeah, Rowan has even more targets.
Yeah.
That one you really have to counter the first time because if you don't, it's going to go off every turn for the rest of the game, at least until Rowan decides he's at risk of milling out,
Yeah.
which has happened.
It is actually not a you may. So I have
It is-
seen
no, it is a
players
may.
have Improvisation Capstone.
It sure is a May.
No, it's a you may to cast the spells, but you have to keep exiling the
Oh,
cards.
yes, sorry, yes. But
Yeah.
at some point, I have seen these control players decide, I don't actually want to cast this anymore.
Yeah.
I'm going to deck myself. So we're good. From Rowan's side, Flash Freeze is a potential one. The Spell Piercers just get cheaper. We
Yep.
get another Sweeper in Avengers.
And Fire
disassembled.
Magic.
Fire Magic.
I think these Price of Freedoms got to go. There's 6 basic islands in
Yeah.
the deck for Pablo. This is not the matchup where we're trying to
No.
LD them out of the game.
No. And then the other thing is the Emeritus. We've seen Jose bring this in the same matchup.
Yeah.
Last round and several other times on coverage. The big body, and then I think post-board, this matchup, it slows down. We end up in the muck a little bit more.
Flying
and
blocker as
Big
well.
flying blocker that draws a ton of cards can be powerful in a way that it's a lot more vulnerable in game one when the decks are a bit more streamlined and a bit faster.
To that end, I also kind of want to bring in Wan Tong.
Yeah, I can see that as well. Big. The Wanji Dong's also obviously a combo with
With all these Price
all
of
the
Freedoms
Price
and
of
Avengers
Freedoms.
assembled, which incredible. I kind of want to put it in the main deck a little bit.
I'm a little bit disappointed too, but I think Thor is probably taking that spot.
There is not that much room in this deck. And this is a
I
Jeskai
mean-
Lessons without Grand Grand.
I was going to say, that's the big thing you cut to fit all this land destruction in, is you lose Grand Grand.
I mean,
It's a trade-off.
I can see the trade-off, though, especially if you're playing into a lot of Lessons, Mirrors, or Control decks, right? And he's set up the deck to expect that with how many LD spells there are. Grand Grand's just a liability, right? A 1-mana 1/2 that isn't really going to progress the game in games that are expected to go long.
Yeah.
It's just going to eat a removal spell, and next question.
And Rowan's not the only person doing this as well. Obviously, Jose has Grand Grands, but we've also seen Alec Ferguson in the feature match era. And on
Also
deck
on
tech,
Thor.
He's also on Thor with no Grand Grands, and the main deck Avengers disassembled. So certainly no consensus amongst our top players. Players doing really well with both versions of the deck, slight tweaks. And I do think this standard format really rewards you in deck building for those last few choices, the last 2, 3, 4 slots in your main deck.
That, like, 2%
really
really matters.
Yeah, and not only does it matter in your deck building, but in building a version of the deck that you understand and can play towards, and understanding how that changes your game plan in these really long, intricate games that we get between a lot of the same Vents decks.
Yeah, I think as well, you have to predict for a meta, right?
Yep.
Everyone always tries to. You don't always get it right, but it's one of those things that you have to make a call at some point. You have to go all in and be like, look, I'm expecting this to be the most played matchup.
Yeah.
I'm going to have my deck set up in this way.
And, you know, even within that, sometimes you get the meta call right, and then you just get the pairings wrong. Like,
Yeah,
that
that's the other
happens.
thing.
That's part of Magic. But the players who really, like, you're just trying to take the numbers, basically.
Yeah,
You're trying to, you know, bet on the bigger numbers and hope it rolls in your favor. And we see the players who do that over a long time. If they do that consistently, they get rewarded.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things that even if you are the best player in the world, your win rate over your entire lifespan is not going to be 100%.
Yeah, I
right?
mean-
it might be 65, it might be 70%.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Magic is if, like 65% is an incredible win rate over
Yeah.
a long period of time in this game. And it's really interesting to look around the room and you see the players at the top tables. I was walking down the top tables. Every player there, I recognize. They're all amazing players. They're all excellent.
Yeah.
And it is really like, okay, you do have to be really good. But at the same time, looking at the players in our side event, our Sunday sort of bounce back standard event.
I'm also
bunch
just like,
of-
how did you not make it?
Correct. There's a bunch of players here who I'm like, you're really good. I'm shocked you didn't make it. And that is the nature of Magic. Sometimes it's not your day. But at the same time, to get a really good finish like this,
Yeah.
you have to be on your game.
Like I had one of my friends who's staying with me for the event. They were, you know, lamenting that, I just missed day 2. Like I'm pretty devastated. I am feeling really bad about myself. And I was like, did you see who else didn't make day 2?
Yeah.
We have like multiple GP top 8 competitor Ivan not making day 2. We have multiple Pro Tour attender JLS not making day 2.
Yeah, I know. I
Do
saw
you think they're bad?
I saw JLS miss and it was kind of like, what? Really?
Yeah. And I was like, sometimes you just don't get there. Like, variance is one of the best parts about this game because
100%.
it would be boring if you just won every time.
Yeah, we'd all be playing chess.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Exactly. It's that little bit of gambling, that little bit of wildness you get in Magic.
as we head into game 2 here, obviously Rowan will be on the play.
We got a
What
mull
i-
at least once from Pablo here.
What's he looking for this game to get a better outcome?
So we're going to want early removal as much as possible, right?
Yep.
I would love to see multiple firebending lessons, combustion techniques, some kind of combination of the two. Avengers Disassembled is going to be pretty clutch as well. Even on the play, I kind of really like if you have untapped blue land, even if you have to shock for it just for spell pierce.
Yep.
We saw how impressive talent was there. Sometimes you can spell pierce your opponent's turn 1 creature.
Yeah, I set you up there a little bit because you just listed off a couple of firebang lessons, would love an Avengers Disassembled. Rowan had all that in game 1. And he lost anyway because Pavlo had basically 5 copies of Stormchaser's talent and then a secret identity to save one of his creatures. So
Rowan had all of it except for mana that doesn't also kill
Yep.
me, right? That was the problem. The lands that Rowan had dealt so much damage to him over the course of the game that it was so much easier for Pablo to close out from there.
and also, I think that's really a top percent draw from Pablo. You can see this hand looks slow. A couple stock ups.
Okay, I see stock up, sleight of hand, spell pierce, burst lightning. I believe that might be a flow state as well. So we have no creature, but we got all the spells and cantrips in the world. Pablo,
Yep.
a big fan of the Mystical Archives.
They're
printing.
beautiful. I love these. I love actually the English versions as well with these sort of.
These goldy kind of.
Okay, so that one's a sleight of
yeah.
hand, not a stock up. I love them. I love these sort of illustrative versions.
And while we're glazing card choices, the Unfinity full art shocklands, these are my favorite shocklands in the game.
They are beautiful.
They're absolutely stunning.
I did deck tech with Matthew Judas, who was on
Oh,
Prowess
that would've been
earlier
hot,
this
right?
weekend. His deck is entirely Japanese Strixhaven Archive.
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of all of the cantrips. I think the spell pierces as well. It's crazy.
You got to have the match, right? You got to commit
Yeah.
to one style.
No, I appreciate that.
And here we go. Second sleight of hand coming in. Do we want to fire off this It or Quench It? Does this look like a sign of weakness, or is Pavlo faking that it's a sign of weakness that I'm looking for my next land? And with that long pause there, we saw that Rowan was happy to pump fake.
Yeah.
So Pavlo might be like, look, I know you didn't have it last game or I wouldn't have won, so I just don't
Yeah.
believe you, and I'm just going to...
Yeah, Pavlo knows he doesn't believe him. I
Yeah.
have to say on the sleight of hands, I love this version, and there's matching ops now.
Yeah, there are, yeah. This was
These-
from
they're
the
really sweet.
participation for one of the RC seasons.
Yep. We're going to see Rowan pass back. He must be so happy. It's turn 3.
And he hasn't
There's
taken
no
any damage.
threats. There's no threats in play. His mana works. By this point, last game, by the time he had third land in play, last game, Pavlo had cast Talent 5 times.
Yeah, it's a big number for a card that's supposed to be only a 4 of.
Yeah, well, Boomerang Basics will do that.
And yeah, Rowan's hand is stacked. We have a Quench, we have a Flash Freeze, we have the Avengers Disassembled, we have the 4th land, and we've got Abandoned
Turn
Attachment.
3 just a pass back there from Pavlo.
That's shocking.
Rowan must be thrilled. Well, we can see a Spell Pierce. I think we see a Flash Freeze. So Pavlo really feeling the pinch of you do need interaction.
Yeah,
you need interaction for the big spells from the Jeskai deck, but at the same time, you have to be the aggressor in this matchup.
Yeah, agreed. And sometimes you just don't draw the early game pressure, but Pavlo also did Mull to 6. So it might have
Yep.
been a case of, look, the way that this has gone, I probably need to dig my way into a better hand, and these cantrips are the only way that's going to actually happen.
And we can see Rowan discarding Avengers Disassembled there.
This
because
would
it just
scare
says,
me so hard if I was
right?
a Pavlo.
If I'm Pavlo, I'm like, oh,
What do you mean you don't need that?
okay. Rowan here debating, so he's going to miss his 5th land drop unless he does something. Has
Yeah.
the stock up in hand he could cast,
Has Spell
but
Pierce
you
too.
have to think, like, the likelihood of Spell Pierce from Pavlo here, it just feels so high.
Yeah, what are you doing if you're passing here? You know, you have,
Yeah.
you have 4 lands, you didn't shock the Steam Vents, you
Right.
didn't apply any
What
pressure.
could possibly be going on there other than a pile of counterspells?
You're
I
being
think I'm
cheeky.
good. It's fine.
And again, we see 5 lands here. Flow State's not turned on.
Yep, and importantly, casting it won't turn it on either. Sometimes we
No.
see Flow State as the first sorcery to enable the second one. This one's just sorcery speed anticipate.
Which you're not thrilled by to be playing, but also, we haven't even talked about this. Pavlo's only playing 3 copies of Flow State in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, that is really a statement of, 3 Flow State, 2 stock up in the main deck.
That's
That
how
is a
aggressive
statement
this
of,
list is.
I don't really want to sit around drawing cards. I'd rather just kill you.
This card doesn't kill you.
Yeah.
Why can't I play cards that kill you?
Okay, so we found a threat here. We have
we have a
found
talent, and we have Boombird as well.
Now, my question is, if you... Never mind. I was going to say, how do you feel as Rowan's side? Do you just jam both counterspells
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
to trade with the talent?
Absolutely. There's a Spell
Very
Pierce on the
quick spell
stock up.
pierce.
And
Unfortunate.
We can't even Spell Pierce back.
Rowan's eyebrows go up there. That is the one thing that
Yeah.
punishes this.
Ron's like, why would you do this to me?
And
As we said, there's only one Spell Pierce in the 75 as well. So Rowan was planning on any other spell
yep,
there.
any of the 2 mana spells, we're fine.
Yeah.
The other thing with Rowan is his Quench and his Spell Pierce are rapidly becoming
Worse and worse.
worse and worse. As we see, Pavlo make his 6th land drop. All his spells are really cheap. So we see here, can't Spell Pierce this, can't Quench it.
We could even see this game just be a level 3 talent game.
Yeah, the Jeskai decks, because they're mostly really blue-red decks, they
Yeah.
don't actually have ways to remove enchantments in
No,
general.
You have the Revelation itself.
Yeah, but bouncing
Right.
a talent's not really what you want to do. So you are really just trying to counter it. There's no naturalized effect. There's no enchantment.
Nothing in the board either.
No. In fact, I mean, Rowan's deck, like many of these Jeskai decks, there's 4 white cards. Well, in fact, 3 white cards in Rowan's deck. It's just Revelation. There's no other white cards in the
Yeah,
deck.
there's the plotted slick shot.
Yeah, and that's really scary. That's going to sit there and be very threatening.
Hold up mana forever or potentially die is what this action is signaling.
Yeah,
right?
correct. You have to hold up removal, probably multiple removal spells, because by the time I go for it, I probably am going to have some way to fight over this.
We could
I
have
get
another
to choose
secret
when.
identity. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I get to choose when we fight over it, and for Rowan, just removal. Piles of removal.
We
So,
have 4 removal spells and 3 counter spells.
I mean, the plus side is he's probably not dying anytime soon.
No. I would say it's going to be a very slow win, if it is a win from Pavlo's side.
Yep.
And obviously, you're able to slow it down as we go from there as well.
But we know these decks are more than capable of playing long games. Storm
Yeah.
Chaser's Talent will do that. Storm Chaser's Talent, Boomerang Basics, Flow State, Stock Up. These decks don't mind playing long games.
Yeah, and like Storm Chaser's Talent plus Boomerang Basics is a forever engine. You will spend 6 mana a turn, draw 1 card, make 1/1/1/1.
Yep.
Not great.
It's not great, but when your opponent isn't drawing cards either,
Yeah, I mean, I've registered Whispers of the Muse in Modern last year. That was a good one. I'll keep playing it if you keep letting me.
Yeah, for the rest of us who like to play playable cards, this is even better than that.
Yeah, do you know what Whispers of the Muse does?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah, unfortunate. It is a 1-mana instant speed spell with buyback 5 colorless, and it is simply draw a card.
Yeah, this is the same thing, but you don't get to make your order every turn.
Yeah.
So it's a
This is
lot
hard-
worse. And you play this in Modern?
Yeah, I played this in Modern.
In 2025?
Yes. I wanted opt number 5, essentially, and I was like, well, this is opt that scales up into the late game.
Did you win much with it? Did you ever kick it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a lot. A lot. It wasn't great. I kicked it and had my opponent be like, in the, like a very long, drawn-out control mirror, be like, do I really have to counterspell this thing?
What drawn-out control mirror were you playing with opt in your deck?
It's a blue-white mirror. It's so miserable.
Okay. Meanwhile, Giant Bird. Caw.
The bird came in. We did talent. We did an opt. We did another talent. Rowan's counterspells. Unfortunately, not really able to answer any of this. We could have flash freezed the slick shot off plot, but I feel like we want to hold this flash freeze for something else. What could the other thing be? Not too sure.
Stallions. Also, just looking at the handful of removal, you know you're probably going to be able to clean up this slick
Yeah,
shot.
this one's the easiest one to get off the table.
It
Now,
is.
this is clever because if there is a secret identity, which you would expect from a plotted slick shot and a I'm going for it now, then this still kills through secret identity if they go for the 3/4 mode, but not the hexproof mode.
Yeah, so you get to save some of the damage.
Oof.
We're going to see, try and pick up some stuff. Firebending lesson, so we'll take care of that. But, get out.
Little bit of advantage, right? That wasn't exactly a straight 2 for 2. That was a 2 for 1.5-ish.
Yeah.
Depends how highly you value these otters,
I
right?
think it's probably a 3 for 2. You got to draw a Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, not. You know what? Not a bad card. And then we
Tablet
go
here.
tablet.
Okay, this is a really good card here.
You know what's
It draws a
brutal, though?
card, and then it also produces mana.
Pablo has flash freeze in hand, so we're gonna have to lose the spell pierce for this as well.
Oh boy, I mean, the thing about that is,
You're happy to have the extra mana.
it actually will work out really well because we're going to cast that. Pablo will tap out to cast the flash freeze, and then we can fire off our fire magic with our last mana to sweep up these otters.
Well, it depends, right? So if we
Oh, he actually lets it
this is
resolve.
just letting,
That's
this is just
really
happening.
unfortunate.
Valuing flash freeze on Jeskai Revelation more than
I think
on
that's
the mana
reasonable, to be
engine.
honest.
I agree.
I think there's an argument to go after the tablet right here because
it.
you've seen Rowan be so constricted on mana.
He's missed 2 land drops in a row,
Yeah.
right? So I would be, if you're digging for a land with this, I want to stop that, and I also want to stop you having that mana advantage. Because one of the things we see with these Jeskai decks is that when they have a mana advantage over you, it's so depressing. It's
Yeah.
so hard to get out of that stranglehold, but because
Absolutely.
of how many land drops Rowan's missed, he actually doesn't have a mana advantage even with the tablet.
Yep. But I like the patience from Pavlo to say, hey, you know what? We can wait.
Yeah, I mean, despite how Pavlo's built his deck to be as aggressive as possible, it's not Pavlo being unga bunga, I just jam creatures and attack, right? It's very well thought out. He's playing it very methodically, and it's showing why he's this high up on the tables.
Yeah, I mean, Rowan's still on 20 life. I know we've really been describing this as if Pavlo is ahead, and I do think he is ahead.
Yeah, for sure.
But Rowan's still got time. He's successfully fended off the early aggression to get to this late game.
Yeah.
And frankly, that's all he needs because in the late game, it favors him. Once
should be
both
much
players
more
have lots of mana in play, that does favor the Jeskai decks. They just have bigger spells, more ways to use their mana.
Yeah, and so an attack coming in for 4 here, not choosing to push the advantage any more than that.
Yeah, he chooses to hold back the horse, which says to me we're probably not casting it this turn. The
No.
other cards in hand are a Flash Freeze and a Disdainful Stroke, so happy to sit back and use our mana on the talent instead.
Yeah, and it's one of these things that, looking at the sideboard from Pavlo, in open deck list, you do get to see your opponent's deck. It's still hard to remember 13 one-offs, right?
Yep.
How many copies of Spell Pierce does he have? How many copies of Flash Freeze does he have? Viewers at home, do you remember from looking at the sideboard?
Okay, so 7th mana there for Rowan, draws the 5th land. That, importantly, that's a big number.
It is a very
That-
big number.
Is Jeskai Revelation mana.
And you see 2 mana up, which means you can't fight back if Pavlo does have a Flash Freeze, if he does have a Disdainful Stroke. So we kicked the Fire Magic there to say, like, look, if you want to kill this, you have to play 2 spells.
Yeah, you either need 2 spells or you have to actually counter this. I'm not going to let you get out of this with just an opt or something
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. Very, very patient there from Rowan.
And Pavlo's so patient, he says, that's fine.
Yeah, he's like, okay.
We might actually see level up on the talent here.
I would love
Again,
to see level
these
up on the
Jeskai
talent.
decks, they can't remove enchantments. The best we can do is bounce them with Revelation, and if we're doing that, we're having so much mana.
Yeah.
We might just see go to level 6 here. We have the opt. The one worry about that, the one thing that scares you is without the untapped land, we're tapping our Flash Freeze and Disdainful Strip.
And we're not showing any respect for a Jeskai Revelation.
Yeah.
Which
So I
is
think Pavlo may be
way too scary.
recognizing, you know what, the way I lose this game is if I get Revelation. If I just make sure Rowan can't resolve a Revelation, this talent will get there eventually.
Yeah, for sure.
And in the meantime, I've got a 2-mana draw 2 to cast.
I still have threats. I still have another copy of Stormchaser's talent, so I can still make another 1/1 if I need to without having to go through all these loops.
Yep.
But we might as well not expose the
We just-
unknown talent and just pick up this one.
Do this. And also, this way you effectively get an extra regrowth. You get
Yeah,
to activate
exactly.
level 2 again. We'll get to
Oh.
level 3 eventually, maybe, but in the meantime, just draw lots of cards.
We get to have the Horse Girl combo now as well, which we haven't seen on camera at all this weekend, of kick my Burst Lightning at you, make another copy of Colorstorm Stallion.
Yeah, importantly, Colorstorm Stallion cares about mana cost, or mana paid,
spent,
rather,
yeah.
mana spent, not converted mana cost or mana value.
Yeah.
So a kicked Burst Lightning does indeed have 5 mana spent on it, and so it'll make a copy of the horse.
Yeah. And you can't interact with that without killing, like even if you kill the horse, you're still getting a copy of it, right?
Yeah, there's not really any point to interact other than countering the first horse.
Yeah.
And we see, Rowan still has Spell Pierce, still has Quench.
Still has Flash Freeze, nothing else going
Just
on.
looking really awkward. We are going to see,
A quench
Quench
on
it.
the talent.
and we've seen Jose do this as well. We've seen our other Jeskai control
Yeah,
players do this.
tap
At
out a
some
little
point,
bit for me.
you're happy to just trade a Quench for 2 mana, basically.
And now, this is the tricky spot, right? Pavlo does have the counterspell, and I think waiting this long on choosing the option is either a bluff or it's a I know I have it. So he's saying, yes, I want this to happen in case you go another land, Revelation, and you have Spell Pierce. And then
that's-
I get blown out.
That is incredible from Rowan. He's effectively
Incredible
traded
patience.
a Quench for one of the best cards in Pavlo's deck when he had 4 mana up.
Yeah. The restraint there to go, how could I possibly lose this game from here? And it is exactly, my opponent's hand is Revelation, Spell Pierce that has never had a target this entire game, and another land.
And now we're going to posture some more and not play the land we drew for turn. Rowan says, I have 7 mana, I can cast the biggest
I have
spell
what I
in my
need.
deck.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold this. Maybe if I draw a Revelation, I'll play it to be able to cast Spell Pierce. But for now, I'd actually rather just put it in your head that I drew a spell for turn.
Yeah, exactly. I need to give off a showing of strength here because of how weak I actually am.
Yep.
Little dog syndrome.
Pavlo's going to say, that's fine anyway, I'm going to keep casting my spells.
Yeah, so anyway, I started blasting.
All my spells are so cheap that I can just sort of fire them off. Heaps of cards in hand. This is sort of the recipe, though, because Pavlo... Pavlo is actually on a clock. Eventually, Rowan can fight through the soft counter magic and start casting his Revelations.
Yeah.
So Pavlo does have to end the game eventually, but there's sort of no rush. You get to pace your threats like this.
And we just used the hard counter there, right, on the Flash Freeze.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the best target for it, though.
I
There
agree.
aren't that many red spells in Pavlo's deck, and I do think if we've decided Slickshot wasn't what we wanted to counter, the Stallion is the next best thing.
Insane draw from Pavlo there. So we already had the Disdainful Stroke, which is an out to the Jeskai Revelation. We've just drawn Flash Freeze.
Yeah, so a couple different counter spells now in the hand.
Diversification. Love
Again, the goal is don't let Rowan resolve a Revelation. And
It's
play as
crazy
slow
that
as you
that's how
need
this
to. do
matchup
it. Yeah.
ends up, right?
We will see talent again. I
The
honestly
meat grinder.
don't even mind just level up talent.
Yeah, I could see that as well.
We could pick it up with Boomerang Basics, but why rush? Just pick up another Boomerang Basics.
Get our Elixir while we
Demonstrate
can.
the loop.
Now, this is cute. So Pavlo went to go to attacks there and then thought, hang on, Biblioplex is right there and can be animated.
Yeah,
right?
that's,
I don't want to just walk into that for free. And if I
that's-
kick a Burst Lightning, what could happen?
That's really important to notice. Yeah, we don't want to kick Burst Lightning because we'd be tapping down to 3 mana, and now suddenly Spell Pierce could get us.
Yeah.
We
So
are
we're
going to
leveling
pick
up.
up
Flow State. Okay.
That seems pretty good.
So we're saying, I want some card advantage. I have another Boomerang Basics in hand, so the loop is going to continue. I will keep bouncing this forever and ever until you decide you've had enough of the meat grinder.
Yeah. Do you want to tap out yet?
Pavlo looking so like, please just let me do my thing. Can you take a risk? But
Yeah.
Rowan has not taken a risk
Absolutely not.
this
Rowan's is-
entire game.
No, why would I ever do that? I'm going to play this game so safe and slow.
So risk averse.
Flash Freeze gets interesting here. The 2 extra mana does matter if we're trying to fight over Revelation, potentially.
Yeah. But there we
Yep.
go. It happens. We hit a land. So we'll play it for the turn. That's open information. We might as well get our
Yep.
value.
More discipline from Pavlo. Unfortunately, Rowan did draw another island.
Yeah.
in between.
So Rowan's hand is what? Island and Spell
Island
Pierce
Spell
now?
Pierce.
That's not looking great. With 100 lands in play, Rowan has to keep posturing like he has something.
Yep.
He's still got Revelation mana up, surprisingly.
Honestly, kudos to him for continuing to play so stoically.
Yeah.
My
I would
opponent
have cracked by now.
Yeah, I would have cracked by now.
I would be so mad if I was in Rowan's team.
Yeah. I'd already be recounting this tale for the third time to my friends about how I lost. Meanwhile, Pavlo just... And it takes two to tango, right?
Yeah.
Rowan is posturing and presenting a strong face, but Pavlo's respecting it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And honestly, fair enough.
It's the gentleman's agreement of something could happen. Let's see how it goes.
But also from Pavlo's side, it's like...
You're already up a game.
Well, you're up a game, but also you are trying to just steer this further and further towards a sure win for you.
Yeah.
There's no need to gamble on. We've seen a couple times where he could have not even tapped out, but just tapped down to only having one counterspell up. And he correctly identified, like, you know what? If that goes badly, it goes so badly for
it's
me.
horrendous for you.
And if I just continue to play it slow, I might not win as quickly, but I think I'm more likely to win, you know,
yeah, the longer this goes,
7-8
I'm
turns
up.
from now. Yeah.
And we're seeing these flow states, these sleight of hands, these stock ups, these talents. Just it's an onslaught of card advantage.
The meat grinder continues.
Yeah.
Notably, we can't block with the Hole this turn either. Can't quite activate it without tapping itself.
No, and this auto, we specifically got it to 4, so we could potentially get through a Hole if there was some kind of shenanigans
This
there.
is the second attack of the game, by the way. Second successful attack of the game. 4 damage.
And Pavlo's hand is stacked from here. We have
Oh, yeah.
2 counterspells. We have a Vibrant Outburst, which goes to the dome. We have Burst Lightning, which we can kick that goes to the dome.
Oh, that's a really nice one for Rowan. Rowan picks up Abandoned Attachments.
Huge.
That's going to turn this land into hopefully something better. That's the other reason to hold the island the other turn.
Please let
4
this be
Abandoned
better.
Attachments. Yep.
And the best thing about this is it's worded unlike all of these other tormenting voice effects,
Yeah.
where it's, as part of the resolution, you may discard a card if you do draw 2 cards. Whereas if it was as an additional cost discard a card, I think Pavlo would have snapped off the Flash Freeze.
And a land and a Combustion Technique are the draws for Rowan. He's still really just looking for card advantage.
Yeah, please give me any card.
Please
draw spell.
let me draw a
please.
stock up. I know there are stock ups and accumulate wisdoms in my deck. Where are they?
So for Rowan, some outs that he can draw to get out of this without, knowing about the Flash Freeze or the Disdainful Stroke. We can have a Thor. We can have a stock up. We can have Accumulate Wisdom. We can have Revelation. We can have another Tablet of Discovery. We can have Improvisation Capstone. That's a great draw if it can happen.
There's a lot of hits, and that's why I say, even though Pavlo, I think very reasonable that he's playing it slow, methodical, making sure to not have any missteps. You do have to kill your opponent eventually, because sooner or later, Rowan's luck will turn around and he'll start drawing bangers, and there are some bangers in his deck.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, Pavlo boarded in the Broadside Barrage.
I think it's just respect for Thor and Emeritus.
Yeah, which
There's a
I
couple-
really like.
Yeah, I think that's really heads up. There's a couple huge 5/5s in the deck, and you need to respect them.
It's also a way to hit Great Hall of Biblioplex if Rowan
Yep.
wants to devote mana to that, which he might have to at some point because he's getting low.
Yep.
I wouldn't be
agreed.
surprised if this turn ends up with a few spells cast from Pavlo into an attack where Rowan goes, look, I have to animate the Great Hall to try and block one of these. I'll Combustion Technique the other. And then he goes, before blocks, actually. Yoo-hoo, Big Summer Blowout.
Or we could just see the 2/2s come across.
And this
Pavlo
is kind of
says-
incentivizing, hey, be pretty cool if you animated that hole. You might blow me out
Okay.
here.
Burst
2
Lightning,
damage on the
basically a
Burst
4
Lightning.
damage here with
Yep.
the Burst Lightning. 2 to the face, couple prowess triggers. Pavlo's starting to tighten the screws.
Yeah. I think we have reached the point where Pavlo is still showing restraint in how much he can develop, but he's pushing the envelope a little bit further every turn. He can sense the blood in the water here.
Yeah, his hand is absolutely stacked, and he starts to sense the ability to just close the game down.
So I feel like we've gone past blockers, which is
Yeah.
why he's gone for the Burst Lightning here for the extra damage.
Yeah, so I think what we're thinking about, we were discussing whether the prowess trigger had resolved.
Yeah.
Or where we were, whether the Burst Lightning and the prowess trigger resolved. As it happens, Rowan's hand is a single combustion technique with a lot of lessons.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
This combustion technique's going to go through no matter what we want to do here, right?
Yeah.
But we are going to notice that there's a lot of money on the line for these players,
Yeah,
right? There's a lot of
and-
money for everyone in the tournament, so
And I mean,
we're
Rowan
not
is-
going to allow takes these backsies. If you
No.
are missing a trigger here, you're probably going to try and punish it
Definitely
a little
not
bit more.
missed. I think it's more Rowan continuing to posture around, well, let me think before those orders become a 3/3,
Yeah.
because that might affect, Fire Magic, a Burst Lightning, anything like that.
Another land drawn for Rowan here.
No ideal for Rowan. Really tough to pull it together now.
And
He
on
still
4.
has combustion technique, so we can deal one of these. As you said, the vibrant outburst in hand
That's 3.
is 3. That one goes upstairs.
And let's have a look at what's going to happen here. Bang. 3 damage to you.
And then this opens up as well. We get the otters, but we can buy back a burn spell.
Yep.
In
And
the
that's
end,
it. Pavlo's going to take it down.
Yeah, so he stays alive at 8 and 3 for Rowan. 7 and 4. 1 round to go. Still probably looking at a win in maybe top 16 for
Top
a
16
cool
is a lot of money.
$2,000.
I mean, you're happy to play for $2,000, right? That's a lot of money on the line. So congratulations to Pavlo. We have a lose and out, I think, next round for the top 8 is how I like to put it.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be a win and cross your fingers, perhaps.
Yeah.
We'll see which matchup we end up with. But really exciting things going on here as we head down this stretch.
I'm so excited to watch the top tables next round and just see who's going to actually lock that spot in the top 8, who's going to make that big sum at the end of the day. We'll be back for semi-finals. We have one more round of Swiss to go, so stay tuned, everyone, and thank you for watching.
Yeah, bit of a longer break, but hopefully we'll have some content to fill that, I reckon.
Ian's going to time travel back to the booth.
Welcome back to the sideboard. We're playing What Card Am I again. Kira's had to step away after all that laughter from last round. So I've brought in Dylan Kakawa, one of our other fantastic commentators, and we're going to play. You excited for this, Dylan?
I'm very excited for this. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's excellent. As the guest, I'll let you have the first question. Take it away.
Am I a creature?
You are a creature. Am I a gold card?
No, you are not a gold card. Would you find this creature at a metal concert?
Would I find this creature at a metal concert? That's a really good question. Chad, how do we feel? Are we I don't really think so. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Would I have am I a creature?
You are a creature. Is my power 2 or less?
It is, yes. Would I have a good time with this creature at a dinner party?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Would this creature go to a rave?
No. No, I don't think so. Would you describe this creature as evil?
I believe this creature is canonically not evil. Is my CMC 3 or greater?
No, it is not. Is my CMC 3 or greater?
Your CMC is 3 or greater. Am I a blue creature?
You are not blue. So to recap, I am a creature, not multicolored, would absolutely not have fun at a dinner party with this creature.
You specifically.
Me specifically. Well, that's interesting. And I am CMC 3 or greater.
Correct.
That's correct. Am I from a universe's beyond plane?
No, thankfully you are from a magic plane. Do I produce mana?
You do not produce mana. Am I a blue creature?
You are not a blue creature. Am I a blue creature?
You are not. I believe you've already asked that question. Try again.
I'll try again. Am I a red creature?
You are a red creature. Okay. Have you played with this card? These questions aren't meant to be. Have you played with this card in a tournament?
No. No, I have not. Have I played with this card in a tournament?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I'll ask a different question.
Not to my knowledge. Yeah, try maybe ask another question because I'm not super confident on that one.
So I was a red creature or I was not a red creature?
You are a red creature and not a blue creature.
All right. Am I multicolored?
You are multicolored.
Okay.
Am I am a 3-drop or higher creature. Am I a humanoid creature?
You are a humanoid creature. Am I a humanoid creature?
I'm going to say you're an anthropomorphized creature, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do I have a job?
A very important one. So I'm an anthropomorphic red creature that is not multicolored.
That is multicolored.
Multicolored. And it's not blue. Am I a Universes Beyond card?
No, you are a Magic Original set. And you said you have not played with me?
In a tournament.
In a tournament? Boy.
That's a lot of standard.
Yeah. You play a lot of different decks, but in tournaments where I might know about it. Would you be surprised, if you're playing this tournament this weekend, would you be surprised to see me in your opponent's main deck?
Not at all. If I am in this tournament, am I doing well?
Yes. Like, some copies of you are doing well, obviously. Obviously, like, some people, every card has its ups and downs, but I would say yes, I think. You would not be at all surprised. I have a job. Am I a green creature?
You are a green creature. Do I have more than 4 limbs?
No. Yes. Yes, actually. Yes, you do have more than 4 limbs.
That's worrying.
Yeah.
I can't feel them.
That's interesting. Yeah. Oh, no, you've lost feeling in your limbs. I'm a green... Is my mana value less than 6?
Yes. Is my mana value 1?
No. So I am a 3, 4, or 5 drop. I'm green. I have a very important job. Me specifically, Ian, would have a terrible time at a dinner party with me.
Can I give you another hint?
Please do give me another hint.
I think you, Ian, would have a terrible time against this card.
Now I have to think about what I know about me. Is this... It's eyes. I have glasses. Is it something to do with eyesight? Is it... I'm pescatarian? Very few. Well, maybe that's, it's an optometrist. No, I don't know. I'm green. I'm not gold. We said that, right? Okay, I'm not gold. Boy, what green? Oh, am I an insect?
You are not an insect. Am I white?
You are white. You're both white and red. Am I... Boy, now I have to narrow it down because you're about to get yours. Green, big green creatures. Is creature my only type?
No. Well,
Only super type.
Yeah. You are a creature. You are not an enchantment creature.
Yes, that's what I was asking.
Okay. Could you use the name of my card to describe Sam Loy?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I think it's very apt. I think that is very apt. Boy. So I am only a creature. Can I become another type?
No. Would you find this creature eating worms?
I don't know if this specific... I mean, yes. Generally, yes. But I think maybe this is a more refined version of this creature that might, have higher standards.
Sam Loy eating worms, so...
Excellent. Okay. So I am a green creature with CMC 3 to 5. I have a very important job. I would have a terrible time at a party with me. I am unsurprising. Like, it's unsurprising to see me in decks at this event. I don't remember what else I know about me. I'm only a creature, just a creature. I can't become other things. Do I have a keyword?
Yes. Am I currently in round 4 feature match on the side of Ryan Cubitt?
You were. That is, you absolutely were. I feel like I have enough information here. I can see the audience laughing at me. Like, Yeah, making Dylan ask increasingly more specific questions, despite obviously knowing what card. Boy, large green creatures. And playable. There can't be that many large green creatures that are playable in standard right now. So, am I frequently played alongside Fabled Passage?
Yes, you are. Am I constantly discarding cards because I hate them?
I don't want to speculate as to your motivations, but yes. Am I from Edge of Eternities?
You are not. Would I be found wearing a leotard?
I mean, not in this art, but possibly outside of this, yes. Okay. Am I from 2026?
No.
That was no. Okay. Interesting.
Am I a type of animal that is heavily studied?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I am from 2026.
No.
I'm not. Oh boy. This is a real struggle. I have a keyword. Would you describe this card as wordy?
As most cards that are printed these days, but yeah, you have multiple lines of text. Do I have reach?
You do not have reach. Is my mana value 4?
It is not. Do I get bigger?
Yes, you absolutely do. I mean, you need a little bit of help, but yes, that's kind of that's most of your deal. Do I have a job? No, we asked that. My job's very important. Very, very important. Green creature, very important job. I am not evil, canonically not evil, which is an interesting caveat. Do you think this is a card I would enjoy playing?
No. Do you think this is a card I would enjoy playing?
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of...
I can tell you I enjoy it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things moving around. I'm not from this... This game doesn't feel like it should be as hard as it is, but I'm really, really struggling. Am I a 3-drop?
You are a 3-drop. Would you use me to describe Patrick Hawkins?
No. Not.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I suppose so.
It's 2 failed PhDs.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with. No. I agree with the second half. It's the first word I maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Can you give me a hint?
You are a storied character that has been printed, has multiple cards printed of this character.
Multiple cards.
But only one in standard.
Only one in standard. Multiple cards. So it's a creature. It's a. I don't know. It's a creature that. Are we hearing there's two? There's two versions of me in standard. Okay, so one of them's clearly unplayable.
How bad you are, yes.
Yeah, apparently. Boy, I'm a 3-drop. Is there 2 words in my name?
No. Are there 2 words in mine?
There are. Okay. We're going to rapid fire through this. I'm going to ask a bunch of questions because you've clearly known for a long time, and I'm starting to feel embarrassed about how bad I am at this game. You'd think I'd be warmed up by now. No, I think we tied because the third one was a tie, you know. Okay. Green creature. I'm canonically not evil. I have a very important job. I would have a terrible time at here with me. I'm It's drawing such a blank. I'm from Universes Within. Not this year. Universes Within.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what letter I start with?
S.
S. Is that, and that's a proper name?
Yes.
So I'm a legendary creature. Right, I'm a legendary. I see. Yeah. Legendary creature, green, 3-drop. I start with S. Am I a Sidisi?
You are not a Sidisi.
So
I will say I'm an academic. Just
You are a hardened academic, yes. For those who haven't. Yeah. It starts with S. This is going to be a lot of me just hissing and making snake sounds.
We're not a snake.
I'm not a snake. I am. We said I'm often seen alongside Fabled Passage. Yeah. Okay. 3-drops is seen along. What are the 3-drops in landfall? Legendary 3-drops. No, there's the Hydra, but that's green, white, and an artifact creature. I give in. I actually can't. What am I?
You are Surak Elusive Hunter.
Yeah.
You have to wear that for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Well, I am Surak the Elusive Hunter, and this was Hardened Academic. Thanks for joining us for What Is This Card? Welcome back to the sideboard. I'm here with David, one of our 10-1s. 1 round to go, sitting pretty. How are you feeling, David?
Feeling awesome, yeah. It's been a really great event so far.
Excellent. And what are you playing?
Blue-red prowess.
Okay, yep. So one of the villains of the tournament, I get it. Fair enough. Now, the big question, though. If you go all the way, you win the whole thing. You get 20 grand handed to you. What's the first thing you're spending it on?
Probably helping to fund further TCG trips. Riftbound Singapore coming up.
Riftbound Singapore coming up. Hell yeah. Yeah, that'll be a fun trip. Sydney's nice, but I hear Singapore's pretty good too.
Singapore's quite good. Yeah, Singapore's quite nice.
Excellent. 1 round to go then. Hoping you can get a win, play for seeding. Is that the plan?
That is the plan, yeah, hopefully.
Excellent. Well, we will see you in the top 8 for sure at 10-1. So best of luck next round and also in the top 8.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Great. That's it.
Hello and welcome back to MTG Bazaar. I am Sam Loy, and for the first time today, joined by the beautiful, the brilliant Isaac Lee. How are you doing, Isaac?
I'm doing well, and I'm excited to get down to this 100K win in top 8 round that we get to cover. It's so cool.
We're in round 12. That means everything is still to play for, more or less. These guys have sequestered some amount of funds for themselves, but they would like a little bit more. So we've got round 12. We've got Brett Gervin versus Matthew Judas. 2 players who have won RCs in Australia, and they're playing, guess what? Is it Prowess?
Is it Prowess? Okay, so we've got the Is it Prowess mirror. Two like just respected players in the community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just nice people.
Very nice people. Very nice people. I've been looking forward to having Judas on camera again. We had him on heaps last time we did coverage for Highlander. He won't stop winning at that, and it turns out formats don't really matter. He just keeps winning anyway. Really glad that Brett came up. He's not someone we can always get a hold of. Lovely boy to have in the room. Glad to have him here.
Yeah, yeah. Look, so if you're going to sit down, do you want to be playing Prowess, or would you prefer to be on Prowess?
I actually I'm gonna zag on this.
Okay.
I'd rather be playing the Prismari deck.
Prismari?
Yeah, that's my Prowess deck.
Okay.
So I think in this case, that's actually Brett's deck. So these builds are slightly different. Brett's deck is playing the full 4 Color Storm Stallion in the main.
4 Color Storm Stallion in the main, but how many crabs are we playing then?
4 as well.
Okay, wait, hang on, what have we cut then in order to make room for this?
Slickshot show-offs are nowhere to be seen in Brett's list, but we do have 4 on Judas's side. We know Judas's opinion about playing a long game of Magic. He's against it. And so he's playing the angriest bird that we have in the format right now, and a couple of Color Storm Stallions and only 3 Erdimerk Crabs. So even though these decks are relatively similar, the threat packages do diversify them a little bit.
Makes sense.
Because of the Color Storm Stallions on Brett's side, the play will actually benefit him a lot more. That card is a lot better on the play than it is on the draw, and he's gotten lucky, done that, and he's getting the curve as well. Storm Chaser's talent to lead us off.
And what an excellent auto token. I like it when people make their own tokens.
It's great. It's
from their
fantastic.
mates, and just like, I don't know, it adds to the vibe.
Big shouts to Basser. I think he made all of these that we've been seeing.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, doing the work for everyone else. And these guys are off to a lightning fast start. We're used to it from Judas and Brett. Hopefully, they don't go too quick and we run out of things to talk about. But that's all I can ask. So 2 Storm Chasers talents, another trigger from the Opt, hitting him for 3.
Yep. Double Storm Chasers talent. Best card in the matchup, really. Is it just best card in the deck, yeah?
Might be the best card in the format.
Yeah. So on the other side, Matthew Judas has played a turn 1. Is that Opt?
I have no idea, I'm afraid. I think it is, but I'm not sure.
Nope, sleight of hand.
That's a sleight of hand. Okay.
Yeah.
We had a 50-50 and we lost it.
Yep.
Okay, and we see a burst lightning, I think. You know what? I thought he would stop doing it to us when we were away from Highlander, but no, Judas loves his alternate printings, his cool arts, his foreign language.
Yeah,
And you know, one of the best things about contemporary Magic is that, like, not a skill expression, it's a personality expression that you get along with these things.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. Like,
All right, flow state, just for the traditional way. So we're doing a slow speed anticipate, but this will also get Brett the Sorcerer in the graveyard for future flow states. Not a bad call here. And I think he's looking for a land, but nowhere to be found. So he takes an Opt instead, 2 to the bottom, sink him for 2. This gives Judas a bit of an opening here. One of the dangerous things about Judas's position on the draw here was whether or not we had a Color Storm Stallion on curve. Not going to happen, and it looks like we may not even get it next turn. So that is an option for Judas to get back into the tempo of this one as he casts his third Sleight of Hand already.
Yep. And another Burst Lightning. Let's just get rid of these otters.
I mean,
Stabilized on 13 life.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's not too bad. So opt here to start us off. Doesn't seem like a land. That's going to the bottom. And off the top, we are getting an island. That was really important for this hand, and we're going to get that third Storm Chaser's talent down.
Okay, okay. So with 3 talents out of the way, but like the otters have been dealt with, Judas is on 13 life here. Like, what are your thoughts on this board state?
Well, now with a crab on it, Judas has also missed his third land drop, but because of his flurry of spells to start the game, he's got that hard discount on the crab.
Okay,
He doesn't want the tap ability. He doesn't want any chance for Brett to counter it.
Yeah, explain this to me. Like, why would you main phase this, putting your 5/5 into play when you could do it in your opponent's turn and tap down your opponent's creature?
Yeah, okay. The reason here is that Brett has registered 2 get-outs in the main. So a lot of these decks will play 1, maybe none. 2 is a lot, so playing around that seems like a significant line for Judas here.
Okay, okay. And look, this is an impressive play from Judas. Like, this is open deck list, so you actually get to look at your opponent's deck list before the match starts. So Judas clocking. Okay, yeah. I see those 2 get-outs.
Yeah.
I see that I actually want to main phase some stuff.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, knowing Judas as well, there's some chance that he doesn't do it if there's only 1, but does do it if there's 2. So that's a level that Judas plays at normally, and is more than happy to. Even up the life totals at 13, just before Brett gets in for another 2 with a Burst Lightning of his own.
Okay. Interesting situation, like this whole like tempo difference. Like Judas has hit his 3rd land, Brett's now hit the 3rd land. Attacking with the crab for 5 damage, but leaving yourself open for potential prowess hits.
Yeah, I mean, these decks are, as you know, really explosive. So there is now an element of risk that you're taking on, but I guess playing around everything is taking on too much risk as well. So you just sort of in the washing machine here, getting turned over one way or the other.
Yep. If I am correct. Okay, so we see an Eddie Merc Crab played in Judas's turn. Does Judas have any counter spells? Like, does Brett need to play around that?
No, so he's not playing the get-outs in his variant of the deck. And I think this Eddie Merc Crab relatively explains why we saw that Burst Lightning end of turn. Pseudo Ritual to make sure we can cast that crab when we want to.
So sorry, an upkeep casting of Vibrant Outburst there to tap down the crab and kill the otter token. Seems like a type play before you draw something that maybe interacts with my Vibrant Outburst.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of upkeep stops happening in these mirrors, not just because of the crabs, but also the Vibrant Outburst, a card that I'm really falling in love with.
Yeah, that card does a lot of stuff.
It's got a lot of text. It's less modal than some of the other things printed in that color combination and slot in that set in Strixhaven. For example, Prismari Charm.
Yep.
But it's doing the work in these mirrors.
The fact that it does 3 damage to the dome.
Yeah, it's crazy that it goes anywhere. Crazy that it goes anywhere.
All right, so Brett's put a Colossal Stallion, Colossus?
Calistorm.
Thank you. But Judas is like, no, thank you.
Yeah, so pay the ward, bounce off, get it back to your hands. Tempo apparently way more important to Judas than anything else right now. We get that Slick Shot show off that was in the hand from the start, down on the board, into no open mana from Brett. So Judas taking the opportunity to commit to the Slick Shot show off while it can't get Burst Lightning.
2 cards in the hand from the flow state and a trigger on the Slick Shot show off.
And then we found a land, so we might see another spell as well.
So Judas did have the option of taking a Steam Vents there and having red open to be able to play another spell, but choosing to not take the 2 damage, particularly because he didn't want to play that Impractical Joke, I think.
Yeah, I think also it's also plausible that going down to 8. I mean, it is actually just lethal with the Calistorm Stallion he knows about and the Eddie Merc Crab, so that 2 life just too significant to take in this board state.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so we see the Impractical Joke.
Interesting.
And he has got to get out in hand. So even though we've got some options here, so for example, the Slick Shot show off to get past the crab.
Yep.
Brett does have that answer. So, proving the point of Judas's earlier play.
Now, explain to me what's happened here, because Brett's on 5 life.
Yeah.
He's facing down a crab.
Yeah.
And doesn't look to have anything that interacts with that crab.
Well, one of the things he can do here is use the alternate mode on Get Out, which allows you to pick up 2 creatures and or enchantments you control, replay the crab and tap down your crab. So I get the Lava Axe, you don't get the Lava Axe.
Okay. So tap down your crab, bounce my Storm Chaser's Talon at the same time.
Yep.
And then hopefully like untap and be able to then be able to attack with my crab for lethal.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Slickshot Show Off is the play for Judas, and then a Flow State. Now, that Slickshot is 3 power.
Yep.
But both of these creatures getting tapped down by the crab.
Yeah.
We might be seeing an end here due to this pretty sweet play from Brett.
Yeah, it's not bad, right? It's like it's a full commitment, but it's pretty good. Okay, so that does make a little bit of a difference.
Ooh, interesting.
Although we do know that there is some removal in the hand of, in the graveyard of Brett, and he's got the 5 mana. So this Otter can be removed with either the Burst Lightning or the Impractical Joke from the graveyard.
Yep. Okay, makes sense. Now,
And
Brett,
we're out of land drop, so Brett does have lethal on board. And just pointing it
explain-
out.
Yeah. For those at home, you might have seen that the Get Out can bounce up to 2 creatures and/or enchantments.
Yep.
But Brett knows that, like, hang on, I just got lethal and you're tapped out, so I just need to return this crab.
Yeah, let's not stress.
Let's
Let's not
shortcut.
stress.
Yeah.
You spend all your mana. We've got nothing to worry about here.
Fantastic. All right.
And
Like, that
look-
was a really cool game.
That was a really great game. It took a whole 9 minutes, which for these two is actually really long.
Yeah. All right, so if you are in Matthew Judas's spot, what are you thinking about siding in here? Considering Judas is now going to be on the play, does that make a difference in how you approach this matchup?
Absolutely. So, as I said in the first thing, in our first little section there, the Colorstorm Stallions are so much better on the play. Hitting that spell on 3 is a real problem to deal with. So Matthew Judas, knowing that Brett's on 4 in the main, now doesn't have to play around that so hard when he's on the play himself.
Okay.
So that allows him to commit to a few other things, right? So he's got Colorstorm Stallions of his own, which, he's got 2 in the main, he's got a 3rd in the sideboard, that can come in. But we can also have a look at other things that advantage us for having the mana advantage earlier in the game. Things like the Rail Crackling Wit, our own get-outs, and some potential to do some more stack interaction because you're the first to be able to use your mana.
Okay, I got some questions for you. Spell Pierce, does that one come in?
That's a hard one depending on what your actual strategy is here. So if you think that these games are going to be determined by the spells on the stack, Spell Pierce is great. It trades for a card for 1 mana. It's relatively frequent at doing that in these matchups because even though everything costs 1 or 2, you're often spending your 4 or 5 mana every turn that you can. That being said, it is conditional.
Okay, yeah.
And the
So it could be
conditionality of that
database.
spell, when you've got the tempo advantage in this matchup, is, I think, something that Judas will tend away from. I can see that decision being made differently for a bunch of different players, but for me, if I was in Judas' seat, I would be leaving that one in the board, maybe taking out 1 or 2 of the ones in the main deck.
Okay, so we've got some decent cards to bring in here. Yeah, there's also some options on Flash Freeze, but I'm going to pause on my questions on what to bring in.
Yeah.
Because I want to know, what do you take out?
Yeah, it's a really interesting positioning argument here. Generally speaking, you take Slickshot Show Off out pretty immediately.
Okay,
If you have the other threats to bring in, you need a density of threats, but we do have those. So we've got a Colorstorm Stallion and 2 Rail Crackling Wits that can come in. Get-outs can actually represent threats in a longer game anyway because they can start bouncing your Storm Chasers talents and replaying those Storm Chasers talents. So,
Makes sense. And it counters the opposing Eddie Merc Crab.
yeah, absolutely, one of the most important cards in the matchup. So one of the implications of that is that, hey, I've got this one guy who's really vulnerable to Burst Lightning. Maybe I won't play him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so on the other side, Brett's got 4 Stallions and 4 Crabs in the main. Now on the draw, are you considering shaving some number of these horses?
It's interesting. So in this deck construction, I don't think that you do. I would normally like to be able to do that, but Brett's all in on this plan. There's no alternate threats in the side. There's not enough alternate threats in the sideboard to make up for those numbers. We do have the Rail Crackling Wits along with 3 Thunderflocks, one of the coolest innovation Brett has come into this tournament with. That being said, they're not always good in this mirror.
Okay.
So maybe we could take 2 out. Maybe we just want to go up to 10. But I think from Brett's perspective here, we're more tuning our removal a little bit and just trying to play a long game and answer threats before deploying some of our, our more limited threat range ourselves.
Yeah, makes sense. So Brett's plan for the opposing Eddie Merc Crabs is those get-outs. I'm just looking at the sideboard here. We don't have anything that deals 5 damage to something.
No, so he's forgone the broadside barrage.
Yep.
There's the 2 Roaring Furnace in the main, which can help in the earliest turns you can deliver an Eddie Merc Crab to the board. but in a longer game, they won't really do it. So I think from Brett's perspective, we're bringing in some of that graveyard disruption to make us a little bit better into those really powerful lines that can come out of Judas on the play.
Interesting. I'm just thinking here. Right? If you're in Brett's spot, you can see the list that Judas has, and you can see those 4 slick shot show-offs.
Yeah.
Do you think that Brett assumes that Judas is taking them out?
It's so interesting, right? Like there are levels to this. You could leave them in. The one thing that I will say though is that the burst lightnings probably never come out here.
Okay. So that's the reason why you want to take out the slick shots, is because there's so many cards at instant speed that can deal 2 damage.
Well, let me ask you a question. At the last RC, you played the Prismari combo deck.
Yes.
How good is burst lightning in that deck?
It's really good when it creates another horse.
Yeah, and we've got the 4 horses that aren't going anywhere.
Okay.
So
yeah. So we're keeping
we're
those
probably
burst
keeping
lightning.
them.
And
Yeah.
that makes me think that Judas goes, okay, I'm going to take this out. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
I think there's no real levels to this in some ways. There's a lot of assumed information from both players, but they all end up in the same spot no matter what.
Yeah, makes sense. It makes sense to me. Whilst at the same time, I don't know. Like just there, we did that analysis, the 2 of us, right?
Yeah.
Like running through. Okay, A equals B, B equals C,
Yeah.
C equals D.
Yeah.
Let's go back to A then.
Yeah.
Whereas when I'm sitting in that chair on coverage,
Yes.
I don't know if I'm going through all of those steps.
A little bit more intuitive.
Yeah, I think I'm just going. Do you have burst lightning into your list? Yes. Okay, I'll take out these slick shots then.
Yeah.
Like, not stopping to consider whether you're taking out those burst lightnings.
Well, you're throwing us under the bus a little bit because we know, just to the audience, they don't know we're not that sophisticated. But, guys, I promise we're not.
All right. So Brett has Mulligan down to 6, keeping this 6. And we see Canal and an Otter into play.
Yeah, Stormchaser's Talent, everything you want on turn 1. We both got it.
Yeah, we both got it.
Brett's got another one in hand as well. So we have a Soul Guide latent there from Judas. We're opting for the opt. Just to start us off, see what it is. Okay, it's a sleight of hand. What do we want to do? We want to sink him for 2 and keep mana up.
Yep. Interesting. So, what is that single blue card there?
It's a Spell Pierce.
Ah, okay. That makes sense as to why we keep that open rather than getting the extra damage.
Yeah.
All right, so Otter getting in here. Judas down to 18. Both players on 18 here.
Color Storm Stallion on curb.
Yep.
Again, so even if Brett had kept 2 mana up here, unless he had a get out exactly, you can't answer this back for 2 mana. So hence why it's being so important on the play. And Brett has one of his own. So does he just fire one back? It looks like it.
Yeah, this is one of those classic situations where you go, okay, yeah, if we've both got the exact same hand, it's much better to be on the play.
Yeah, it's so much better to be on the play if we have identical cards and none of them are removal. That being said, Flow State is going to really change the texture of Judas's hand here, so we might start seeing a bit of a distinction between the 2.
Yep. Okay, so we've got Opt and Spell Pierce in the graveyard, so we're just taking 1 card here.
Just taking 1, getting our sorcery in the bin for future flow states. That's something that I'm seeing players get way more used to now that card's been in standard for a little while.
And Sleight of Hand is the next play. Let's take another card, put another couple of not quite prowess triggers, like 1 prowess trigger and then 1 just +1/+1, and then a Soul Guide Win, which won't grow the horse, but will grow the Otter.
Yeah, so we have two Opus triggers, 3 prowess triggers.
Yep, and both players just making sure that we're on the right count.
Yeah. It is a complex deck in that way that, you know, things like Stormchaser's Talent, Rail Crackling Wit, Color Storm Stallion, and Prowess all interact differently with cards depending on whether they're instant sorceries or just non-creature.
Yeah. Now, Brett's down to 5 life. Judas is on 14. Judas has the Eddie Merc Crab in hand. So if Brett tries to just pivot into being a blocking deck, then no, I'm going to tap them down and take for lethal. So in a very difficult spot here for Brett.
Yeah, so he's bouncing his Stormchaser's Talent. It does seem like, you know, we're so far behind on tempo here that we're really going to have to start looking at being the defensive player in this scenario.
It's going to suck unless
it's savage.
You've got Eddie Merc Crab and 4 or 5 instants and sorcerers in your graveyard.
But we just haven't seen it yet. So
and there's only 1 instant in the
only 1 instant in the graveyard. Well, 1 sorcerer in the graveyard and no removal as well. So Brett goes for the Color Storm Stallion attack with the chumpers up. I think that is his best line given the circumstances.
Yep.
Just pre-putting them on the creatures. as I said, guys, these people do not like to play long games.
no. All right, so we see one
Everyone's playing face
bounce
up.
on the enchantment, and then I think we're going to see this Enigmatic Crab come in, tap down both of your blockers. But you just paused for a second there,
Yeah.
and actually thought about this situation. Like,
Yeah.
what could I lose to here? So Enigmatic Crab tapped, and
that's
yep,
5 damage already.
But we might have some kind of interaction, so Brett's waiting to see if you
Yeah,
actually attack
okay.
with both of these creatures. Yeah.
Oh, you wanted to attack with your creatures this game? That's weird.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh,
Just
fair
check.
enough, Matt. All right, so we're going to game 3 already, 20 minutes in. I really thought this match would be over by now. But Brett now gets to take that advantageous position on the play. He's looking to be in a bit of a solid spot given his deck construction. Winning the die roll was really important here in this match. So Color Storm Stallions looking at doing the dirty deeds, but on the other way.
Now, I get a question, because we talked about like bringing in the extra threat in the rail, cracking wit. The way that game played out there,
Yeah.
didn't even get to 4 mana, right? Like on the last turn, you're like, it wouldn't have done much. Like, how much of a threat is that? Because like, I know it's such an insane card if the game's going long, but it also kind of does not much.
Yeah, 100%.
If we're behind.
100%. I know what you're saying.
Actually, even if we're in front, like, it doesn't really do what we want
It's
to
for
do.
grinding, right? It's not for
Yeah.
closing quickly. I will say that because this deck has so many different modes to it, you can play fast, you can play slow, you can play mid-range, you can pivot from one to the other, you can kill someone from 20 life in a turn. Things like Rail Crackling Wit is something that may become invalidated just by the board state, but it also may be what you need.
Yeah.
So
okay.
it puts a lot of emphasis on our players to read what's in our opponent's hand, to work out, hey, do I have a safe spot to play this? Is tapping 4 mana really dangerous for me right now? And sometimes the card's just going to be invalidated because someone went 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Or you just play it out, make a 1/1, and they're like, cool, Enigmatic Crab, tap that down, kill
Kill it, yeah.
Yeah.
Bad trade.
Bad trade. 4 mana versus 2 mana, and you get to keep a 5/5.
You get to keep a
I get it,
5/5.
I
I mean, they get to keep it on,
yeah.
but like, you know, it's not really what we're in it for.
Yeah.
So, shuffling up, ready to go. Love that shirt by Brett. Bit of our George Costanza.
Yeah. We have this concept in psychology called the internal critic.
Okay.
And the idea is that, like, you can actually just notice it, right? There's this internal voice that we kind of like adopt throughout our childhood that then basically just says negative stuff to us.
Sure.
And we have a tendency to believe it to be true because it's our internal voice kind of thing.
Sure,
Where,
yeah.
in fact, one of the things that we do in therapy is to actually go, you know what? Let's say that this is not us, and it's actually this other thing called the internal critic.
Okay,
and
sure.
we don't always have to listen to the internal critic. And one of the ways that we go about trying to make us less likely to listen to that internal critic is to give it a name.
Yeah.
And my favorite one is George.
yeah.
So let's call the internal critic George Costanza.
George Costanza. That makes so much sense. It's either a George or a Larry. So,
So George says some stuff,
Yeah.
and we don't have to listen to George, right? Like,
hey, maybe we just shouldn't listen to George.
yeah.
Just depends on how powerful your George is sometimes, I guess.
For sure. All right, so Island Go from Brett, and then Island...
That's the sleight of hand there.
Sleight of hand,
Yeah. And we've got an opt.
Okay. But no Stormchaser talent on turn 1 from either player.
Yeah, so a bit of a slower game. So as we pointed out before, these are the sort of games that, you know, some cards will start to look a lot better in than others. You know, neither a fast start from A or B.
Yeah.
Means
Land
that
go.
It changes the value of a bunch of the cards in the deck. And because there's so much card draw in these decks, that's going to change a bunch of the decision made on ops and sleight of hands.
Yep. Okay, so Stallion getting in for 3 damage.
Okay.
Doesn't get interacted with. Stallion getting in for 3 damage.
I'll tell you what, Daryl Braithwaite, big fan of this game.
No turn play from either player. No opted end of turn. But then no get out for Judas as well.
It's like, okay, filtering on 1, turn 2, nothing. All right, turn 3, horses.
Yep. All right, so Brett with the Multiversal Passage and a second Stallion to attack for 6 damage here.
Yeah, so he's got an opt in hand, and he's opting to keep that mana up. I think
All right,
that's
run me
probably
through
to
this.
deal.
Explain this to me.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What's your question, mate?
My question is, why would you not get in for an extra 2 damage here with the opt?
Well, I think I value the Opus trigger to defend these Stallions into something like an Impractical Joke or the Vibrant Outburst.
Okay. So, I guess one of the ways that you lose this game is through an Impractical Joke, or I guess like next level, if Judas sided in Avengers Disassembled.
Yep. Oh,
did
yeah,
3 damage to
100%.
everything.
100%. We saw really interesting interaction there as well, though. Judas, Boomerang basically the Colostorm Stallion paying through the ward. Brett, Spell Pierces back, and Judas just pays it.
Okay.
So we pay a card for a card.
Card for a card.
And one Colostorm Stallion down on one side of the board, making Brett commit 3 mana once again.
Yep. And Judas was an 11. And so
and we're doing it the other way as well. And this time we're getting the two extra damage, hitting for 8, taking Judas down to 3. So again,
Disassembled. Come on, Judas.
Yeah.
Come on, Judas. Avengers Disassembled.
I don't know if he would have brought it in, but if he brought it in, now's the time.
I can't see it in the hand there, but we've got a couple of different ways to dig. And so maybe we try to find that. But Judas has also got to just stop for a second and ask the question, can I actually just kill Brett?
Yeah,
let's
I
do the
mean, he's
math on
only
this.
on 9, right? So
Yeah.
even though Judas himself is on 3, Brett being here on 9 is not a lot of life against these prowess decks.
Yeah.
So sleight of hand. And then we got an Eddie Merc Crab in hand. But one of the things, the tempo has meant that Judas hasn't been able to cast that many instants or sorceries up to this point.
Yep.
And those crabs, the crab in hand, which could have cost 2 and 2 wards.
And there it is. There's the handshake.
There we are.
All right. Judas just acknowledged that, you know what? I didn't bring in these Avengers Disassembled, which is pretty fair.
Yeah, that would have been pretty deep.
Yeah. So both players just showing each other what was in their hands at the end of that game.
Yeah,
to just
yeah.
discuss how complicated it was and what the options were. That were
Yeah,
available.
absolutely. So that Eddie Merc Crab ended up wasting away, even though, you know, we saw 3 very different games there. We saw games where tempo mattered a lot, one way and the other. We saw games where the crabs were really important, and games where the crabs couldn't be cast. So we're probably going to get some of these mirrors again in top 8 as we move away from our Swiss rounds. Congratulations to all the players who make that. I think there's a bunch of tables still playing. Turns out that one was really fast.
Yeah. Look, both players know both their deck and their opponent's deck, obviously, incredibly well. That was really exciting to watch. It was hard. It was hard to commentate that because they were playing so fast. And, okay, why are you doing this? And then, like, all this stuff happens in between.
Look,
it's so cool to watch.
When you call in the horse races, you got to go fast.
Yeah, horse races.
You have to go fast. All right. That's been it from me and Isaac. We'll see you again for the grand finals. We're going to cut to an interview right now, and we'll see you again soon.
Welcome back to the sideboard. I'm Ian. I'm here with Mark from Asgardian Sleeves, who are one of our fantastic partners here at the Sydney Spectacular. Fantastic to have them on board. Welcome to Sydney, Mark.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. And I was here last year, and it actually has a lot more players than standard than I expected.
Yeah, it's really good. We've had really nice attendance. Now, you've got something really exciting to show. Asgardian have just come out with sleeves. This is the very first time we can buy them here in Australia. Asgardian, they're partnering with MTG Bazaar, of course, as the official TO, but also with our friends at All Interactive Distribution. They're the sole distributors of these sleeves here in Australia. So let's take a look at the sleeves. Tell me about these, Mark.
Yeah, so we actually have an initial 6 SKUs, which are the traditional 5 Magic the Gathering colors. Of course, we have black, we have white, and you notice that we're using artwork from the Asgardian mythology. This is all about Norse and Viking-themed stuff. That's Fenrir, if you don't recognize him. And of course, we have Thor with his hammer right over here. There is actually a transparent SKU, but we just don't have it on camera right now. What's important about these sleeves is that we are in the premium tier. So the thing is that there should only be 4 or 5 competitors in this segment, which is basically KMC, Dragon Shield. We also have Eclipse and Katana, of course. And what I think most players actually know what premium actually means. Actually has got very high durability. And one of the biggest features that we have is, of course, the cornering. So the thing is that it's very difficult to get this kind of cornering. It's actually soft. It doesn't have hooks. It doesn't trap your cards during a shuffle. And what's important is that, of course, we have the industry standard like matte feel. Now, the front panel, how this is different from the competitors in the market is 110 microns. So you can actually see your special treatment, like your foils, your alternative arts a lot better. So it's thin in the front and it's 140 microns at the back. So that gives you 150 microns, the thickest one in the market.
Yeah, I mean, I can see on this foil, like the coloring is beautiful. It comes through, it's really vivid. And I know as a player, corners are the bane of my existence on sleeves. They get dinged up, they damage your cards. So knowing that a lot of effort has gone into getting these good really sets these apart. I also see there's, on these boxes, you can see 104 standard sleeves. That's a little bit more than most other brands, right?
Yes, that's correct. Well, I mean, just case in point, like Dragon Shield gives you 102, and that's usually based on weight. Now, we actually count them out because if we do have like 1 or 2 deflective sleeves, you immediately have a spare. And then you, of course, you have a bit of leeway for the commander, as well as have 3 extra, you know, just in case that, you know, you have any issues with breakage during a tournament especially. So these are really built for the competitive player. And the other thing about them is that besides, one key difference is that they are actually 91.5 millimeters. So some people actually like to give the comparison to Dragon Shield, of course, and what we say is that it's actually made shorter because a lot of players have fed back that they don't like the waving at the top. So it's a snugger fit. One thing that I have to say is that because they are a little bit thicker, like comparing these to Dragon Shield dual mats, those are 260 micron thickness, ours is 250, so it's only 10 microns off from a dual mat. And if you actually double sleeve these, they feel like triple sleeves.
Yeah, fantastic. Overall, just really exciting to see, you know, and I do love the art. You mentioned they're all sort of the Asgardian mythology, that kind of art, which is really fantastic to see. These here, we can sort of feel as well, the shuffle feel on these is really great. Like, I have been shuffling these. We've got some example ones here, and they feel really fantastic as well, which is awesome to see.
Actually, the easiest way for, especially if you're a retailer, if you want to show these off to your customers, what you do is actually sleeve up a deck and tell them to actually shuffle through it. I mean, I can't do this with one hand while holding the mic, but you get the idea. So, I mean, generally speaking, what we have done also is that we have actually done the bottom wheel really strong because the way that Magic players shuffle, usually they shuffle pretty harder than this, of course, and then when they riffle, it goes in through the sides. So you have a lot of, like, what you may call splitting issues actually with the lower end. So one thing I have to emphasize is that we actually own our own production. So there's a lot of new brands in the market right now. They're just actually rebranded Chinese productions. I mean, I'm Chinese myself. I have nothing against Chinese production, but the fact is that being able to actually control the production from start to finish means your own blades, your own belts, your own machines, all of the foils are sourced by ourselves. Everything's actually in Czech Republic, and we have the same high quality like QC standards. We have a Danish team. So a lot of us, I mean, this is not a secret, a lot of us actually came from the Dragon Shield team, from the recent restructuring. And the fact is that we have one of the pioneers, in fact, the original mat, so I'm thinking in Chinese again. The original mat sleeves that were made for Dragon Shield, that first generation, the creator of that was actually somebody called Lars Reinberg, and he's, of course, our head of production here.
Yeah, so obviously a new brand, as we say, these have just come out, they're brand new, but with a team with a lot of experience, industry experience. And you're not just partnering with us here at MTG Bazaar, you are also partnering with a couple of the professional Magic teams, is that right?
Yeah, that is correct. We basically are working with Moxfield, more specifically Team Handshake, and we're supporting this player called Simon Nielsen, and he was actually Player of the Year in 2023. We also recently backed Mudrit Yang. He's actually a Pokemon champion from Taiwan, and he's actually up to go for Worlds this year. I don't know what Worlds is called in English for. World Championship for Pokemon as well. And we even partnering with some small publishers. So what we notice is that a lot of the leverage is in the small communities, not just of the major games. So in my tenure in Dragon Shield, we partnered with Grand Archive and Flesh and Blood. So we're doing something similar. We're going for really, really small publishers. There's one out of Thailand, which is called Monsnatch, monsnatch.com. They're basically Thailand's answer to Pokemon. It's pretty fun, family-friendly game. And the thing is that we're on the lookout for finding actually other publishers to work with, as well as any outstanding players. So if people are wondering how they can be backed by Asgardian now, if you can top 3 at 3 national level tournaments, please give us a call. Yeah.
Excellent. So the best sleeves, partnering with some of the best, made by the best team, partnering with some of the best players in the world and some of the best games. Really exciting product. As I said, this is the first time they've been available in Australia here at the Sydney Spectacular in Sydney. Mark, thanks for having a chat to me. It's fantastic to see these new sleeves. I can't wait to sleeve up my deck in these.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Welcome back to the Sydney Spectacular. Standard 100K. We're down to the pointy end here, Sam.
Yeah.
Only 8 players left. Quarter-final time, and we have got a doozy coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're running it back from earlier in the day. We have Bassa versus Jose.
Yep.
Now, Bassa took it down earlier. In fact, Bassa topped the Swiss, so he will be on the play for us here.
He will.
Who do you have?
Well, I have to say, Jose won our Invitational on Friday. He's running hot. He's got the double in his sights. He said, this wasn't enough. I want more. He's my pick. How about you?
Well, I guess in that case, we can't agree. I'm going with Bassa. He's been running hot all weekend, and the reason he's been running hot, first of all, he was on coverage doing a great job. That was great. Also, he looks hot. That also helps.
Yep.
And then the third thing, he's playing a real deck.
Yeah, finally, for the first time, he's taken the weights off. He did say to me today, he said, wow, Magic's so much easier when you just play the good cards.
Right?
He said, this Paros deck's really good. What have I been doing? He has taken the jacket off, I see, taken the outer shirt off. So things are getting serious.
Yeah, it's
now.
getting warm in here. People are getting hot and heavy, ready to play for the 20K.
Now, our top 8 is Jose on Jeskai lessons. We've got Max playing Mono Green Landfall, and then 6 Prowess decks.
6 Prowess decks.
Which is the other reason I am hoping Jose wins. I just want to see the Prowess decks taken down a notch.
Having commentated a couple of Prowess mirrors today, I do quite like them, and they have a little bit of different texture in their deck construction.
Yep.
That being said, we'll bring you the variety while we can.
Yeah, correct. I think those matches are actually really intricate, really interesting ones, especially with players who know what they're doing. They know what's going on in these matches. They've done a lot of thinking, and talking to some of those players, there's a really wide variety in how you approach that matchup. But as you say, we're going to give you the variety while we can. And I think Jose's deck, from what I've seen throughout the weekend, he did lose to Nathan. Bassa did beat him in this matchup. But overall, I think he has looked pretty good into these Prowess decks, able to just go a little bit bigger, control the game, and then take over when the first revelation resolves.
Yeah, absolutely. Jose was expecting to play a bunch of Prowess. In fact, there's a bunch of his teammates on Prowess in this top 8. So he's had his testing against it. And as we have Nathan leading us off with first the op, but then the plotted slick shot show off.
Yep.
Jose playing a little bit more conservatively as his deck would insist.
Yeah, absolutely. And plotting that slick shot is really key. That's just going to sort of loom over the game. It really says to Jose, okay, you have to respect this. You need to hold up mana to at least threaten to have a removal spell. Or I can just put it in play and try and get some damage going.
We're just going for it. Interestingly enough, Bassa does not have the third land in hand, and maybe this is influencing the decision here.
Yeah, it just says, you know what, I need to push forward a little bit here, try and get some damage in. Present 2 threats in 1 turn, which is quite powerful. Burst Lightning upstairs.
Burst Lightning you. Okay, I think one of the reasons that we've seen that is there is a flow state in Bassa's hand, right?
Yeah.
So he will potentially be casting that next turn to solve his mana issues.
Yeah, unfortunately at the moment, only instance. Drew the wrong cantrip, so not quite enabling the flow state yet. We'll have to find a sorcery to turn that on properly, but might still just be forced into casting Anticipate.
Yeah, I would think that's likely. So we got 2 lessons in the bin there. Tablet of Discovery, the ramp piece, the thing you want to do on 3 every single game with this lessons deck.
Yeah, this card is a lot. It's so much mana. It's a huge jump forwards. And also, especially if we see, it doesn't look like Jose's hand is cooperating at the moment. Just a couple revelations there. So we might have a quiet turn or 2 potentially. But Bassa doesn't know that. And he also is spinning his wheels a little bit.
Okay, he's found the Spy Bluff Canal though.
In for a couple points with the Otter. The hand a little bit clunky, looks like. There's 1 spell there, but it's a removal spell with no target. And then we saw, I think, a Horse and an Eddie Merc Crab as well. So more threats coming. Vibrant Outburst, the final card. But not quite the spells he would prefer. Jose, land, pass. But you know what's terrifying about this? Next turn, he can have 7 mana.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like, Jose, a long way from casting his 7 drops until... Actually, no, he's not.
Yep, suddenly puts a Mana Rock and Blade that taps for 2 mana, and it's a lot closer.
Pretty mental. Combustion Technique was the draw for the turn there, so he has the potential to tamp down some of the damage he would be taking this turn.
And this, of course, open deck list. And as you say, these players actually work together. There's 4 of them from the same house in this top 8, in fact.
Crazy.
Having a look at the list, 1 Spell Pierce in the main. That's the only thing Jose has to think about with this revelation. So we might just see that fired off.
Yeah, let me ask you a question there, Ian. Given that you got 2 in hand, do you just run into the Spell Pierce? I mean, obviously the odds of him having it are not extreme, but what do you think? How do you value it?
I would be pretty inclined to just play my land, pass back, jam the first one in upkeep. The worst case is Bassa has the Spell Pierce, and then you get to untap and slam the second one. He can't counter both of them. He only has 1 Spell Pierce.
That is true.
And the other thing is, the hand for Jose just isn't really shaping up. Okay, well, he's going to tap out in my turn. Right now is when I'm doing it. Also, we get to see the tap mode here of Vibrant Outburst, which forces Jose to act right now. Apologies, only taps creatures. But even so, he is tapped out, so we're just going to take the opportunity to resolve our scary 7-mana spell.
Yeah, I think at this position, right? Like, given the first Jeskai revelation is often to find more gas.
Yep.
That getting it just to resolve it all when you're offered the opportunity is just totally worth it. Now, the monks are super important as well. They close out these games. That's why we see these decks close so quick. So having those in play really makes Bassa consider his positioning in this matchup. Maybe he needs to pump the brakes.
Yes. And it's a really difficult spot to be in, right? You feel pressure to your life total from these monks. Pressure in terms of Jose has drawn more cards. He's gained life if to undo your pressure. It's a really tough spot to be in. You generally don't want your opponent to resolve Revelation.
Yeah.
Great analysis, really.
This is
what,
I mean, look,
after a whole weekend,
we found the inside. What you don't want to do is lose games to Revelation.
Yeah.
Too bad, though. Jose's going to do it to you.
Yeah, Jose, pretty good Magic. He's found the spot. And now we get to see him start to pump up these monks and just continue to churn through cards, find powerful interaction pieces. That Quench there, potentially really good when your opponent only has 3 lands.
Well, particularly in this position where Bassa, that we know, has a Eddie Crab in hand, the mana only just to cast it. The Quench is just a hard counter in this position.
Yeah, exactly. Bassa on the back foot, that Quench is going to be really painful, and then these monks just going to come in for a low damage. And more gas in the hand for Jose, and more ability to fill up as well. Ancestral Wisdom currently turned on. We can draw 3 cards with that.
Yeah. We're gonna accumulate exactly what we can, and that is a lot of knowledge and wisdom. So Quench hits it. We get to 3 power each.
Yep.
And it looks like we're going all the way to 4, just for the low cost of drawing 3.
And this is something we've seen Jose do across the weekend. Is when he pivots aggressively. He could hold up here and say, well, I'm going to hold up removal. I'm going to hold up interaction. I'm going to hold this accumulate wisdom until the end of your turn.
Yep.
But instead recognizes, you know what? I might as well get my free shock. Get some free damage in. Cast it now. Nothing you can do to me is that scary that I can't just react to it on my turn.
Yeah. Who's the best prowess deck now? It's Jose's.
Exactly. And this is where we see as well some of the awkward cards in Nathan's hand from game 1. We saw an Into the Flood more there. There's an Impractical Joke. Those are cards that are really for the prowess mirrors, really well suited there. Not so much for this matchup, and Jose going to close that one out quite quickly, and we move to the sideboards.
Yeah. So great calls there from both players. Not much Bassa could do about that one. We called it pretty early. These guys know each other well. And hey, in the series score, we're now 2 games to Bassa, 1 game to Jose.
Absolutely. Taking a look at Bassa's sideboard, the big heavy hitters to me, the 2 Ralphs. They're great threats, and also 2 more Eddie Crabs. Unusual, actually. Bassa playing only 2 of them in the main, the other 2 on the board. We've seen a lot more with 4 crabs in the main, but they are really powerful. The flash threat.
They're fantastic, and it's interesting seeing the commitment to the Color Storm Stallions in the main, Eddie Crabs on the board. We've seen it flip-flop quite a lot.
Yep.
And you see all that work coming in from iterations of these decks over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the counterspells are the other big things. Negate, Spell Pierce, obviously very important counterspells. Get Out, surprisingly as well. Not so much as a counterspell, though that will sometimes come up. But just picking up your own creatures in response to removal can be really powerful. Picking up your own Storm Chaser's Talent, just a really flexible, tricky spell. The other thing to note is that, as we say, these players have played before. They saw how they sideboard last round, and one of the things that we noticed is Jose didn't bring any graveyard interaction, so those crabs are safe, those flow states are pretty safe.
Yeah.
And Bassa can be pretty confident about that.
Well, what do you think? If you're in Jose's seat there, do you decide to mix that up? Do you decide to put them in the washing machine?
I'm pretty tempted, to be honest. I think there's enough that it's close, and that mix-up, maybe getting in Bassa's head if he doesn't expect it, is pretty tempting with that one Ghost Vacuum. For Jose, we've seen Flash Rays come in a little bit.
Yep.
The horse is really important. You just really want to be able to counter that.
Yep.
Spell Pierce is another cheap card, and then Emeritus has been something we've seen him bring in as well.
Yeah, we've seen it in this matchup. He's brought it in pretty aggressively. The sizing is just correct. Being a 5/5 instead of a 4/5 or whatever, super relevant. These crabs are really taking over this tournament this weekend. Yep. I think for my money, this is the sort of matchup that you don't bring in the prices of freedom. What I would like to know from you, though, is Day of Judgment, right?
Yeah.
That is a clean answer to horse. How would you value it?
So this is a really interesting thing because it does affect the way you play the games. And as I said, we played before, and these players have talked. And I believe the quote from Jose was, these cards suck. I'm not bringing them in when they talked after the game.
Okay.
I
so-
think they're just a bit awkward because you're right. They can clean up horses and they can clean up crabs as well, which are otherwise a little bit difficult for the deck to remove. Because we will see Nathan as well bring in a couple Soul Guide Lanterns, which can really mute the effectiveness of those combustion techniques, which are the main way to remove crabs, right?
Yep.
But it's just such an awkward card. Almost everything has haste or flash. You know, the horses have haste. The crabs have flash, so they probably get in one hit before you can Day of Judgment them. Yeah, you can get the auto tokens, but it doesn't feel great to trade your Day of Judgment for auto tokens. And it's another big, clunky sorcery that is vulnerable to Spell Pierce.
Yeah, 100%.
But that said, as you noted, you know, sometimes the change-up matters a lot. I may be more interested in Avengers Disassembled, for example.
Yeah, okay.
That change-up can make a difference. As we see here, this is the top 8. So many Steam Vents.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
many Steam. 24 Steam
we have
Vents.
one lone hero left not playing Steam Vents in their deck.
Yep.
I think in this case, right, so Basser at the top of the standings here, he's got to get this game now. Now that we have the break of serve by Jose, the deck that does not want to be on the draw against the aggressive deck, game one on the draw.
Yep.
So, you know, really in the driver's seat
pressure
here.
on him.
Lots of pressure.
The other thing I'd highlight there, so Max is playing Mono Green Landfall. Traditionally not something that we think of as good into a pretty Izzet-dominated field, but he's managed to have a good result with it. One of his teammates as well finished one win outside, finished at 8 and 4. So they both put up good results, and they had some tech. So firstly, I'd say the Izzet deck's moving back to the horses.
Yeah.
We've seen fewer slick shot show-offs. That's the card, and no elusive otters almost. Very few elusive
very
otters.
few in the whole tournament.
Those are the two threats that are most scary for Mono Green, and they have been on a downtick as players tech more for the Izzet mirrors. The other thing I saw that was really sweet in the last couple rounds from Max, they have a card that gains life. There's a 2-drop, it's a 2-mana, 2/3. Whenever a land comes into play, it gains a life.
From Edge of Eternities?
Yep.
That's the guy.
Sizes just really well against a lot of the prowess stuff. It
doesn't die to a burst
doesn't die to a burst lightning. It gains life. It blocks pretty well. And I just thought that was really neat tech and a really great example of how you can tune even known decks to improve matchups that previously we didn't think were that good. And he's clearly having success with it.
Well, if you're walking into this room today and you see the density of Izzet in the field, you're going to feel pretty good about it. I think that in particular, you know, Max, very strong player, you know, recently played a Pro Tour. Plays a lot of Hearthstone as far as I'm aware.
Yes.
And doing really well at it. So I think that, you know, our let's call them the good guys. Let's just say that they're the good guys.
No, they are. Look, I love Nathan Bass. I love many of the other players in this top 8. But for the purposes of this top 8, I'm sorry, if you're playing Izzet Prowess, you are the bad guys.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So Jose here on a mulligan to 6.
I believe may have mulligan last game as well. So the mulligans, especially post-board, we expect these matches to go longer. We've seen a lot of back and forth, which makes the mulligans actually a lot less punishing than they would be in a 4-turn game.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of positions here when you're playing against these aggressive decks as the controlling player. There are some starts that just, you know, they're not going to do it. If you go like, okay, maybe it's got a mix of lands and spells, but like if I've just only got 2 Revelations and 5 lands, it's going back. I'm sorry, you just can't afford to waste that sort of time into a Color Storm Stallion. So
I will say we saw Rowan Miller's posturing incredibly in his match, playing Jeskai Control, drawing nothing but lands for most of the game. Lands and soft counterspells that he couldn't do anything with because his opponent had so many lands. Somehow managed to exude confidence for long enough to just hold his opponent off for far more turns than I would have been able to.
So he just had the aura. He just had the aura.
He did. At one point he cast Quench against an opponent with 4 mana up and like 8 lands in play. And his opponent thought for a long time. And his hand was land Spell Pierce after that. And eventually decided, okay, I won't pay for it and put the talent in the graveyard. And I thought, there's no way I have enough aura to convince my opponent of that play.
That is fantastic. I think this start from Basser is exactly what he wants, though. So a Storm Chaser talent on 1, a plotted Slick Shot on 2, not vulnerable to removal. Jose being able to interact with that first piece, really good.
That's really important to keep up with the tempo for Jose.
Yeah, 100%. So we see the opt launch off from Basser without playing the Slick Shot into play. So presumably, we're waiting for a turn where we feel like we can protect it.
Yeah, it sort of signals a shift from Game 1. In Game 1, we saw the first Slick Shot just jammed in there on turn 3, burst lightning to your face, early pressure. In Game 2, we're showing a little bit more restraint, slow down, and the second Slick Shot is really scary. Because if the first Slick Shot makes you keep up mana, the second one makes you keep up so much mana to try and interact. Let alone with, I mean, we can see Bass has got both Spell Pierces in hand, so that's the reason for the hesitation there is he has given Jose an opening to potentially resolve either a tablet or a stock up.
Yeah. I think if you've got the choice here, you really want them to resolve the stock up. Whenever they get to develop the tablet on 3 without any challenge to it, you're in a lot of trouble.
Well, especially when your hand is double spell pierce, you really don't want to see tablet develop to validate.
No, it's quickly useless. But we see a slick shot show-off drawn for Bassa and plotted. So, what is that called? A gaggle of show-offs?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, a gaggle of show-offs. That is terrifying.
A murder of show-offs, perhaps? We'll see how
it might
they
be
go.
a murder quite soon. That's terrifying. And when you think about it, the reason is basically Bassa's getting to invest his mana early, 2 mana each time, and then on a future turn he'll effectively have a mana advantage because he's gotten to invest his mana earlier, sink it in, and now he's spending 6 mana worth of spells without actually having to pay the mana. He's pre-spent it.
Yeah, he's taking his mana back out of the bank.
Yes, exactly.
Making you deal with it. And I'll tell you what, with haste and with +2/+0 for every spell cast, there will be a chance for these guys to get incredibly big incredibly quickly.
Absolutely, and that's why we see Jose pause and just consider how much mana do I need to represent? How many pieces of interaction do I need to hold up? Bassa looks like has drawn a tap land there. The downside,
not bad.
The downside is we see these birds. Bassa doesn't actually have any spells to cast with them.
Well, we'll see. This is where the mind games come in. So we're starting to show. We're starting to slick show, and what are we going to do to interact with it? So the first one, you can have that for the firebending lesson. But hey, what about these other 2?
It's actually quite funny here. So we're actually only going to get in for 2, because that firebending lesson cast with the second one on the stack. So no opportunity to spell pierce. In for 2, quite threatening. But also, that turn could have gone a lot worse if you're Jose.
Yeah.
You're thrilled that there wasn't an opt or a sleight of hand. Every spell from here is 4 damage.
Well, I'm thinking if I'm Jose here, well, if he doesn't have those, what's he got?
Yeah, and I think you can pretty quickly get to, okay, the 4-drop threats in Crackling Drake, or not Crackling Drake,
Crackling Drake.
What year are we
from
in?
the past, mate.
Boy, Ral Crackling Wit, that is, of course, and the counter spells. You
the
have
Crackling
to think,
Otter. The Crackling Otter.
The Crackling Otter, exactly. Yeah. I think you are pretty keyed in on, okay, Bassa's got some form of interaction. To have nothing proactive to do there, in a post-board game, it's not like his hand is clogged with Into the Floodmaw or other cards. Those are out of the deck now.
Yeah, 100%. And we're seeing these slick shots just quickly put into exile or the graveyard, respectively, by Bassa. There's a bit of gamesmanship there.
Yeah, there is.
He's not representing the fact that he's got Spell Pierce openly. So that quick reaction there, Bassa has, in a prior moment, decided that if he has this here, I'm putting it straight in to show that maybe I just have a weak hand.
I think if you asked him in this moment, what spells would you counter and what won't you counter, he would have a pretty good idea already ahead of time. He knows the list of things he's willing to spend.
100%. He has an exhaustive list in his head. That guy is very intelligent.
He is. He's finally stopped playing the weird combo decks. Decided to pick up the good cards at 12:30 a.m., mind you, on Friday or on Saturday morning. He said he was writing out his sideboard guide for his Izzet Artifact deck, turned to his friends, his teammates, and said, "What am I doing? Just give me an Izzet deck. Give me a Prowess deck."
I'll tell you what, it's paying off.
It absolutely is. So that slick shot show-off in for 5 there after a couple spells. And the Soul Guide land is actually really important. That's going to reduce Jose's ability to pull ahead through an accumulated wisdom. It also helps protect some of Bassa's larger threats from a combustion technique. Or we could see it just draw a card. Bassa needs more gas.
Yeah, this is really interesting, right? So when you cast that, right, we're targeting a lesson in the graveyard if it resolves. Jose allows it to resolve. I'm pretty sure at that point he doesn't have an accumulate wisdom.
Yeah, I have to think you'd fire it off in response. Jose's going to take this opportunity while Bassa is tapped a little bit low to cast another combustion technique, get rid of the 3rd slick shot show-off. Came out of that with 12 life. When Bassa had 3 slick shot show-offs plotted, if you could have told Jose, a couple turns from now you will have dealt with all 3 of them and still have 12 life left, he'd be thrilled.
Okay, we're just jamming the Rel here and quickly met by the Quench. An interesting line. I think, Bassa just allows Jose to sit there and develop his mana base. He knows he's going to lose anyway.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the cost here was paid really, really painfully.
Yeah, you can see Bassa weighing up his options there, knowing, okay, if I pass back, I'm just ceding time to Jose to continue to set up his mana base, continue to develop his hand. I don't think it's getting better than this. Jose doesn't have that many counter spells. I'm just going to have to jam. And the other thing is, what you're hoping to do if you wait is to draw a land so you can play the Ral with a Spell Pierce up. But with the number of lands that Jose has in play, the Spell Pierce isn't any guarantee to force through the Ral anyway.
That's also true. Yeah, and once that happened, we saw a flurry of spells from Jose. Once that commitment was made, he was very happy to go for his stock up, and then finally accumulate Wisdom, cast that immediately.
Yes.
And on the other side, we're seeing a Flow State committed to right away, and we're finding a Boomerang Basics and another Island.
And this is often the case in these sort of blue matchups, long blue matchups.
Yeah.
We see a lot of staring back and forth at each other.
Yeah.
And as soon as one player makes the first move and taps out or low,
Yeah.
the other player is incentivized to also spend a lot of their mana on their turn, which means the other player can then spend a lot of their mana, and we see a quick back and forth, a flurry of spells and development.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're absolutely right there that we go like, okay, draw go, plot this, not too much, not too much. Oh, 10 spells.
Yeah, and these players have played these matchups a lot, so we saw Jose untap and immediately put the stock up on the stack pretty much.
Straight away. Good stuff from both of them. And Jose, with a full grip, he's going to be able to develop this tablet.
And this is where this is the power of tablet. We talked about how great it is on turn 3 to jump your head in mana. Now on this, a turn 1,000,000, it's probably going to draw a card.
Yeah, turn 7 or 8. I think this is turn 8 here. And yeah, still good.
Still pretty good. Still
good.
draws a card. Now, the hand hasn't developed ideally for Jose. It looks like 3 lands there and 1 removal spell.
Yeah, so he's got a little bit of action because he's got the Great Horde, the Biblioplex, which he found over the course of these draws. But some of the things he's really looking to hit off that accumulate wisdom and stock up are, you know, the Revelations or further copies of those cards to keep the gas going. And this leaves Bassa with a little bit of a window to start doing its own things.
Potentially does have a window, yeah. We're going to see this Otter get in for a chunk here. And Bassa's going to see a lot of cards this turn. But Jose has 4 cards, and this is where we talk about some of the gamesmanship, the showmanship. Jose presenting a strong face, I would say. And if you're Bassa, you're definitely not putting him on 3 lands in hand.
Yeah, it's interesting. With someone who is willing to, you know, just jam that Ral Crackling Wit there, I don't know. Like,
yeah, he might
maybe
sense
he'll
weakness.
just do it anyway. He's like, strength or weakness? I care not for these things. I'm going to cast all my spells anyway.
We're going to see a couple sleight of hands and now a flow state put on the stack. So ripping through the library, drawing lots of cards. One of the things about these blue decks is, I mean, you talk about those cards that Jose is trying to draw to.
Yeah.
If you give him long enough, he will draw out of it. And it only really takes
100%.
one of those power spells to cascade into many more.
I mean, in my experience, when my opponents have Jeskai Revelation, it always finds another one.
Yes.
Not when I cast it, obviously.
No, of course. That's the
rules. It's the rules. But
we are going to see Hall activated here.
okay, interesting. Now that there's no removal left in the deck, presumably left in the deck, it's much more free than it is in Game 1. So you see it done a little bit more aggressively by players like Jose.
Yeah, in Game 1, you don't really want to do it because you're kind of just giving your opponent a target for their kicked Burst Lightning, for example.
Yep.
And so you'll often hold off a lot longer. Here, we had nothing better to do with our mana. Might as well put this in play. Speaking of things to do with our mana, the draw for the turn was Accumulate Wisdom.
There you go. As you just forecasted, if you let him have a bunch of draw steps, tell you what cards are in his deck, Accumulate Wisdom and Jeskai Revelation.
Now, that Wisdom has drawn 2 more lands and a removal spell, so not quite the cascade we had forecast.
Are you telling me that I got a little too excited there?
Unfortunately,
dang.
for Jose's sake. That said, he's got 6 cards in hand. From Bassa's side, pretty
It's
scary.
intimidating.
Pretty
It's
intimidating. And he leaves the Bibliopex back to block as well.
Yeah, another one to activate at end of turn. So again, he's not off action. And one of the lands that he drew was a 3rd Biblioplex. So, hey, this isn't how we drew it up. It's not efficient, but we do have things to do every turn. We are getting slightly ahead the longer the game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Nathan has heaps of spells to cast. So again, continue to build out the board. This is where we talked about how Nathan can be pretty confident Jose doesn't have any of the sweepers in, based on the way their previous games went and the discussions that these players had after that.
Yeah.
So he's willing to develop out, put more otters in play. The one thing to worry about with the otters is, of course, Iroh's Demonstration. So there's 2 of those in Jose's deck, and the alternate mode on that, being able to ping creatures. We actually saw Nathan hold up for several turns in a row, holding up an opt when he had multiple otters in play to protect against exactly that. So it will definitely be on his mind.
Yeah, and it makes your attacks less efficient, all these other things that you could potentially commit to. You're going to choose not to if you don't have enough resources to be certain of it.
Yep.
So we have the 3rd Otter hitting play. Looks a lot like Ant. And, okay, so 4 spells cast this turn for prowess for the non-summoning sick Otter.
There's a large Otter coming
It's
across.
an attack for 5, but we have a combustion technique.
with plenty of lessons in the graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think this is a 9 damage combustion technique.
Yeah, okay. I think that might get the job done.
Yeah, probably going to get the job done. Yeah, quick count, just to double check. Yeah, okay, my Ultra's dead.
Yeah, turns out.
You got me.
Turns out you got him.
Okay.
We're preferencing some tokens over others, apparently. Okay, so an opt in that hand, along with those 2 Spell Pierces we've had for quite a while now, a Sleight of Hand, which is now hitting the stack. There's also 2 Color Storm Stallions. So Bassa is sort of... It just seems like he's ready to commit with a bunch of haste threats on a turn where he feels like he can.
Actually, I think Bassa would have loved to have seen it land off this sleight of hand. Because he's got so many spells in hand, and a lot of his spells find more spells.
Yeah.
He would actually like a little bit more mana. Jose has built up a pretty significant mana advantage now.
Yep.
And we're actually going to see the opt here. Bassa recognizing, you know what? I would really, really like to hit a land drop. I don't think this Spell Pierce is going to be super impactful now.
Yep.
Finds a land, but not an untapped one. So there is a window here for Iroh's Demonstration to be very good.
Yep, yeah. So, I mean, that's super interesting how you drew it up, because we had that mana up, that opt up, and then Bassa's like, you know what, I need to win this game through casting a bunch more spells. It's not going to happen with my current board state. If you have to wipe it and that's what has to be done, fine. We're going to do the other stuff.
And also knowing he has backup threats in hand, right? There's another talent, there's a couple Color Storm Stallions, so recognizing that he has another wave to deploy after that, but also feeling the pressure of, as this game goes longer and longer, it does tilt in Jose's favor, I think.
Yeah, 100%. So Grand hits the battlefield, a super senior discount on right now.
Yep, quite a lot. That will turbocharge Jose's hand, and in some ways open up the potential for these almost Storm-like turns, where we just chain stock up into Accumulate Wisdom, into a Revelation, and draw a lot of cards at once.
Okay, Color Storm Stallion is committed by Bassa, and we're off to the races with our horsies.
We sure are. This is the big innovation from Bassa, the big decision he made. 4 Color Storm Stallions in the main deck, really saying, I think Prowess and Izzet is going to be really popular, and the control decks, he said.
Yep.
That's where this card shines. That's what I'm betting on.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, we saw also Brett Gervin's also on 4. So 2 people staying together, testing together.
Yes.
Presumably, there's an amount of decision-making around that has resulted in both of them making top 8.
The way the story was told to me was at 12:30 on Saturday morning, 12:30 a.m.
Yep.
Nathan decided, as we discussed, to play Prowess, pulled up the latest challenge-winning, Magic Online challenge-winning Prowess list, turned to his teammates, Riley and Brett, who were both in the top 8, and said, what would you change about this? And they said, here's the few cards, including up to 4 horses. He made that change and submitted it.
And they've gone 3 for 3 of the 3 of them.
They sure have. So
Crazy.
Clearly some good minds there making some great decisions that have paid off for all of them.
Okay, so we have 2 3/3 Otters and a 4/4 Color Storm Stallion, representing 2 mana up, as well as having committed that extra Otter to the board. Grand's out of the way now. Senior discount is off, full price only, and we have the 2 Great Halls of the Biblioplex here as blockers. They're not going to be big enough to kill an Otter by themselves, so we're seeing a double block.
Yeah, even only 1 spell in hand. So once you price in the fact that you have to assume Nathan has at least 1 spell to grow these Otters, forced into the double block, will cast Combustion Technique, targeting the Color Storm Stallion, pay the ward, of course.
Yep, so this Otter's getting bigger when we see any spells cast back. We want to get to 6 points. That's probably too many spells for, well, it's definitely too many spells for Bassa to have on 2 mana, given there's no free ones. But what are we seeing with the Color Storm Stallion? It's just going to die.
Interesting that we're not going to see a spell. We're just going to let the Otter die. Didn't want to fire off a Spell Pierce to trade with the Great Hall at
Interesting. So I think that now that the Grand's out of the way, we're still on quite a lot of mana.
Boy, there's another Accumulate Wisdom. I think that's the 4th one. Hopefully this one draws some more spells. We haven't seen a Revelation yet. Okay, there's the 4th Wisdom.
There's the 4th one, and we have the Emeritus of Ideation.
That's a big deal here. That's a big, scary threat. Although,
I've heard Ancestral Recall quite good, so we went all in on it.
Yeah, I've heard that card's pretty good. And Ancestral with a 5/5 as well to block.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Pretty good. And if you ever get to attack with it, you probably get to cast it again.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. So, okay, we have, how many lands is that? We have 8 lands and then 2 mana from the tablet as well.
Well, we haven't played land yet either this turn, so...
Now it's 9.
Now it's 9.
Okay, are we activating our Mysterized Village?
Looks like we're going to make it uncounterable. So we're really respecting Get Out here, which is the only counter spell that can be used from Bassa's deck. on an Emeritus.
Yep, the hard counter, though.
Yeah, it is a hard counter, though. Really important.
Okay, so we're adding the traditional way from the tablet, so not the double mana. I think, so clearly we're valuing the coloured mana a lot more than we're valuing the amount of mana. Given Jose's hand and what we're doing with the turn, it makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh, okay,
Okay, this one enters prepared, which also means that he has that extra spell to pump these Great Halls should he need to.
Yes, has the extra spell to pump the Great Halls and hopefully draw 3 cards as well. But importantly, the trigger from the Great Halls to pump them, that one can't be countered. So even if we, from Bassa's side, want to spend a couple of spell pierces to counter the Ancestral Recall, the Halls will still grow.
Well, look at this like amazing patience from Bassa with these spell pierces paying off, though. If he can get rid of this A-Call for the low price of having 2 cards in his hand dead for a long time, I mean, it is a much better exchange than he was going to get otherwise.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I probably would have fired off one of those last turn to remove a Hall.
Yeah.
I'm impatient. I probably would have done that. And I'd have egg on my face this coming turn.
100%. 100%. I'm the same way. But what we do see is the Eddie Merc Crab. That is an interesting one.
Oh, boy. Now, that won't be able to tap down the Emeritus because it has Ward 2. But it will tap both of the lands that Jose has.
Okay, so Jose, respecting the concept of those spell pierces, or at least one.
Okay, now he has drawn a Revelation. This is important. If he can get one more turn, there's a Revelation in his hand. Looks like there's a removal spell there.
Yeah, so I think it's a firebending technique.
Boy, it might be a firebending lesson on one of the otters while Nathan is tapped out. You've got a blocker for the crab in theory.
But we're only on 5 and it'll cost us a life to do so. I think it's still worth it. 4 damage from one of these otters seems very likely with a Burst Lightning in the graveyard.
I was going to say, I think leveling up the talents. We haven't seen it all game, but I think this might be the spot for it, either for a Burst Lightning. I believe there's also Boomerang Basics down there, and we have just enough mana for Boomerang Basics, pick up Boomerang Basics, cast it, and pay the Ward 2 on the Emeritus. And I'm sure Jose will have snuffed that out. So he'll have snuffed out, if I tap out here, Nathan has a guaranteed way to finish this game. So what can I represent? What can I put in his mind that makes him think twice and not take that line?
Yeah, it's super interesting. And I think, like, both players, amazing skill level. Jose making sure he checks every balance, checks everything, dots every I, crosses every T. Whereas Bassa, the amount of patience on not only these spell pierces, but this development over the middle of the game, which was always a risk, but something he needed to do given the texture of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this game start quite quickly with the 3 slick shot shots very early on and thought maybe that'll be the way this game ends.
Turns out, no. Turns out, no.
I think between the 3 of them, they got in for 8 points of damage. And then we went into this long game that Nathan was eventually able to close out right before Jose was able to resolve a Revelation. I do think those Revelations are the key to this matchup because it's just so much value. It's so many different things. It's the life cushion to give you time to resolve the rest of your spells. That is the big turning point. Jose there, just 1 turn short.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. He looked at all the cards. You can't blame him.
We sure did.
In that metric.
I mean, we saw all 4 accumulate wisdoms. We saw at least 1 stock up.
And an Ancestral Recall, and that was what finally found it. So he was probably, into his deck about 30 cards when he found the first one. So these are just the things that happen sometimes playing Magic. But Bassa playing to his outs there the entire time down, making sure he drew those lands, hit those land drops, developed that value in hand, and had the threats to close.
Yeah, and on the draw, we actually see Jose had taken out one of the Revelations. Recognizing that, you know what, Nathan can come out really fast. I don't want to get my hand clogged with 7 drops.
Yeah, there we go. So how are you feeling about that at that point, though? It looks like I can't see the second Day of Judgment. Maybe he's opted for 1 Day of Judgment to catch up to the Colorstorm Stallions. It's hard for me to see, though.
I think they're both there.
All right, let's have a look as he
1,
flips
2,
it. Oh,
they're
one's
both
just a
there.
foil. It got me.
He's going to bring the second Emeritus in, it looks like, for this game number 3. And the other thing we saw him flicking around at the start there was the 1 Ghost Vacuum and the Avengers Disassemble. So the smaller sweeper, flicking around, having it think about those as well. I will say the Revelations, they are the most powerful card, but you know that post-board Bassa has multiple spell pierces, has a flash freeze, and trading your 7 mana spell for a cheap counter spell, that's a really big blow. So it puts a lot of pressure on you to resolve the spell, and that is one of the ways you can lose the game.
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, I think one of the things that's so exciting about this is that Prowess deck, or one of the reasons I actually don't mind covering it, despite how prevalent it is in the field, is it's actually kind of 3 decks. It's an aggro deck, it's a mid-range deck, and it's a control deck.
Yes.
And we saw basically all 3 modes from Bassa in that game.
Yeah, we sure did. It's actually one of the things that's interesting about it. I think we were discussing before that prowess versus other things is perhaps less interesting than the prowess mirror matches.
I think that's true. I mean, I really like it versus these control decks as well, though.
You're right. Sorry. Steam vents versus non-steam vents is less interesting than steam vents mirrors.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of matchups in this field that I really like today. A lot of, we can't put everything on coverage, fellas.
There's been some sweet things, though. We did get some sweet decks on coverage.
We got some amazing stuff on coverage. There were some more amazing matches if you walked up and down the tables, trod the boards like we do. And I think that, it's just been a really good event for good decks, and cool interactions. This one, though, this is for pride.
Yeah, yes.
Oh,
Pride,
don't forget the 20,000.
Pride and a lot
That's
of
also
money.
important.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But bragging rights mostly.
Mostly bragging rights. I mean,
bragging.
knowing these two, they have a standard deal where they'll never cut, they'll never chop, they'll never decide to do. I mean, they've cost me a lot of money because they wouldn't prize split and then. Well, I mean, I guess we decided by playing Magic and they beat me, but
yeah, well, what could you have done? There's nothing you could do really.
I could be good or something, but that's not going to happen.
No.
Not when faced with either of these two. So we have Jose now going onto the play for Game 3.
And that's a big difference, I think. We saw him change his deck a little bit, just having a little bit more breathing room, less likelihood of Nathan being able to pressure him early. You talked about Izzet as multiple different decks, and that is sort of the conundrum that Jose faces in this matchup, right?
Yeah,
he has to prepare for both this aggressive prowess deck that comes out swinging, can end the game as early as turn 4 with aggressive starts, but also for the mid-range or control deck that is happy to play long 12, 13, 14 turn games with him. And I think that tension pulls him in multiple ways in both his play and how he sideboards each match. On the play, he can breathe a little bit easier. The first deck, that aggressive deck, less likely to appear.
Yeah, 100%. So from Bassa's side, we're still hoping for the Storm Chaser's talent into Slick Shot and all the rest of it. But Jose's like, hey, you're committing mana to that first. I get to do things like have my Firebending lesson, trade for your turn, and then do an Accumulate Wisdom if you plot your Slick Shot, instead of having to keep that 2 mana up until your end step.
And conversely, this is the first time we've seen Jose start off with Grand. This card turbocharges this deck.
And a sleight of hand only from Bassa. So, I mean, the advantage meter, if we still had it, way on the Jose side.
Swinging wildly towards Jose. We actually saw Bassa keep in at least once Burst Lightning last game to respect the Grand.
Yeah.
And this is really tricky, right? Jose doesn't have very mean creatures. Burst Lightning doesn't have any other targets in the deck other than Jose's face.
Yeah.
But the flip side is when you don't have the Burst Lightning and Jose has Grand, especially on the play, it threatens to run away with the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Where you want it, how you want to do it. We're not making our second land drop yet. We're seeing another card and we're putting something into the bin. We have another Grand there. That is always a potential one to get rid of, but it just depends on whether you think they've got the removal or not.
Yeah, it's such a good card that you almost are happy to keep the second one as insurance on the theory that if the first one lives, you'll probably win anyway, and you can discard it later on. But if it doesn't live, you'd love to keep the second one in hand.
I don't mind that line, actually. I might start using that in my own gameplay.
We're going to say discarded anyway. Jose knows he's going to see so many cards, and
we have a stock up, we have a Firebending lesson, and I think a combustion technique.
And then abandoned attachments is the last card. So we'll get a play no matter what this turn. If Bassa plays a threat, we can respond to it. If he doesn't, if he wants to plot like this, that's fine. We're going to dig deeper in our deck and put another lesson in the graveyard, start to get towards potentially the seniors discount.
Yeah. I think, we can get there next turn if we full commit to it. There's no way of knowing if that's really the best option for Jose before he draws the cards. But I'll tell you what.
Really tricky choice what you want to discard here, actually.
I really like getting the second lesson in, because getting the third lesson in is an option off the attack.
Yep, I agree. And then ideally, you get the third lesson in, you can cast your 2 mana stock up and hold up a removal spell next turn. Yeah, this is perfect.
Okay, with those 2 draws, I think we're turning on the second discount.
So we're going to get to turn... Jeez. So much spot removal and card advantage. So now we're going to see Jose get in, quickly discard one of these lessons, just get to cast Steam Vents and then also interact on the same turn. Grand effectively producing 2 mana on this third turn.
That's crazy.
You know how we talked about how Tablet's really good because it produces 2 mana?
Yeah.
Grand does that as well while looting.
Pretty crazy that you get to just play both in the same deck. Whoever worked out that, what was kind of divergent archetypes of there were blue-red control decks, but we had the Revelation deck and we had the Lessons deck. Whoever just decided to do the mashup
Yep. And I think
I mean, they're responsible for a lot of pain.
there's a few things that enable that, but one of the big ones is Great Hall of the Biblioplex. We've seen this card all weekend. Just, it's a little bit unassuming. It sits there, it produces multiple colors of mana, really tying together the mana bases of the 4-color control deck and this Jeskai Lessons deck to enable you to have this really powerful top-end spell. And then it turns around and attacks for lethal as well.
Yeah, it slices, it dices. I mean, with a deck like this, that you have only 23 lands in it, getting all your colors at the right points is so significant. You have to pay a little bit of life for it, but you're happy to do it.
Can we reflect on how crazy it is that this control deck, this hard draw-go control deck, with a 7-drop, an iconic 7-drop instant in it, they only play 23 lands, and
It's
that's
crazy,
fine.
right?
That's
Yeah.
good for them.
Yeah, yeah.
And 4 of the lands are creature lands that do things.
Yeah.
It's incredible, and it is really a testament to the flexibility and the power of the decks.
It is great deck building.
Now, Nathan has found the one threat that actually works through all of Jose's removal at the moment.
That is true. Low-key punished for discarding that combustion technique over the firebending lesson, but at the same time, without that information available, you had to make a call.
And I think that was the really interesting thing, right? Jose, I think, on that turn was always going to discard one of his point removal spells, but working out which one he wanted to keep was complicated, and knowing that there was the Slick Shot already plotted, that makes the 1 mana removal spell more appealing. It didn't help that then he proceeded to immediately draw 2 more firebending lessons. And
Yeah,
have
that's
a whole,
always a thing that can happen.
you know.
But
this
hey,
deck
with all this
also-
looting,
Yeah.
what do you reckon? Like, it's not that impactful in a lot of ways. We've drawn the Accumulate Wisdom now as well, so we can stack up by 3. We can go for our Grand attack, maybe find that combustion technique.
Still slightly awkward to try and remove this horse, right? Because if we have to target it twice, that's pretty bad. Just having to pay ward so much.
Yeah.
Instead, I think we're going to see Jose rip through his deck here with the Accumulate Wisdom, with potentially another Abandoned Attachments, try and find an answer. Or just find more ramp to get to this
the
Revelation
other option
faster.
we have, right? Let's say, like, and I just want to mention this. What if we just try and make our next 2 land drops and just kick the firebending lesson?
Yep, that's also definitely an option.
I just wonder if are you taking too much damage at that point?
I think we found a combustion technique.
All right, it doesn't matter then.
And this Grand just produces so much mana
It is
every
incredible.
turn. And we also have another Accumulate Wisdom, so I guess we'll draw 3 more cards while we're here, maybe?
Yeah. Who
Okay.
needs artist talent? You know what I mean?
Iroh's Demonstration.
Okay, I mean equivalent cards in this aspect, given that we will not be getting any value out of that being in the graveyard.
I think Jose might have 7 cards in hand after all of that.
I mean, if he didn't go to discard, I would, as a betting man, I would have guessed so.
Turns out when you get to cast Ancestral Recall, it's really easy to keep your hand full.
Yeah. Card draw, synergistic with card draw.
I think this game has been a great example, a great demonstration of why Grand and this Lessons deck is so powerful. The raw power to just overwhelm. Nathan had a really good turn, right? He led on a cantrip, then he plotted a Slick Shot, then he played a horse, now he's played another horse, and he's just going to get overwhelmed because all of his cards cost more than Jose's.
Yeah, I mean, so Jose happy to take the 4 damage here, and one of the reasons for that, we know he's already got a Revelation in hand. Okay, we're going to try for the firebending lesson now. We don't want to take the extra damage from the attack triggers. So
really heads up to not do that pre-damage because this spell pierce represented 3 damage if you do it.
If you do it at the wrong timing. Yeah, it's pretty significant. Now, we have the Emeritus of Ideation that can come out now. We have an Accumulate Wisdom if we need to find cards. Our options are virtually endless, including blocking with our Grand. What are you valuing here?
I want more cards. I'm going to cast Accumulate Wisdom. And part of the reason for that is I would love to see a tablet at this point. It's effectively mana neutral on the turn you cast it, and then it lets you absolutely explode next turn.
Yeah.
Also looking for more removal, because these are threatening. The 2 threats in play, we do want to remove them.
Well, if you don't deal with them, and, the Prowess deck has been pretty famous all day about not giving you much time to deal with the threats. So if you don't have the removal right now, you're going to need to find a way to get it.
That is one of the worst hits off the tablet. There's not many quenches in the deck, not many counterspells. That's pretty common across all the Jeskai lists, and this is a big part of the reason why. From Jose's side now, it looks really good for him, right? We've been talking about how everything is humming. The one thing is starting to run low on removal spells. We saw him discard a couple earlier with the firebending lessons, and now he desperately needs more.
Okay, so we're going to go looking with the Abandoned Attachments, which makes sense. See another 2 cards for 1 mana. Not bad. One of them's a quench.
Yep, we can still attack with Grand to look at another card. We've got a red mana floating, though not much to spend it on. Having a look at the actual hand.
Like actual literal nothing to spend it on right now. Really awkward. I think that being cut on color here, in addition to the, after seeing so many cards, I should say, really tough not to see a removal spell.
I believe we still haven't played the land this turn.
Yeah, but we're down to 1 now. Okay, 1 blue, no removal spells yet. I think at this point we're not really going to be attacking with the Grand.
Yeah, I think we might be on chumping a horse.
Jumping a horse, yeah. Maybe we leave a blue up to try and answer something with the quench, or make him spend mana to pay through the quench and not commit a bunch of spells to the board. But I mean, we're really at a survive the next turn bot for Jose.
Yes.
And if he does, maybe we can get to Revelation out.
The problem with this, of course, or the worry if you're Jose, is you've actually somehow been backed into a corner. As he goes to discard, he has been backed into a corner by these threats and the pressure on his life total where, say we get through this turn. That's the goal, right? The goal is to get through the turn and then play Revelation. But we're really betting on that Revelation resolving now. And this is where the counterspells from Bassa can buy you that one turn reprieve. And that's all you need when you have a horse and a bird in play.
Yeah, 100%. So, all right, Bassa, a very important draw step here. What is he going to get off the top?
And this is what you talked about.
River Pie Verge.
This is what you talked about, that Emeritus, right? We could have played it. We couldn't have done anything else with it. We didn't have the mana to cast the spell. But just a 5/5 blocker and a 5/5 flyer with ward, maybe that was what we wanted to buy an extra turn. This is where the deck gets really complicated. I personally love casting all these spells. I thought Jose digging deeper, trying to find the removal spell was a great line, but now he's definitely under pressure.
Well, this is one of the things that Prowess will do to you once you have threats in play. So if you don't answer their threats, they're like, hey, I'm actually just going to spin my wheels for a turn and get incredibly ahead by doing it. I'm getting ahead on cards with Flow State. I'm looking for the right things to do later in the game should you be able to answer this. And if you don't actually interact with this right now, you're just straight dead.
And we've seen here an attempt at lethal. We're going to try and bounce the Grand for what would be lethal, and this is where the quench is vital.
And it does work, though. It does work, so that's really important here.
And more than that, you learn that Bassa doesn't have a spell piece in hand,
100%.
which means if you get to untap, the Revelation is good to go.
Yeah, and with the mana in play, even with the dead Grand, what that's going to mean is that we can both do it and pay through the ward on the Colored Storm Stallion if we have a non-painful land in hand.
Yeah, very important there to be able to pay the ward. We are going to take 9 damage from this slick shot, and the horse is going to run over our grandmother.
It's just like the old country. Okay, so 9 damage from the slick shot in the air. We're down to 2 life points.
The other thing is we don't currently have a white land in play that is pain-free.
That is true. Good thing we're on 2, I guess.
There it is.
Sundown Pass, just as we needed it. And we're seeing the tap out here by the looks.
And you said we're at 2, not for much longer. This is part of the power of this Jeskai Revelation. The life gain, much like Sphinx's Revelation in years gone by, the life gain just gives you the time to use all of the other resources that you've accrued.
Okay, so which one is which? So Color Storm to hand, that makes a lot of sense. It is more mana to recommit. It gets blocked by the monks. Slick Shot Show Off, please get out of here.
You talked about how the first Revelation is often just trying to draw 2 and buy time for the second Revelation. This is what the monks are for. These monks are on blocking duty.
Oh my god, a Slick Shot Show Off off the top there for Bassa. Does he have the spells to go with it? It doesn't look like it.
He's got the 6th land, so we could see Slick Shot, and then we need 2 more spells.
But it looks like we've got a Crab and a Rel. So
well, the Crab is interesting. We can main phase that to tap down some blockers potentially if we want to get in with the horse.
Yeah, we could get in for 3, and then, you know, just in the pretty powerful position of having a 5/5 and a 3/3 that scales.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
The other option would be we could play Slick Shot, commit the Ral in for 3 of the Slick Shot, and then we have a Ral on board. We can make an Otter. It doesn't pressure the monks, so the monks will be there to potentially attack back.
Yeah. So this is when we're getting into these positions with this control deck and its ability to do damage once it turns a corner. It doesn't just affect the life total here, although Bassa is only on 11. Ral being on a limited amount of loyalty, whether it be 5 or 6 if he can find a spell to cast off it, is still going to be significant for these monks being in play and scaling with the spells that Jose will cast.
Which is a crazy thing to say. I just want to say, Ral traditionally known as the Planeswalker that's impossible to kill with combat damage because it gains loyalty so fast.
Yeah.
But the monks have one way to do it.
That's absolutely true. And we have the Eddie Merc Crab in hand if we want to keep it up, and it seems like we do. Are we stopping on upkeep or are we going to wait? It looks like we're waiting.
We're going to wait, but I think I agree with you. Well, it's really interesting. We could be trying to tap these attackers. We might also just be waiting and trying to sneak it in on instep.
Yeah, maybe an ambush.
Yep. We'll tap any blockers that Jose has left back and then come across for 5.
I mean, this is where the Emeritus is really powerful, right? That Ward 2 keeping Jose in this game if he reads the situation correctly.
Yeah. And he has got the second one in hand. We saw him discard one earlier, but he's found the second one. Has a lot of mana as well. I believe might also have a second Revelation there.
There is a second Revelation.
This is where it's really tricky. how much do you read into Nathan's hand? Do you think he has a counter spell? The other option is we have a Mysterized Village in hand. So we can make it uncounterable, but that costs us 2 mana. That's not nothing.
It is not nothing. That means we're not going to cast a second spell. We don't have a follow-up removal spell in those cases. The other thing that we can do is that we can potentially just, hey, let's commit to nothing and go to attacks.
Yes.
And if you want to do that, hey, it's pretty bold, but that is how we're going to get through this game. It's not going to be because we're going to make it last another 6 turns at this point. Everything is very threatening on both sides. Jose is in a potential range to close this out himself.
There's a potentially really nice window there if we go to combat, and if Vassal lets us attack, we can attack with 1 monk and then cast our Revelation uncounterably to bounce the Otter and deal 4 to the Ral, and then the monk comes across for the last 2 points.
It looks like we're making an uncountable Revelation. That is the choice, so we're targeting both things in play, I imagine.
I imagine we do want to bounce this Ral, yeah. The other option would be to send 4 damage at it and try and attack it down, which is what it looks like we're going to do. This will run into that crab, and we'll get to keep the Ral in play.
The crab is going to be a lot better here. Now, maybe this is fine to Jose. He's still going to have blockers up. He's gained the extra 4 life. He's drawn the extra 2 cards. Maybe this buffer is going to get him through it. Enough for the Emeritus of Ideation to be the real finishing piece.
Yeah, as you say, try and use the Revelations to draw to the next one, or to draw to the next Ancestral Recall, in this case.
Okay, so Eddymerc Crab, just as predicted, tapping down those monks. Jose out of mana, but not out of options yet.
Quick check to see what he's discarding to hand size for the 2nd turn in a row.
Oh yeah. Yeah, why not?
As you do.
Yeah. Never unlucky. Never unlucky. All right. Colorstorm Stallion, Slick Shot, Steam Vents. That is not a hit for Bassa. No Storm Chase talent, really important in this game.
Yep.
Even if it was dealt with, the Otter was dealt with, let's say, no Boomerang Basics, all that sort of stuff, having one in play just to level here would be super significant.
It would be. We talked about this. These Jeskai decks, they're really blue-red decks. Very few white cards in the deck. And that means they don't actually have a way to answer a talent once it's in play. They can't deal with the enchantment part, and that's free to continue to gain value by leveling up.
Yeah, 100%. So instead, Bassa knows he's in a position that, hey, maybe he's going to get value in future turns, but in this turn, he needs a full commit to the board. He needs Jose to be in a defensive posture to use these monks as blockers in order for him to find instants or sorceries.
It's really interesting working out how much to attack with, because if you send everything, Jose might be able to work out blocks that leave him enough monks left to attack back for lethal.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 2 spells, right? So we're making the Otter here. We got our 2 blockers back. Colorstorm Stallion.
And Nathan does play the land.
Steam Vents into play. Rel's not on enough loyalty to loot that one away at the moment. So just a full commit to that, and then hoping to draw some gas off the top and cast multiple spells in a turn.
But this means for Jose, he knows the coast is clear. No cards in hand for Nathan. If he can find a way to lethal this turn, cast enough spells, remove some blockers, he's clear for takeoff. And of course, hiding down the land row.
Who is it but the Great Hall?
The Great Hall. Relevant. Could come across. It effectively has prowess when we're talking about damage. And the finger counting is out. That's scary.
You're never happy.
That's
You're
not
never
good.
happy when you see it. So we have another tablet in hand. So it's not mana neutral, but it's pretty close. It'll see another
Pretty
card.
good.
If it's a removal spell, we're in the money. There is already a combustion technique there.
Yep.
So a removal spell here will do a lot of work. Let's see what it is. It is a
Grand.
grand.
That's a nice one
That is
too.
a lot of mana. That is a lot of mana here.
1 spell cast. Even if you can't remove all of the blockers, we can definitely grow these monks to the point where they attack quite nicely through the blockers.
Well, at what point? So they're all 2/2s at the moment, right? Bassa is dead to them being 4/4s. Are you brave enough not to block with the Colorstorm Stallion?
No, absolutely not. Although, you might end up with your back against the wall to such a degree that you have no choice.
Yeah, 100%. So can you leverage that information from Jose's perspective to pick up a trade that you want, keep this combustion technique for something like the Eddymerc Crab or the Slick Shot, something that can really slam back?
Very interesting. We haven't got a great look at Jose's hand. Looks like Emeritus, Spell Pierce, Combustion Technique, and Lands. So despite having 6 cards in hand, despite discarding the hand size 3 times in the last 2 turns,
Yeah.
the hand is actually not the strongest ever.
Jose has been very talented at drawing lands this last couple of games, but I'll tell you what, having the utility to do whatever you want once you draw it off the top, a stock up into a Revelation is a place that we'd really like to be. So We're thinking about, well, looks like we've floated 2 red mana that can be used on instant or sorceries.
Yeah, notably that mana can't be used to pay for the ward. That's separate to casting the instant or sorcery. There's actually not a ton of ways to use the second red mana, as far as I can see.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if there is a little bit of a bluff going on here.
Yeah, so he's still got 1 red floating here, but I don't actually think he has a way to spend it.
Interesting stuff.
This is really interesting. Do you attack? As it happens, Jose actually doesn't have a spell to cast. If he attacked with all of the monks and Nathan didn't block, he doesn't actually have a way to get across for lethal.
But this is the information advantage that we have from our omnipotent viewpoint.
This is the mind game, and I can't imagine in Bassa's seat, if I'm in Bassa's seat, that I'm bold enough to not block the 3 monks that are lethal to me if there's any spell.
It does look like this is just a way to get Ral off the board. So we're facing down an Otter, an Eddie Merc Crab on the ground, and a Slick Shot Show Off in the air, but no cards in hand for Bassa. What is it off the top? He won't show us.
Scary.
He won't show Jose either.
This is very scary for Jose. Putting on a strong face, but that Spell Pierce is not going to be great. Not going to do a ton. We didn't cast the Emeritus, and then our hand is 3 lands. We're having a show of strength, but there's not much behind it.
No. I mean, these guys are so good at positioning themselves. It is a Boomerang Basics to bounce our own Eddie Merc Crab. We get 1 trigger on each of the cards and all the creatures left in play. And that is going to be enough to tap down the Grand and the Monk. What is he going to draw off this Boomerang Basics as well?
So we've got 3, 4, 5 in play at once. Every spell is 3 damage. So if we draw a spell here, we can put Jose to 1.
And we don't. We just attack with the Slick Shot.
That's a big tell that we didn't draw a proactive spell we could cast.
Yeah, super interesting.
Now we're going to get to tap down a couple of the monks with the crab, would be my expectation here.
Yeah, you don't want to tap the Grand. That is a tap trigger.
Yeah.
So if you do tap it with any other method, they do get the loot anyway.
That's a big draw. Combustion Technique off the top. Being able to remove the bird potentially, which I think that Slick Shot Show Off by far the most threatening, right? The crab is going to have a hard time getting through all of these monks.
Yep, that's true.
The bird, on the other hand, very, very scary. This is truly on a razor's edge for this game.
I 100% agree with you, mate. The Emeritus of Ideation, are you going to pre-combat that to represent having another spell? What are you going to do? There's so many different choices these players are all making, even though we've noted that Jose's drawn a lot of lands instead of a lot of spells. Everything's so modal. There's so many different lines here. Let's see what he commits to.
I mean, the Mistrise Village, great example here.
Yeah.
Jose has to think really hard. Okay, I know Nathan drew a card he couldn't cast here. What is the chance that that is a get out?
I mean,
because that's a really bad time for me if his last card is get out and my Emeritus gets counted.
Well, we haven't seen it. It totally could be, right? We think he's left them in the deck.
Yeah, I would assume so. So he is going to cast it. That is prepared. That comes down, the big flyer with an Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, it's got the ward on it. So now, with that in play, are you forcing Nathan to commit to tapping down monks on attack? What are you going to do when we move to combat?
It's really interesting. I think, yeah, it looks like Jose's hand is halfway there to the pass. He's halfway.
He's done that to me before. And then he's going like, oh, actually, no, I've got you.
You know the crab is there. You know it's coming down. The other thing is, now the crab can tap down the Emeritus.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go straight to combat, you force him to make a choice. Looks like he's just going to pass. He says, I'm going to hold back. The other thing Jose has realized is, okay, maybe I have a good attack with these monks. Maybe, you only have an Otter back. Probably I could get some damage in.
Sure.
But every attacker I commit is 1 less blocker. And I actually think if I get to untap with my Emeritus, I'm so far ahead because I'm going to get to recall myself, attack, recall again.
Yeah.
And basically, I just don't want to die. I've only got 6 life. I want to do everything I can to make sure I get another turn, and that includes no attacking with these monks.
I think that is a great line. Every turn that goes past is probably advantaged in Jose's sort of way. So it seems like we're targeting the Emeritus of Ideation, paying the ward, and I think it was a monk as well.
I believe, and I think this is where we're going to take advantage of this timing to cast our Combustion Technique with Spell Pierce back up. Now that Nathan has tapped extra mana for the ward, we know that even if he has a counterspell, even if he has some counterspell in his hand to protect one of his creatures, we've got the Spell Pierce back up and he can't pay for it.
Yep.
And that's a really important window because as soon as he untaps, he's got heaps of land and the Spell Pierce drastically drops in value again.
100%. And we see him wavering over the choice there. Is it the Eddie Merc Crab? Is it the Slick Shot Show Off? Which guy are we tapping? Which one of our friends
really
are we
important.
making sure are tapped? I think that the combustion technique going to the slick shot there was absolutely correct. Had he pointed at the Eddie Merc crab, it would have been a bit of a punt. Everything on the ground is a lot easier to block.
Now we got a glimpse there for Nathan. It is just 2 islands in hand.
Tell you what, he's not representing like it is, isn't he?
No, he's surveying the board, having a think. I think that might be the final nail, though. Multiple lens gesture recalls.
Yeah, it looks
going
like
to be difficult to overcome.
We're wrapping it up by the looks of this. Nathan Basser on 11, 2 great hauls in play on Jose's side. This is actually going to end super quickly once it starts to. And Nathan, with not much left to do, a little unfortunate. A couple of dead draws in a row takes him from what looked like favourite a couple of turns ago, maybe 4 turns ago, given these sort of decks. But Jose stared down the barrel of the gun there, 2 life points, revelating his way back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't the first revelation. It wasn't the second one. But in the end, it was the Emeritus that I think finally put the nail in this coffin.
Okay, so Spy Bluff Canal is tapped along with an island. We might be stocking up here.
I think we also drew another combustion technique potentially, but we'll draw some cards first.
I think it is a combustion technique.
And not the most amazing stock up. Never mind, he found Ancestral Recall at the end.
It looked pretty boring until the last 2. Okay, senior discount already online. Don't need that grand. Threw a couple of dead cards for us as well. Relatively good in the end.
Nathan just quickly checking to make sure there are 3 lessons in the graveyard.
Yeah, we better count them.
Just want to double check.
You can't trust them. Okay.
Jose here just going through the motions. You want to make really sure. There's a lot of money on the line. It's very important to just double and triple check.
One of the benefits about untimed rounds here.
Yep, absolutely. You can take a second to breathe and just double check, triple check, dot your I's, cross your T's, make sure there's no way. I think we might see Mr. Roosevelt used here on combustion technique, potentially.
Oh, sure.
Just to really guarantee that one.
When in Rome, hey?
We're going to actually start with the 0 mana,
sure.
0 mana tablet as well, because why not?
Spy Bluff Canal, not a card we need, but a card we are happy not to draw next turn should we decide to take even longer to win this game.
Sam, I have something to tell you.
Oh, yes?
I don't think there will be a next turn.
You think it's over now?
I think Jose might find a way to victory this turn.
Okay, so we need to call an ambulance, but not for Jose, for Basser.
No, definitely for Basser.
All right.
We found another revelation there, just in case you wanted to do that whole dance again as well.
Yeah, I'm keen on it. Why not?
I mean, why not? On the way out. At this point. I think all Jose needs to do is cast Combustion Technique on that last order.
Yeah,
but
he doesn't know that he doesn't have an Eddie Merc crab, so I think going through the motions here and making sure that we do this the most efficient way possible. Well, Basser has done a great job of representing like he had something. And Jose, hey, fool me or not, I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to make sure that we go through this the right direction. We're going to get this done with a revelation by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think so. We're just going to try and lock out every single possible way this could go wrong. And I think crab is the big one.
Basser performatively goes through his islands, looks at his options and says, hey, buddy, good job. 1-1 for the tournament. You get to progress. Tell you what, great prizes for Basser. He had a fantastic weekend. He's done really well, not just with us on coverage, but also in the gameplay. Really tight play. And I'll tell you what, these are the things that can happen to you too if you decide to put down those artifacts and pick up some Izzet space.
Absolutely. And for Jose, moving on to the semi-finals, he's attempting to win both tournaments this weekend. Go back to back.
Yeah.
It's still on the cards for him. We will see him next round in the semi-finals.
All right. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sam. This is Ian. We'll catch you next time.
Hello and welcome back to the top 4 now of the 100K Super Standard Sydney Series Showdown Spectacular Series.
$100,000.
A lot of money on the line. We are down to the top 4. We've got Jose back on camera. We're kind of following Jose's story a little bit for this top 8. He won the Invitational on Friday, walked away with $3,500 in cash, and he's hoping to add to that another 5 figures.
Yeah, you know, casual 20 grand for first place.
Yeah, it's just, you know, like
whatever.
Half of minimum wage for a year in 3 days playing Magic the Gathering.
Look, if you're Jose, this is nothing. What are you talking
Another
about?
dollar in the bucket.
He's just been blasting through this tournament, absolutely dominating. We kept him comfy in his seat, and we brought in a new challenger. It's Riley Jones.
He even had a little joke when we sat him down opposite Bassa because they played earlier, but they swapped seats. And he went, now you're in the loser's seat. So now he's pretty happy that it worked.
Hysterical.
Yeah, and now he's made Riley sit in the loser's seat too. So let's see if the seat is cursed or if Riley can get out of the bad luck.
Now what we need to do is we need to go re-watch coverage from the whole weekend and find out
win
how
rate
often
on left or right.
Left or right win rate. I mean, as a left-handed person, sad to see that the left side is not lucky. But also, apparently, left-handers are not lucky.
Yeah, that's kind of the assumption, right? I mean, it's not the biggest percentage of the population. We're already into the game. Riley gets to be on the play for being a higher seed. We're seeing a Burst Lightning take out the turn 1 Gran Gran from Jose. Now, Gran Gran in this deck, it's great, but it's not the be-all, end-all. It's just kind of an engine to make the deck feel a little bit smoother as we go along. But realistically, there is 2 cards that we need to worry about in this deck, and it is Tablet and it is Revelation. We've said it all weekend. These are the key components.
This is true. I don't know if you've heard me when I was chatting with other Dylan, with Dylan Kakawa, who's off to Pro Tour. I've been saying all weekend my motto is respect the crab.
Yeah, Crab definitely one of those harder to kill cards in this matchup anyway. Jose only has Combustion Technique. Rev dealing 4 damage means it survives, but you can always put it back into the hand.
You don't love it, though, because then it comes down, it can tap both of those monk tokens you've just made.
It makes it a lot harder to
Revelation.
deal that like 20 damage burst with the Revelation turns, right?
It's totally true. I do see Jose does have a tablet in hand, so this could be a pretty good turn 3 setup for Jose, aiming for a turn 5 Revelation.
Yeah, and the best part about this Jeskai Lessons deck versus the full color control deck, which we haven't really seen that much this weekend, on camera anyway, is the Jeskai Lessons deck gets to play Tablet on turn 3 for free a lot of the time, right? A lot of your removal spells, they're all red. You can even hit the Abandoned Attachments if you get lucky, and then you get a little card draw out of your tablet on top of the card draw from the tablet.
100%.
So Riley's going for we've seen this play 100 times this weekend. The Talent, Boomba, Talent, make some otters, swing in for a little bit of damage.
Could you be creative for once? Do something different.
It's definitely very antagonist energy, right? Like these are the villains in the format. We're keeping Jose the hero for the spotlight. I think we looked at the metadata earlier, and Prowess over this event had a 60% win rate across the 30 or something players.
I think it's 65.
It went up?
I think it's higher.
That's disgusting.
You know,
now, Riley's list, unlike Bass's list we just saw, no copies of Slickshot.
No bird.
No bird. 4 horse, no bird.
4 horse, 4 crab, no bird.
So less explosive in the aspect of you don't get to go the plot a Slickshot, put it into play, surprise, here's 7-9 damage or so. As we see, Jose slams the tablet on turn 3. Do we get a little bit lucky and hit a removal spell for this otter? No. Do we get attachments? No. We've got one in hand. That's pretty good.
We're not attached. We're not abandoned.
Jose also has 3 steps ahead, which we have seen in his list the whole week, the whole long weekend, really, and I've never seen him cast it.
You know what's really fun, though?
Copying a tablet?
I was just about to say copying a tablet with 3 steps ahead seems kind of nice, but...
It rarely comes up, right? But when it does, it feels so good. You feel like such a genius.
It's true, and Riley has deployed the horse.
Horse comes in, along with the otter. Jose already down to 12. So, you know, this horse is able to put on an immense amount of pressure, and it makes it really hard to deal with from the lessons plan, especially when, you know, it's got the ward 1, so 5-betting lesson kicked is enough to deal it, but then you're spending an extra mana on top of that. Combustion Technique, you really kind of want to save those for crabs if you get the opportunity to, because it's one of the only things you have that can go that high.
What do you think the impetus from Riley here is to not include slick shots? Is it to just go harder on your instants and sorceries? Is it to, you know, obviously we can see here as well, we've got the Roaring Furnace, Steaming Sauna. Is it like to diversify your threats a bit more?
I think it's a nod to how much prowess they expected in the room. Slickshot is at its worst in the mirror, right? Like you do sometimes get these bursts of damage, but both of the decks are going to have a lot of removal spells for it. it's fairly telegraphed when it is plotted, right? And most of these decks have a lot of instant speed, so you're not in those situations where one of us has to hold up mana for the rest of the game to avoid a potential slick shot one-shot. But you still get to go like, oh, I held up a Steam Vents to potentially burst lightning this. I can opt end of turn if I need to. So Riley going 4 Stallion, hard to deal with in the mirror, 4 Crab, a breaker in the mirror, and no slick shot really shows that was planning for this matchup to be everywhere on the top tables, and it was.
Whew, it's just been nothing but is it feels like.
Yeah, a lot of Steam Vents. I think Marcus did the data, 248 copies of Steam Vents in the room.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, a
That's
lot of...
so many copies of Steam Vents in the room.
And I know people are probably like, oh, you know, you had a lot of other decks on coverage. We tried. We tried so hard to not have Steam Vents. It was just everywhere.
Second tablet.
Second tablet with 3 steps ahead in hand, able to pay for the counterspell mode if something scary comes up, but also able to make another tablet if we wanted to.
Yeah, also just able to cast this Abandoned Attachments, make sure we can dig a little deeper. It's a Firebending Lesson off of the Abandoned Attachments, and another...
Looks like
a land?
Mistrise Village. Yeah. So we still don't have a white source if we were to draw Rev, which would be our best possible draw in this point, right? But this horse is still going to come in. Worst case possible for Jose here is untapped land, kicked Burst Lightning, which would make another horse. We drew a Crab. So we have Opt, Crab, Boomba.
Horse Crab? This is like the best.
It's just a zoo, right? Horse, Crab, sometimes bird.
Yeah.
Sometimes otters.
To be fair, Crab does not feel great when it has no targets. Crab feels awesome when you get to spring it for 2 mana and tap down your opponent's creatures. And in a match like this, where the only creatures your opponent has is going to be Grand.
Yeah, and you're like, do you want a free trigger?
Would you like a free trigger? Or also you tap down the prowess, the Monk Prowess tokens from the Jeskai Revelations, but doesn't always feel the best when there's nothing quite left. Opt is going to be the choice instead. We see another Color Storm Stallion. Okay, now remember though, is Color Storm Stallion, does that trigger? It is only instants and sorceries.
Yeah, it's not going to trigger off talent, but I feel like you have to take Stallion here. You've already seen that Jose's had a full turn cycle where he hasn't been able to get the first Stallion off the board, right? 1's good, 2's got to be better.
Riley, we need to be creative with this Boomerang basics. Everyone targets Storm Chaser's talent with the Boomerang basics.
Why don't we try and target that Stallion?
Why don't we do something else?
Just don't pay for the wood.
We grabbed the Roaring Furnace off of the bounce from the Boomerang basics. I don't even think you need to cast this spell.
No, I think we were just trying to get, you know, another instant sorcery in the bin. We do have the Eddie Merc Crab, so while we're not going to be able to really tap anything down with this in most of this match, we still get to have a surprise 5/5. And surprise 5/5, pretty good.
Going to lead on Abandoned Attachments. Look, I'm pulling up 3 steps ahead here because with the amount of mana that Jose has on board, you could almost do everything that you wanted because of the 2 tablets. You'd be able to counter a spell, create a token copy of the tablet, and then draw 2 and discard. But Jose opting to instead go for the early Abandoned Attachment, see if we find a Revelation now.
Yeah, and Jose's real low. We're on 7 here. We have another horse in hand. We have a Crab that's absolutely coming into play at the end of turn.
The difficult thing here is if we deploy horse and if Riley happens to draw Opt for turn.
Any spell.
Any
instant or sorcery. And this has to be met with the 3 steps ahead.
Oh no, and there's still the Crab. How did I forget about the Crab that I always say to respect?
So yeah, Jose, this is one of the issues with the Lessons deck is that it is a lot of air, right? You do have a lot of cantrips. We've got 4 accumulated wisdom. We've got 4 abandoned attachments, 4 copies of Revelation, and then I believe it's 3 stock ups? Yeah, 3 copies of stock up. That's a lot of air, right? We need some kind of action to be able to stabilize here. We haven't found Revelation. We haven't found that recall effect to be able to dig a little bit deeper. And we haven't found any copies of Combustion Technique.
Every time we've said dig a little deeper this weekend, my brain goes, gotta dig a little deeper.
I'm just getting like Jeff Probst vibes from Survivor. It's like, we're going to have to dig deep.
Oh, 2 very different lanes of thought here. Wondering here what the go is. I think it looks like we're considering the 3 steps ahead here. We've got 4 tapped so far, which will counter. And I think we're going to try and... It'll depend on whether or not we're going to draw.
Counter draw or counter copy the tablet. I think we're going to go counter draw 2 discard.
Counter draw makes sense here. You already have 2 tablets. Do you need 6 mana worth to spend on instants and sorceries? No.
Especially if we copy it, we're not getting the card to use now, because if we hit anything we can't play at instant speed or off the mana, then it's a wasted draw, right?
Yeah. The other thing, too, with Jeskai Revelation, the maximum amount of red mana that you could put into that spell is 5.
Yeah.
Because you still need blue-white.
And here we go, second horse, crunch in.
More horse.
Do we have a spell?
Do we have a spell?
No!
No!
Unfortunately,
Jose
Opus
won.
not prowess.
If Jose rips a Jeskai Revelation off the top here,
Nightmare fuel.
nightmare.
Okay, so if
Is
we...
it a revelation?
We drew Accumulated Wisdom. So this is 3 more cards. We have 3 more looks at it, and we still have the mana afterwards to draw Revelation and cast it.
We'll have to be careful with the wards on the Color Storm Stallions.
Yeah, so I think the best course of action is going to be, we have land drop. So we have access to what, 4, 8, 9, 10 mana. So we can pay the ward on one of the Stallions. So I could see 4 damage to a Stallion, bouncing an Otter token, and hope the monks can chump these Stallions? Or the other Stallion?
Or the other Stallion, yep. Makes sense.
Alternatively, we have Iris Demonstration to deal with 1 Stallion. So if we can draw Combustion Technique, we can go Technique 1 Stallion, pay ward. Iris Demonstration as Stallion, pay ward. Find a way to deal with this Otter as well. This has just been relentless pressure from Riley.
Yeah. Which is the lesson that wipes the board?
That's Iris Demonstration, but it only deals 1.
Oh, it only deals 1.
So it's either 4 to 1 thing
or 1 to everything.
1 to everything.
Dang it.
And that's double quench.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's
And the
not
quenches are a
gonna
little bit
cut
too
it.
late now.
Yeah. So now we have to get lucky off this tablet, right, to not be just dead on board.
Yep.
And I can't think of something that we can get off this tablet that can get us out of this now. Because it's only going to be 1 card.
We're in a really tricky position
And
here.
in the main deck, Jose doesn't have any copies of Avengers Disassembled. No copies of Day of Judgment. No sweepers available.
3, tablet, turn a card over.
Let's see what happens.
Fingers crossed. If it's a revelation, this is brutal if it's a revelation here.
Yeah, because it would be
'Cause
just
we'd be
1 card
one
too deep.
short.
And we tapped our white source.
Oh.
So yeah.
Chump with Grand, not enough.
No, we can survive. We couldn't survive.
Nope.
By exactly 1. And Jose's doing the math here, realizes it's done, picks up the cards.
Sheesh.
Oof. Okay,
Rough.
well fought by Riley. On the play really mattered for that. And
Left
Jose's doing
side.
the draw through the deck. How many more cards away was the Combustion Technique, please?
Left side, left side. Let's have a dive into these sideboards. We've seen Jose's sideboard a couple times now, but let's revisit it.
Yeah, so Jose's had a pretty similar plan for this matchup the whole weekend. I even got a chance to speak to him about that because he was boarding in only 1 copy of Emeritus in this matchup, and he thought, you know what, it was so good on Friday. I want a 2nd copy in my board. So he's now started boarding in 2 copies. The Avengers Disassembled, I feel like should come in for this matchup, especially against Riley, because Stallion is very hard to deal with, right?
Yeah.
These 5-betting lessons, they have to stay in to keep the lesson count, but I might trim them. And I think Day of Judgment also has a bit of a premium here too.
Yeah, Day of Judgment is really nice. You don't have to pay ward on things that are just getting destroyed.
Yeah.
When it says destroy everything, ward is irrelevant.
Gonskis. I think this 3 steps ahead is a little bit too slow. It's a little bit too clunky. It's not exactly where we want to be. Same with the flashback. While it would be nice to double up on a removal spell, again, very clunky. So I think we want to just streamline, have answers that can deal with multiple things at once, so we don't get overrun like we just did. And then on Riley's side, it's one of those standard Izzet sideboards, right? there's a little bit of everything that can come in here.
Just really quickly, how many we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 unique one-ofs in Riley's sideboard.
Yeah.
So diversifying.
Exactly. So I think from Riley's side, we're going to transition to more of a controlling aspect, like we've seen all of these Izzet players do. So I would expect to see the Rals come in. Once again, very hard to deal with from the Jeskai's side. Disdainful Stroke, Flash Freeze, Spell Pierce. All we want to do is stop Revelation resolving. If you can stop a Rev resolving at least once, that should be enough to close out a game. That gives you such a big time window.
I also wouldn't hate bringing in the one of Soul Guide Lantern, sometimes chewing up a graveyard that's full
I don't
of
hate
lessons.
it either. It's interesting that they've gone for the split of 1 Soul Guide Lantern and 1 Ghost Vacuum. I actually think I prefer Ghost Vacuum over Lantern.
I was going to say the other way around.
Really?
Yes.
I like the fact that you can continuously chew through those lessons so you can make Combustion Technique worse rather than just nuking the graveyard at once.
Okay, actually, I like your reasoning there. You have very sound reasoning, Dylan. I like that. Because I was going to say Ghost Vacuum feels a little bit too much like it's linearly targeted at the Reanimator style decks that are running around.
Yeah,
and they do incidentally interact with the Lessons decks that you do come across. The benefit of kind of Ghost Vacuum in matchups where you're against Reanimator is, what if that was my bringer of the last
Yeah,
hit?
exactly, right? I think the biggest draw to the Ghost Vacuum as well is Soulguide Lantern does punk out a combustion technique for a high number, and it does punk out Accumulate Wisdom, but these plays are both very good, right? You're not going to get the... Yeah, crazy that they're in the top 8 of the biggest cash tournament in Australia of all time.
Really? The winner of the the cash prize invitational event on Friday?
Yeah, and like multiple Pro Tour appearances across the two of them, so they know what they're doing with a piece of cardboard, right?
Oh, crazy.
But yeah, while it feels nice to get those get 'em moments, players of this caliber don't often let you have those moments.
Yeah.
And even if you get an Accumulate Wisdom, it's still an Anticipate. Like, it's not that bad.
Well, friends, sit across from me at a table, and I'll give you every moment you could possibly ask for.
Like, fish by name but not by nature Bassa was in the exact same position against Jose before, where he was just like, I think in their match they played, he had double Soulguide Lantern in his board, and he had both of them in play, and it was just like...
It actually worked super well.
But it was one of these awkward moments where he's like, until he drew the second one, he never had a good option to nuke the whole graveyard. Because he was like, Jose can just rebuild it so quickly.
It doesn't matter, yeah. Especially when you have senior discount and you're able to just...
Yeah,
okay, well, all of these cost 1, and I've got 6 mana available. So now I again have 3 Lessons in my graveyard. What you going to do about it, punk?
Exactly, and like, abandon attachments, discarding a card, and you can discard dead Lessons or things that aren't relevant at that point in the game. You have Tablet randomly milling cards. You know, you're happy to churn through the deck as fast as you can.
Well, look, we did just see Jose destroy Izzet Prowess in the quarterfinals. How are we feeling now, where Riley is up a game going into game 2 here? Now we've sideboarded. We're more teched against this match. How are we feeling?
Look, it's ridiculous to say that Jose just won this matchup, but it's not actually the same matchup, right? The fact that there was 4 main deck Color Storm Stallions was such a big backbreaking moment for that game. He had 2 of them in play, and Jose could never find a way to get rid of them.
Yep.
So I am on Team Riley for this matchup. I think Riley's better suited than Bassa was, and I think that the deck building constraints that he's chosen for this event is going to pay off in this matchup.
Yeah. He's gotten serious as well. Beanie has gone on. We're keeping the dome warm.
The dome is warm, hiding the secrets, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of heat generated from how many micro decisions come out. Less steam rising from the skull.
It's true. I'm gonna say I'm Team Jose for this one. I think Jose slamming back-to-backs this weekend would just be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's a great storyline, right?
He's got the talent. He's amazing. The way that he lines his decisions up, the way that he plays is so incredibly tight.
Yeah. Not only is he like very great player, very great dresser too. Like, look at this guy's outfit, right?
He is absolutely dressed for the occasion.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely like giving the usual kind of expectation of card game players to be like messy, dirty slobs, and it's just like, no, look at this dude, right?
We should start having best dressed side prizes.
That'd be such a good prize.
Hear me out. Let's run a black tie tournament.
They've done
like,
those in the past.
we have to dress up as well. I'd wear a ball gown to this.
I'd be down for that. Yeah, let's do it. Well, our next event that we're going to be hosting is going to be the Halloween event to end all events.
The double Lotus event. Look, we have the exact same start as to game 1. We had a start on the Grand Grand, which was immediately chewed up by a Burst Lightning. Grand Grand was exploded.
Yeah, but play versus draw, big difference, right? Like, Riley was able to develop things after killing the Grand Grand, whereas he has to kill the Grand Grand, pass, and Jose gets to pass with open mana up. A lot more threatening. Jose has found Combustion Technique finally. It only took him a game and a half. But now we get to lead on a stock up. Now,
Spell Pierce. We'll start with an opt. I don't hate the sequencing here.
Yeah, get a little bit more information to see how much I actually care about this stock up. Right? Spell Pierce is obviously a known quantity for both players. It's open deck lists. But you kind of just want to get in while the getting's good, right? Sometimes you hit a tablet with it, you feel amazing. Sometimes you snag a revelation with it, but it's so deep in the game to try and get that.
Yeah, Riley looks like he's starting to chew through to look through for the 4th land. I think we've got a Steam Vents in hand, but no other lands. And off of this sleight of hand, we are seeing 2 non-land cards.
One of them is a flow state, right?
Look, card draw and selection still good, but sometimes you get a little bit too far behind, and then you're suddenly getting hit by 2 Jeskai Revelations in a row.
Yeah, exactly. So, he's taking the get out. Interesting. So he has seen Jose's plan against a lot of these decks with the double Emeritus and how backbreaking that card actually is. And he already had a flow state, so that's fine.
It's fine. If you've already got a flow state.
And there we go. That's 4th land, Stallion, or Talent. And honestly, I don't hate any choice here. There's arguments made for all three. You have a Boomerang Basics in hand. You kind of want the 4th land to be able to cast the Ral in your hand if Jose taps low next turn.
This is a land talent is where I'd be on this one.
Yeah, and Horse is also just generically very hard to deal with. So
A horse is a horse.
of course. So Jose has double Biblioplex, Sundown Pass, Emeritus, and Combustion Technique.
Nice.
So that get out, amazing discipline from Riley to take the get out over the flow state, knowing that, hey, like I saw how broken that card has been. That might be the way you're trying to win this game. What if you have it?
It'll really depend here if Riley decides to go in on Ral this turn, but again, Riley's a better player than I am. He knows exactly what he has to watch out for. Who are we picking, Riley? Who's going onto the board?
I've been told this person's name is Ant.
I would say this is Ant. I had to turn my head sideways, but I believe this is Ant.
And also, the little pump fake that Jose did in his turn of tapping all 4 lands and then immediately looking at his hand and untapping everything makes me think he thought he had 5 lands in play and was about to slam Emeritus.
Yeah.
So again, Riley probably goes, hang on, what the hell happened there? Jose's trying to put it straight into the graveyard, yeah.
Because he's well aware. He's absolutely seen the telegraph like, yep, okay, I get it. 2 blue, blue. It's going to be get out.
And here we go. Okay, so Ral comes down here with 1 mana open, which means we can opt for a sleight of hand as well if we want to. We could hold up pretending we have another Spell Pierce, but we'd rather get that Ral trigger. And now we're seeing another land and a talent.
Take talent at this point. Your curve does not need to go over 5.
No, we're done here, right?
Crab itself is often a 2-mana spell.
Exactly. And is Jose's hand just 3 lands now?
It looks like it's just lands at this point.
Oh my god, it's just 3 lands. Ral's already hard enough to deal with in this matchup.
Ral is backbreaking for the Lessons matchup if they can't hit it on the stack.
I think we can Emblem the Ral this turn.
Holy dooly.
We're really good. We haven't
Bring
activated this ability,
it's
right?
Rowan Otter.
So we have Burst Lightning and another talent in hand. This is a Stormed Ral.
Holy moly.
We did see Riley yesterday have the exact same matchup and the exact same play pattern where he got Ral to 10 and then instead of embleming, he went up to 11 just to be like, look, I'd like to keep this Ral alive if I can. The Storm Emblem is great, but I had to burn a lot of cards to get to this point.
Here come the boys.
The whole squad's here helping Riley get that W.
Burst Lightning.
Okay, Burst Lightning upstairs to the dome. Yeah, okay.
And
Boom!
Says,
22 minutes, top 4's done.
Worry.
Wow, okay.
Congratulations, Bonesy.
Congratulations, we're in there. The beanie pays off. The loser's seat, no longer the loser's seat.
Incredible.
Alrighty, well, we haven't even found out who the other semi-finalist is going to be. So
that was
Riley's
hectic.
waiting in the top there. They're going to battle out for $20,000.
Sheesh. Oh, and don't worry. Hey, don't feel bad for second place. Second place still walks away with a measly $10,000.
It's barely 5 figures,
Oh
though.
my
If we think about it, it's barely 5 figures.
If it was $1 less, it wouldn't be 5 figures.
I know.
So,
It'd be,
well,
disgusting.
a huge shout out, as always, to Pat and the MTG Bazaar for running this $100,000 cash prize weekend standard event. It's been incredibly fun.
I've had a great time just being on the mic, getting to interact with all these players out there. Everyone's having a ball. I would love to see more people come to the Lotus event.
Yes.
Let's get bigger crowds. Let's all get out and celebrate. Come and support Pat for what he does for the community. And if you need cards, Pat's MTG Bazaar's got you covered.
And don't forget, it's a double Lotus event.
That's
Two
two.
Lotuses up for grabs coming up in October of this year. We'll be back
Halloween
here.
weekend.
Halloween weekend, spooky. We will be back here in Sydney for this event, again at Club Central in Hurstville. That's us for the semifinals.
That's us for the weekend.
Oh my goodness.
We're gone skis. Well,
It's
thanks
been
for
a
joining
pleasure.
us. Lovely to hang out with you guys again. Lovely to be back on the mic, and we'll throw you back to the desk.
Welcome back for the grand finals of the Sydney Standard Spectacular, aka the 100K. This is what we're doing to decide who gets the big 20 Gs.
Oh, so much money.
It's so much money. It's a life-changing amount of money for some. And I think, you know, they're Magic players. Who doesn't like a little bit of value?
Oh, I like a little bit of value. Do you like your value?
No.
No, never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Apparently, I commentate instead. I'm once again joined by Isaac, our retiring TO, and we're going to get it to you right now. Now, we have some differences in these deck lists. Isaac, would you like to cover them?
Yeah, okay. So, look, we're shuffling up, so I've got to be really quick on here. The big difference between the two different prowess decks is that one of them is playing one more Get Out compared to the other person, and one person is playing one extra island versus a Stormcarved Coast. Stormcarved Coast is with Riley, and the extra island is with Brett. So, what team you on, Island or Stormcarved Coast?
I'm on... Oh, thank you for giving me the option. I'm taking Riley Jones because he is on the play.
All right. But Island is the best card in Magic.
It is really good. It is really good. Although I will be judging both these players for their choice of Island.
Okay.
A pure expression of personality, that one.
Yep. All right. So deciding whether to keep, it looks like Riley has kept his opening hand of 7, and Brett's just hitting the tank here. Wanting to make sure that we've got an interactive, like, am I going to get run over by the turn ones?
I mean, it's a really interesting mulligan here. So he's gone for it. It was 5 lands.
Yep.
1 Steaming Sauna / Roaring Furnace and a Colorstorm Stallion. So you could interact into Stallion, but given they're both on the 4 Stallion variant, I think he is pretty reasonably saying, hey, Jonesy's going to get off to the aggressive start here. 1 interactive spell is not enough.
Yeah, totally. You see these two guys, like, just shuffled up, having a good laugh. Finals of a huge tournament. They're actually teammates and really good friends. So pretty incredible finish for these two guys.
Oh, they're doing great. They're also really fun opponents to have if you ever have the pleasure of playing against either of them. This other hand from Gerb is a single island sleight of hand keep by the looks of it. So while it isn't ideal on the mana front, you do have the resource to get out of it.
Yeah.
And it looks like we might be on a multi 5 as well. So pretty brutal to be on the draw on a multi 5. Although if you do have to multi 5, I do prefer it on the draw.
Okay, yeah. So putting that Burst Lightning to the bottom, keeping Island plus some card draw.
Yeah, and some impactful spells. So the opt from Jonesy after the Spybluff Canal. No Storm Chaser's talent for either, although we're seeing one hit the hand there. So a Multiversal Passage as well as a 3rd land. Okay.
Multiversal Passage coming out for Riley.
I'm going to guess it's an island.
Yeah.
And a Storm Chaser's talent for an Otter.
Yep.
Now, opt on the end step for Brett. We're going to keep that one. I think that's a blue-red land.
That makes sense.
Looks like it might have been the Multiversal Passage, and then he drew the Spybluff Canal. So,
okay.
There we go. Roaring Furnace. No Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce check. Oh, no. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Turn 3. Do we have a Colorstorm Stallion? Not at this stage, but we do have our, our loop that, tell you what, we're getting really familiar with here.
Yeah. The Verge coming out.
Yeah, so Otter hits the board, 1 mana up, so he's got the Burst Lightning. He's got a Flow State in hand as well as the Opt and Boomerang Basic, so that next turn is going to start actually, finding him all the way through the deck. Gervin, however, he's going to go for the Stallion. So the Stallion, one of the things that we've seen, a real drawbreaker in this matchup.
Yeah, +1/+1 whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, and if you spent 5 mana on that card, then you get another copy of the horse as well, which is, I believe it's just Burst Lightning that allows that trigger to
I believe so, because it has to be an instant or sorcery, so it can't be the Steaming Sauna.
Yep.
But an impractical joke from Riley Jones, one of in this deck list, really coming in clutch there on the exact turn that Brett has no extra mana to particularly opus up that Stallion and get it out of range at the 3 damage.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a liability there. If they have 1 mana open, might have an opt.
Yeah, exactly. So Otter, now at 2 power. What are we going to do? We're going to shock in a Steam Vents.
And Flow State.
There we go.
How do you feel about Flow State?
I love that card.
Yeah?
As soon as I started seeing people play 3 copies in these Izzet decks,
yeah,
I was like, I was out. I love that card. I mean, I read the text and I'm like, yeah, give me 4.
Give me 4.
Every deck.
Yeah. So getting in for some damage with the Otter as well. Brett going down to 15. Riley's on 13 though, so yeah, like even though a bit more of a commanding board position with that Otter out and the enchantment as well.
Yep.
How are you feeling here if you're in Brett's position?
I'm feeling pretty good, considering how awkward the multi-5 is, and like some of the draw steps were. We're actually getting into the mid-game where my Eddie Merc Crabs can maybe start taking over. I've gotten the chance to start casting my instants or sorceries and filling the graveyard with them. I think that if Brett is going to do the upset on the draw on a multi-5, this is how it looks. It's stopping this early aggression, making Jonesy spend the mana to interact with my threats, and then finally, what we're going to be doing is casting crab after crab after crab after crab.
Crab. Shout out to Brett's choice of basic land here.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, it's so good.
All right, so choosing the Riverpire Verge, we know he doesn't have any action for that mana, but you know what? Bonesy doesn't.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So if you're in Riley Jones's position here, you've got this tick up on the Stormchaser's Talon, or you've got this horse.
You know what? I love the authority of putting it into play, already attacking. Really good stuff. Spybluff Canal into play tapped. And Brett down to 11. So this board presence starting to reflect in the life totals.
Yep. So crabs cost 3 mana at this point in time.
So that's not too bad, right? So that's an amount of mana that you can pay through the ward and the Color Storm Stallion, allowing him to go to the draw step. I think that's actually not a bad call at this point if he has the get out, which is only a one-of in the Jones deck list. Brett himself has 2, but Jones only has 1. If he's got it, yeah, you sunk anyway. What's the big deal?
Well, the other option is that Riley might be tapping 5 mana here to cast a Burst Lightning, aiming at Brett's face, and this is really cool. This is a really interesting interaction here. So Riley's chosen not to cast the Burst Lightning, reading that Brett has the crab, and Riley actually now has the option to go, yeah, you know what? You can tap down those 2 things. I can Burst Lightning your face at this point in time, get a token copy of my horse, and then attack with that. I'm on 13 life. You've got 5 power. You don't have any prowess creatures, so I'm unlikely to die, but I can create a lot of value for myself here.
Yeah, I love this line. How good is this? This is the stuff that got you playing Prismari cards at last week. So we're making a pizza time token, apparently, of a Color Storm Stallion, and we'll be riding on the horses.
Yeah. All right, so that token copy of the horse is coming to play, and we're attacking for 3 damage, putting Brett down to 4 after that Burst Lightning.
Yeah, so from 11 to 7 to 4, that is enough of an advantage in terms of life points that, hey, we can just block with the Otter on this crab. And Brett now joining up to 3 cards in hand. He has a lot to solve.
Yeah. What if options available, but there's a lot of creatures on the other side. Also, like, you know that you're just dead to a Burst Lightning to the dome anyway.
Yeah. I mean, high risk, high reward at this point, right?
Yeah. So you kind of like the amount of options that you've got available to you become limited based on the fact that you're just dead to these things. So you just go, okay, well, he doesn't have Burst Lightning. Let's start with that.
Yeah.
And then let's go, okay, well, if Riley only has like 2 lands in hand, how do I win this game? Is it possible?
Yeah.
And then how do I need to play, assuming that that's the case?
Yeah, well, we'll see what the beautiful mind of Brett Gervin brings forth. And it might starting to look like a Boomerang Basics, but can't quite make up his mind at this point.
Yeah. Now, interesting, in the previous turn, right, we saw Riley go, okay, declare attacks. Do you have crab? Crab check.
Crab check.
And then played the Burst Lightning. Hypothetically, if Riley had just been like, no, I want to attack with all of my horses, so I'm going to Burst Light into the face, and then Brett was able to tap down both of those horses, yes, we would have a 2/2 prowess token that could attack with the tapped crab. But that's, that extra damage, putting Brett to 4 rather than 5, can be a crucial difference here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think in this position, needing only 1 spell to pump those Color Storm Stallions to make them lethal threats versus 2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a disappearingly small amount of odds that you're starting to get at that point. So
it's these tight little plays, these little, like, you know what, I'm going to stop and think about, like, not just what I want to do, but what you want to do and what you might have, and how do I lose. This is how these players have gotten to the top 8 of this $100,000 tournament and playing for 20K.
I mean, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy stakes. And you know what? There's nothing better than having a couple of friends go at it in these situations. Because, hey, they're concentrating. You can see it on their faces, but I guarantee you once this game ends, they're going to laugh again.
Yeah. So Riley has the crab in hand. is taking the 2 damage of the Multiversal Passage.
Yep.
Has the option to tick up the talent, get back Burst Lightning. Okay. And then saying, okay, what's the play here? What are you going to do, Brett?
All right, let's move to Crab Step.
Crab Step.
Okay, so we're going to pay through on 1 Color Storm Stallion and then have the blocker.
Yep, and then Burst Lightning your face, put you to 2, make my guy 4 power, and then that allows me to discount the crab, tap your crab down and attack for lethal. Riley seeing the line there, just going through and making sure that we've got all the right steps, and Brett agrees, packing up their cards and going to game 2.
Yeah, strong moves from both players. Brett really up against it there, but fought valiantly, really played to his outs, and hey, if Riley did have a slower hand or had randomed his way into a few more lands there, Brett gave himself a way to win. Riley wasn't on a huge life total there. He'd done a good job of chipping it down, and those crabs theoretically could have closed it out in those situations. He wasn't so lucky this time, but I really like the plays.
Yeah, it's great to see. So, sideboarding, the difference here, we're looking at Brett's deck that has the Thunderfox in the board versus the Avengers Dissembled in the board for Riley. Does that make a difference here?
Not at all.
Okay, cool.
Well, okay, this is my assumption, but these Thunderfox are much better against mono green decks and prowess decks that are way away from the crabs and the horses as well. And because they're both on 4 and 4 of both of those cards, those Thunderfox go down immediately in value.
Because the horse is also an elemental, so it doesn't get bounced by the Thunderflock.
Doesn't get bounced by the Thunderflock. So as we're moving to the sideboard, both these players will know, the matchup pretty well. But that commitment to the Thunderflocks, I don't think we're going to see it here. Instead, maybe some Realm Crackling Wits to take advantage of being on the play, getting the first to 4 mana, and then maybe some stack interaction.
Yeah, I could see that. I also wouldn't be surprised because these two players are in the same team. They've tested against each other a bunch, and so they've had the opportunity to interact with decks that are playing 4 horse.
Yeah.
And there is a difference with that 2 copies of Avengers Dissembled in Riley's board, where I wouldn't be surprised if they've worked out that when you're on the draw, horses become so much of a problem that if you can 1-for-1 a horse, you want to go for it.
I mean, you normally think of a sweep, right? Avengers Disassembled is a sweep. Oh, I can pick up 2 creatures with this. Not when there's a horse. You just want to pick up the horse. I will take the trade. I don't mind. I'll spend 3 mana for your 3 mana. Even if I took 3, it's fine. Get it out of here.
Yeah.
It's a real issue.
Yeah.
So as we look at Riley Jones's deck list, we've got another get out in his sideboard. I imagine that one's coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the crabs just seem so important.
Really important. It counters crab. It resets your crabs, and it also resets Storm Chaser's talent and Roaring Furnace. I think that has been one of the things that's played back and forth in these Izzet mirrors, particularly when they become more Color Storm Stallion centric.
Yep. All right, so you're also now going to switch sides and say that Brett's going to win this one?
Oh, because he's on the play?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're letting me do it?
I'll take Riley, sure.
Oh, okay. Actually, no, I still take it for the match.
No takesy backsies.
Oh, dang it. All right.
You see these two guys just having a good smile as well, having a good banter in between.
Yeah, these
probably talking about
absolute chuckleheads.
Yeah, a couple of chuckleheads, yeah. This has been such a good weekend. I've had such a good time.
Oh, it's been amazing. It's been really fun to spend it with you as well, Isaac, and also our viewers at home. I hope you guys are, experiencing the energy that we are in the room here, which is it's a lot of fun. Lots of people in good moods. A lot of people, playing for a lot of money, but feeling really happy about it in a way that, hey, Magic is a serious game when you get to these stakes. So having people keep it in context and make sure that they're playing the game for the game's sake, it's just been incredible and pretty inspiring.
Yeah, and a lot of people are just really grateful for the event that Pat's put on and the incredible amount of money that he's put on in order to back that and make it such a sweet event.
Yeah.
And, I just loved it. Right?
It's been really good. It's been really good.
I'm really looking forward to the next event. So there's a double Lotus event that Pat is putting up, Lotus in the Invitational and a Lotus in the main event.
Yep.
And this is going to be the first one of these big Pat events that I get to play in as a player.
Yeah.
And I'm just so excited for that.
I'm excited for you to win some more Lotuses. I knew that was coming up, and as did you, obviously. And knowing that, you're stepping away from that management role and back into the player role.
Yep.
And I was just like, can I get Isaac for coverage in that event? Absolutely not. He's
I will not be covering that. And there is an exception to that rule, which is if I go 0-2 drop and, and I go,
yeah. Look,
hey, do you guys need a
you need a guy? You need a guy? Look, I'll take what I can get, but with some Lotuses on the line or 20 grand on the line, how am I meant to twist someone's arm? So, okay, we're still examining the deck list. I'm surprised Riley doesn't know it off by heart at this point, but, you know, there we go.
Yeah. I think it's also one of those things with the amount of money that you got on the line. Let's just slow down a little bit.
Why not double check?
Let's just double check.
I think that's one of the things that Brett can do to you as well. He plays so fast.
Yeah, he does play very fast.
So, you know, making him slow down a little bit, be on your own pace. You're in the commanding seat. Don't make the mistakes of just slinging cards at each other, you know, because that's Brett's game.
Yeah, we're not at the playtesting house having a casual game. We're in the finals of a $100,000 tournament. You know, like maybe I could just slow down a little bit and make sure that I'm sideboarding correctly.
Yeah, I can imagine the conversation something like, "Hey Brett, do you need a house deposit? Me too."
I mean, it's all upside from here, all gravy, right?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, you know, second place is still quite a lot of money.
So much money.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm glad to see them enjoying it. And let's see, maybe a 7 for both on this one, or are we going back into the mulligans? Let's check it. What's on top?
Yep. All right. So obviously, Storm Chaser's talent. Number one card you want to say?
It's pretty good. I will say, if it's a mixture of lands and spells and there's a Storm Chaser's talent and, you know, basically anything to make sure I hit everything else I need to, I'm pretty happy with that. I quite like Brett's hand, even though it is a one-lander. It's got 2 slider hands as well as an opt. So whilst we're not getting out, you know, onto the board as quickly as we may ultimately desire, this is going to allow us to maybe hit our land drops. Oh, he doesn't even like it. He's going back.
Interesting. Yeah, so obviously these two have played this mirror quite a bit. And,
yeah, I'm so surprised to see that you wouldn't just keep the cantrips to be able to answer those things. That being said, Brett is on the play in this game, and he needs to decide before he knows what Riley's going to do.
Yeah, makes sense. The reason to keep all of those sleight of hands in the one land is just to fill your graveyard with a bunch of cards that then make your crabs cost less.
Yeah, and you get to find that, you know, excellent mix of spells and lands and, you know, getting the threats on time. Being able to be somewhat reactionary to the things coming out from the, you know, from Riley's hand. But hey, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't hit those high notes of the deck when you've got the advantage being on the play, maybe you just need to find it. Yeah,
there's something to be said for, yes, I've got 5 instants and sorcerers in my graveyard, so crabs cost like 5 less to cast. They only cost 2 mana, and I don't see any.
Yeah, just didn't see a crab.
Just didn't see a crab.
Just didn't see a crab. And, you know, one of the things that we've really seen in this matchup is the texture really changes whether you're on the play or draw, right? So being able to go like, hey, mate, I really need these cards on the play to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Pretty significant.
So in Brett's hand, we see a double crab, a get out, and then 3 lands.
Yeah, I think there's a flow state in there as well.
Yeah.
So that flow state will really assist in making that hand function. I would be pretty happy to put back a crab here. We'll see what Brett's doing.
Yeah, are there many ways to actually shuffle the deck? Like if you put a crab on the bottom of your library, is this gone? Just gone for the game?
Yeah, I mean, now that you mentioned it, I think that's actually true. There's no, you know, obviously no fetch lands. You can get through quite a lot of cards, but yeah, I mean, he is now working under the knowledge that there is a crab on the bottom of his library. And Riley knows there's an island on the bottom of his.
Yeah.
All different arts for Riley's Islands.
Oh, love it. Love it.
I'm glad one of us does. Okay, so Brett gets a little bit off the hook there with no Storm Chaser's talent on 1, Riverpire Verge, and no flow state. We're just happy to pass it back.
Yeah, so explain to me what's going on here. Like, why would you not play the flow state and instead opt to keep the get out open?
He's got so Brett has a hand which is a bit of a slower tempo. So despite the fact that, you know, his dream was to take advantage of being on the play and really put the screws to Riley by playing threat after threat after threat on curve, this hand is just turning into one of the more mid-range is-it game plans. Yeah. So taking some time out, being able to do something like getting out this Storm Chaser talent, meaningfully this card doesn't just counter creatures, it does counter enchantments.
Yeah, good point, good point. And you see Riley, the way that he played that Storm Chaser talent, knew exactly what was going on here.
Yeah.
Didn't even put it on the actual battlefield.
Yeah, there was no airs here.
Yeah.
So I think now on this turn that you can make a 4th land drop, which Brett looks like ready to do. Maybe we're going to go for the flow state now because we can actually keep some mana up as well. So it is Steam Vents the choice.
Yeah, look, there's something to be said for just going, you know what, I'm not actually going to play anything that you can get out, Riley. Yeah, because you've got a suspicious double blue open.
It is pretty suspicious.
Yeah. So maybe just flow state and pass the turn.
Oh, that's interesting. Color Storm, Stallion, Island, Ghost Vacuum. It's definitely not the Island. What do you reckon of these other 2?
Ooh, Ghost Vacuum. It's pretty interesting. It says that like your crabs are going to cost more throughout the game, and at some point, like if this game goes long enough, I might just be cracking that vacuum to get a bunch of ghosts into play.
Yeah, 100%. I can believe in that. This is one of those turns that you really want to Ghost Vacuum as well.
Yeah.
Like, this game hasn't developed with a quick flurry of spells, so this Ghost Vacuum is a solid amount of value.
Yeah, I tell you what, do you see how Brett like tapped that land there, thinking about playing that Ghost Vacuum, and then untapped it? I'm thinking that one of the considerations that Brett has is that he actually wants to present that he has the get out.
Yeah, okay.
So, because I mean, like, there's no really big interaction, maybe like a Spell Pierce that Riley might have.
Yep.
But I think the bigger thing there is just saying, hey, Riley, please don't play out a horse.
Yeah, have a think about having a horse this turn.
Yeah.
I can't actually answer that, but, like, you know.
Yeah.
All right, so we're taking some more pain from the mana base here, down to 16 life. Brett, happy to commit to a Storm Chaser's talent that he's drawn for the turn, particularly because he has a Boomerang Basics in hand. This card is going to start doing the work that it loves to do.
All right, and bouncing that Storm Chaser talent, drawing a card. What an interaction.
Oh, jeez, yeah. I mean, given that Storm Chaser talent already got a card banned for a similar one, this being legal is, it's something.
So 2 orders in play for Brett.
Yeah, so Brett able to move his game plan forward pretty significantly there without really going down on resources.
And again, opting not to play out that Ghost Vacuum and instead keep blue open.
He's committed to the bit. He's committed to the bit. I have Get Out in hand. That is my theory.
Yeah.
And I think that you believe that I do.
Yeah.
More importantly.
All right, a practical joke, get rid of one of those otters.
Yeah, interesting spell to do there. I mean, it's 1 mana. You kind of have to do it. Also tells Brett, I don't really have a Burst Lightning. You're probably going to keep that in practical joke.
Yep. Flow state is the play.
Ah, fantastic. I mean, maybe the other reason is it is a sorcery. So we get the powered up flow state because we cast it. So
yeah.
Maybe that's more the reason. So what are we looking at here, Isaac?
A Violent Outburst, a Get Out, and another card. Violent Outburst going to the graveyard. What was that other card that we got there? Oh,
yeah.
Past the turn.
Spell Snare. Old art, Spell Snare.
Ah, very nice, very nice. So Opt is the play for Brett at end of turn. Looks like we've now got 5 instants and sorceries, so full discount on the crab.
Okay, we liked the other Opt for the discount, and we put the other one to the bottom, and then Get Out off the top. So, you know, we've been representing the Get Out. Yep. Now we've actually got it.
Now we've actually got it. And interestingly, Riley now also has it. So
yeah.
We could play this cat and mouse game where both players are just not doing anything, and this otter just keeps getting in for like 1 damage. Big difference here is that Brett's got the ability to interact with his own Storm Chaser's talent. So,
yeah, the Boomerang Basics are really, you know, that's what you want to see, right? Like, that interaction is so powerful.
Yep.
It gets you further into the deck, which means everything else is going to work normally.
And Get Out is the play. Riley sees the opportunity to counter something with the Get Out. And knowing the way that Brett's been playing, there's a good chance that Brett's just passing the turn there, right? Like, if you don't play the Get Out, you're losing all of your mana.
Yeah, 100%. He's running out of cards in hand.
Yep.
I totally agree with the decision-making there. Now, he has taken the opportunity to develop the Ghost Vacuum. This is going to allow him to start attacking that graveyard. Riley has 2 instants, 2 sorceries, and an enchantment, so there's nothing particularly good to take here, but it gets the prowess trigger. We're getting into some more damage here, and we're starting to, you know, use our mana to pull ahead slightly on board.
Yeah, so Brett has a decision to make at this point in time. Do I main phase activate this Ghost Vacuum and remove an instant or sorcery from your graveyard, meaning that the crab that you might have in hand, Riley, costs 1 extra mana? Or do I keep this open in case you draw and play a Storm Chaser's talent and decide to level it up, targeting something in your graveyard?
Yeah, super interesting. I think I really like this line. One of the reasons for that is I've got to Get Out. I kind of want you to cast a crab.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay.
I've
I like it.
none of my own stuff to bounce with it. So,
Yeah.
you know, why don't you commit a threat that I can counter?
Yeah, it makes sense. And then I reckon there's a good chance that Brett also just check that graveyard for a second. Are there 2 instants? Are there 2 sorcerers?
Yep.
And, the answer is yes. So you can't turn that off.
Yeah. All right. So get out in response to a Storm Chaser's talent. It's doing a lot of work in this way this game.
Yep. Now that's Spell Snare.
Yeah. So Spell Snare really powerful here.
So good. So good. Both of these players have a 1 of Spell Snare in the sideboard.
Okay. So what's the choice, Riley? In the tank, hands on head.
Because, this is a 1-for-1, right? Like, you'll get out, counters my Storm Chaser's talent, and my Storm Chaser's talent does create an otter, but I can't get anything back, right? Like, that Ghost Vacuum is going to stop me from doing the thing.
Yep.
And so maybe this Spell Snare is going to be better on a flow state later in the game. So that's the decision that Riley's having to make, and opts to go, you know what? I'll cast the spell when there's a 2-cost spell on the stack right now.
Yeah. What do you think of the decision making there? Are you a fan of that choice?
I am a fan of the choice. I also am reasonably confident that Brett's going to untap and play a flow state, and Riley's going to be like,
oh no.
Yeah. But it was still the right decision. So good play, Riley.
Decision made either way.
It wasn't. It wasn't, but it would be a good call shot, wouldn't it?
How hot would that been?
Impractical Joke is the draw for Brett. Let's get rid of that otter and pump up our own otter to attack for 2 damage here. Putting Riley from 16 down to 14.
Brett's down to 1 card in hand. It is an Eddie Merc Crab, and I'll tell you what, that has a lot of utility on this board. You've got the pressure going already, and you can take a big swing with that Eddie Merc Crab should Riley commit to anything.
Makes sense. Makes sense. 4 mana. Let's tick up and target
What would you like to target? Can I target my Storm Chaser talent?
Look at Ray just having a good while as he's activating this. He's like, oh.
What do I want you to exile?
All right.
Well, this is the other mode on it.
And Raj, pass the turn, buddy. Grab it at the turn for Brett. 6 power in play. Riley on 14. We're talking about 2, maybe 3 attack steps, but probably 2. All right,
Storm Chaser's talent is a huge draw off the top there by Brett. That's going to give him gas for a couple more turns as well. So we're going to be putting an otter into play as well as drawing the Prowess on an existing one, and we're going to level and get something back. It might be a Boomerang Basics. I think we just need gas at this point, and that is the way to get it.
Yeah. Now, it'd be interesting to know whether the additional otter was announced and not put into play, or whether we just missed this otter.
Yeah, that'd be good information.
Good information. Also, Brett might just be going, "No, mate. Let's get this game done."
Yeah, let's get it.
I don't need to get a token out from the side.
We're 27 minutes into this match.
Yep.
And this is the longest time that Brett has played Magic in a long time.
Yeah.
He's been done with 20 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
The whole day. And we saw him versus Judas, and, that was a race. An absolute race. So we know how he likes to play, but it might have been a missed otter. Kind of huge.
Oh, right. So just, you know what? I'm going to have, Otter Central. Otter Central. I've ticked up my Storm Chaser's talent up to the 3rd one. So every instant or sorcery. Is it every instant or sorcery? Is it every
instant or sorcery on that one? Yeah.
Okay, instant or sorcery. It gets me an otter. So that potential missed otter might actually be relevant here.
Super relevant, and we see Riley Jones on 6 points of life, looking at his win condition being the 3rd level of Storm Chaser's talent. So I think in this case, someone's going big.
Yep.
Someone's going fast.
Yep.
Can Riley stop the aggression in time to make the Storm Chaser's talent take over the game?
Now, very interesting choice. Do I take this Soul Guide Lantern or the Spell Pierce? The Spell Pierce isn't really going to counter anything, but it is going to get an otter. Whereas the Soul Guide Lantern is going to, potentially impact the ability of Storm Chaser's talent to get something back. And maybe make the crabs cost a whole lot more mana. What did Riley actually end up taking there?
He ended up taking the Soul Guide Lantern and then just passing the turn. So he's got an opt in hand as well. So he still has the line of being able to make an otter at instant speed.
Yep.
So he can keep his life total nice and healthy here, assuming that Brett has nothing to get past the blockers.
And has the ability to play around crab. So,
yeah.
If Brett decides to, probably go to attacks, Riley's going to go, sure, I'm not going to create
I'm going to wait.
I'm going to wait.
I only need to block one of these.
Yeah. So, Brett, just slowing down a little bit. I thought I had this completely in the bag, and Riley's gone and done some...
done some fancy stuff.
Yes,
He's done some fancy stuff.
Storm Chaser's talent, mate. Like, such a...
I love playing the Storm Chaser's talent that isn't revealed.
All right. Bounce your Storm Chaser's talent. I'm not going to put another Otter into play because we don't need that. And then we see an opt from Riley, get another Otter, put that on the bottom. And then we see another Storm Chaser's talent. And one Otter. Yeah, cool.
Okay. Well, you know I'm a big fan of hard and fast play.
Yeah. Got to give it hard and fast. Hard and fast.
Hard and fast.
All right, so Riley has a 1-1 Otter and a 2-2 Otter.
Yeah, so I think essentially at this position, without the Storm Chaser's talent in play, we're looking at a chump block here of at least one of them, but we've seen so many spells from Brett's hand. I believe that they're both 5/5s this turn, so...
Yeah, Storm Chaser's talent, a Boomerang Basics. So I think it's a 4/4 and a 5/5.
A 4/4 and a 5/5.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Ozzy. So are you just blocking the crab here? It seems like that's what Riley's doing. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm like a little bit sad, but also like, yeah, I feel like I'm like living on borrowed time. So
yeah.
A few different options available to Riley here, and having access to what's that, 3, 6, 7, 8 mana. So like,
yeah, he's been progressing through the game. He's not really missed a land drop. So this opt sees an impractical joke. So that is a way to get one of these vanishingly few Otters off the board.
Yep. Is it enough though?
It is interesting. The Storm Chaser's talent in hand will get him another blocker.
Yep.
But what are the things that you're choosing to play around at this point? We know that Brett doesn't have any cards in hand.
Yep.
We know that we can check his levels of his Storm Chaser's talent with our Graveyard Hate. But, you know, what are our proportions? Are we playing around Crab? Are we playing around everything? What are we playing around?
Yep. All right. So impractical joke here. And keeping that Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah. Are you cracking this straight away? Because it does take him off some of his options.
Well, it takes him off the crab aspect. But it does say that, look, you can then spend 4 mana. Like if you draw an opt, you can play the opt and then play 4 mana to like get the opt back with the Storm Chaser's talent. So it's a very interesting decision to make.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about it?
Well, he's got both the Soul Guide Lantern and the Vacuum. So I really like the idea of taking this down all the way to 0. And then making sure that Brett has fewer outs here. So we've got only our 2 blockers. We're down to 0 cards in hands ourselves.
Yep, and we have a pretty large Otter that we could attack with here.
Yeah.
But Riley's on 2.
Riley is on 2. So force blocks on both.
Yep.
Brett paying the price, not putting Otters into play.
Yep. Yeah. If we had an extra 2 Otters in play here, it'd be a bit of a difference.
Yeah, way more lethal.
Yeah, way more lethal. I mean, Brett's still in an excellent position here. But the Soul Guide Lantern and the Ghost Vacuum does turn off like a bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, there was a huge turn for Riley. Way more in the game than he was a turn ago. Still under the pump.
Yeah. That Soul Guide Lantern can be cashed in for a card here. Are you considering that at this point with the Ghost Vacuum in play?
100%. 100%. So if we're not popping it, that's what I want from it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If my opponent, if I'm on Brett's side and my opponent doesn't immediately cash that Soul Guide Lantern in with the Ghost Vacuum, I'm like, okay, that is a bauble. That is a draw trigger.
All right, so attack with the Crab and the 1/1 Otter at this point in time.
Block.
Block,
I'm going to take the trade.
And then Brett choosing to level up the Storm Chaser's talent and target something. Riley's going to go, yeah, what are you targeting?
I think I might take it.
Yeah.
So is the last card that he's drawn a land? So
it's got to be a land.
Surely it's a land, right?
Yeah, because if it's a horse, then that would be lethal. If it's a crab, that'd be lethal.
Yeah, it is a land. Is he going to level the other Storm Chaser's talent and force the pop of the Soul Guide Lantern?
Ooh, that's a really interesting question. I think I would if I was in Brett's position. I think I'd say, you know what? Like, it actually gets me a card here.
Yeah, it puts you back in resources by 1.
Yep.
Which, given I'm ahead and you're on 2 live, I'm pretty interested in it.
I'm pretty interested in it too. Looks like we have a pass turn here, and Riley just deciding, do I want to do anything in response? Do I want to do anything in a turn?
Yeah.
Or do I want to untap? Do I want to pay 1 life and pay 1 mana and sacrifice the Soul Land to draw a card, which is what he's opting to do.
Okay.
Looks like an island as the draw there.
Okay, what's the next card off the top?
Sleight of hand, by the looks
Sleight
of it.
of hand. That is one of the cards that we would like to see the most. We've got a lot of lands in play. We're not too constrained on mana. So having some optionality in what we draw next, very important. 2 Boomerang Basics. You'd wish you could take both, but you're pretty happy to see at least one.
Yeah. All right, opted to take the Boomerang Basics.
Oh, great. Good choice for
Of the 2 options available.
Okay.
Boomerang Basics, let's bounce this Stormchaser's Talent, draw a card.
It looks like a Spire Bluff Canal is what hit the hand there. So most of those draw steps not doing a lot of help. Oh, my apologies, it was a Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot better, but hey, we're going to keep taking turns where we're being allowed to.
Yeah. Spend 4 mana, make you tap your Ghost Vacuum. And
I would like you to target this specific card.
yeah. And we probably see it playing the land, because even though we've got lots of lands in play, we've got nothing that discards stuff. And sometimes you actually just want to use all of your mana, especially with the level 3 being 6 mana on the Stormchaser's Talent.
Yeah, so Riley's up to 10 lands here. So if he can level this Stormchaser's Talent and leave himself with 4 mana open and potentially find a bunch of cantrips or a flow state or something like that, he's finding his way to a lot of optionality.
All right, so Brett leveling up to level 3 here and then passing the turn. Almost certainly drawing another land there.
Okay, so what are we taking here? Just counting through how many sorceries, how many instants. It's a pretty even split, but...
Yep.
Okay, and he's playing his land for the turn. He knows he's got nothing to hide on that one anyway.
Yeah, both players have this incredible ability to just, like, level up my Stormchaser's Talent to level 3 and put, like, a bunch of otters into play.
It is a flow state off the top.
Ooh, and leveling up to start with.
Yeah, great choices made there. So flow state.
This is incredible.
Yeah, we're hitting all the metrics. We're hitting the instant. We're hitting the sorceries. We got the absolute correct card at the correct time off the top. A couple more lands there.
2 lands and a crab.
Okay, so we keep a land and a crab. This maybe saves us. I mean, given the amount of instants or sorceries in this graveyard, this is going to save us the otter from chump blocking. So we're going to start building our aggression right back up through the hand, getting out of this situation.
All right, so what do you reckon is going to happen here? If you're Brett, what are you hoping to top deck off the top here?
Look, if I'm Riley, I'm probably tapping this crab down before he draws. But I think the way that he gets back into that commanding position is just finding more crabs.
Okay.
I think we're in a crabby position.
Yeah, okay. If I'm Brett, I just want to draw Burst Lightning off the top and finish this game.
Oh, actually, that's a really good option.
That's a really good option.
He's clever, this one.
Just like no thinking things. All right, Brett has stopped and is just considering, what am I doing here? Do I want to level up the Stormchaser's Talent? I don't think he has quite enough mana to do that. That would be 4 + 6, so 12 lands required.
10.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah. You know what? You got me there.
Yeah, sorry, bud.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana available.
Yeah, so super interesting. Riley, considering whether he's tapping his mana to cast the Eddie Merc Crab, and it looks like that's what he's opting to do. So Eddie Merc Crab on the stack. Did you draw a get out for the turn? Doesn't seem it.
Yeah. That would be pretty amazing, though.
It would have been nice.
If that was the draw.
Yeah.
So,
okay, pay 4 mana. Let's level.
And tap your Ghost Vacuum.
Pay 4 mana to tap your Ghost Vacuum.
And then pass the turn. This is 3 lands off the top. Land from Brett.
Crazy. And another one for Jonesy as well. They're both very talented at this.
yeah, just like, let's just draw some lands.
Okay. So these outs that we're playing for in other games, maybe they drew all those lands. We were talking about that in game 1. This game they did. So those plays, they're really significant. Oh, okay, that's a Spell Pierce and an Eddie Merc Crab for Gervin.
Yeah, so we have the option to just play out the Eddie Merc Crab here and attack for lethal.
Yeah, so if we do that, we need Jonesy not to have any spell that can target anything on this board or the get out in hand.
Yep.
But I think it's one of our best chances to win this game now.
It makes sense. Leveling up to start with. Ooh,
just in
we
case.
Might actually... This is such a interesting situation for Riley, because he's got to consider, like, can I stop something from occurring here? I think the answer is no.
Yeah.
but as in, like, can I make Edibert Crab cost less? Cost more to cast? Riley's just saying, no, it doesn't actually make a difference here.
Yeah,
so, you can have that.
All right, let's go. Let's move into combat. And Edimurt Crab costs, I believe, 3 mana right now. So it's going to take him off the Spell Pierce. Not that it's super significant, but he's just going to pass the turn.
Yeah, interesting. So declared attacks, and Riley said no response. And so Brett's gone, you know what, I'm a little bit sus on what you got going on there.
Yeah, just slightly wary of what is going on. Jonesy managed to actually find a spell for once, which is very good for him, and a sleight of hand exiled from the Ghost Vacuum.
Yep. Now, looks like a horse off the top for Brett.
A horse, of course. Everyone's getting horses.
Yeah.
Our voices are getting horse after a long weekend, and, we're getting some horses into play.
Yeah. All right, so we've got horse and crab, it looks like, as the 2 cards. And then what's that third card? Is that a Multiversal Passage?
It's a Spell Pierce, I think.
I see. Okay, all right. So get out. Both players just being incredibly patient at this point in time.
Yeah, it really looks like Brett is trying to win over 2 turns here. So Crab and a turn, by the looks of this, yeah, seems the case. And I think I would be tapping down the Edimurt Crab and the Otter if possible.
That makes sense. Have 2 lethal threats here that I can attack with.
Okay, we're just going to get rid of the big ones.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We don't want to trade.
Yep.
Which is fair enough, I think, in this situation.
Yeah. And Riley just stopping and thinking about this situation. We don't actually have any creatures under that Ghost Vacuum, so don't have the ability to sacrifice it and put something into play.
Another horse. So, okay, this is 4 lethal threats on the same turn.
I think this might be enough.
I think this might have finally done it. So, Brett, flirting with the chances of losing here, but managing to pour it out. And look how happy they are.
I love that response. Shake their head. Scoop them all up.
Yeah.
Let's go to game 3.
Yeah. Okay. So, Brett proving to us that missing Otter Trigger's not enough to lose the game where you're that far ahead, but...
Oh, it was close, though.
It was pretty close.
It was close. Like 1 flow state, 1 spell... one spell that creates a bunch of Otters and then creates more Otters and creates more Otters.
Yeah.
And creates more Otters.
And the more Otters than that.
Yeah. Would be a serious problem.
I want to ask you some advice for our players out there in the audience. If you're in a situation like that, you've missed a couple of Otter Triggers. What is your mindset reset sort of thing that you're going to do between game 2 and 3 to put yourself in a position where you're like, you know what? Damage is done. I won the game anyway.
Yep.
What am I doing mentally to get myself back in this?
I think that the biggest thing at that point in time, the potential to turn 1 mistake into 2 mistakes is very, very high.
Yeah.
Forgetting to play the land before playing your spell and then getting it, spell pierced.
Yeah, for example.
Yeah. Okay, so you made mistake number 1. Then mistake number 2 is not playing the land there, because then if you draw another land next turn, you might want to have the extra land into play.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of embarrassment.
Out of my shame, I'm not going to play that land.
Yeah. So in that situation, take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Just calm a little bit. Acknowledge that we all make some amazing, colossal mistakes, right? Myself included. Take that deep breath and just get back into the game.
Yeah, fantastic. So, Brett, with the reset, Riley Jones on the play. This is all for the 20 grand. So Riley coming into this one, top seed, managing to win game 1, Brett evening it, and then trying to finish it out here. Both players making some changes to their deck based on play or draw, and this is for the trophy. This is for the 100K.
This is for the 100K going to game 3. Exciting stuff here.
I'll tell you what, and both of these guys looking like the players and on the deck of the tournament. So it's been a horsey tournament, I'll tell you that.
Yep.
But who am I to say nay?
Who am I to say nay? A little horse stroke for you at home, if you didn't catch that.
A little bit of a horse stroke for you.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
I'm the Dumbo here.
All right, well, you got to choose, which was your player in both of those games. I get to choose for game 3.
Yeah, sure. Which one do you like?
I'm going with Brett.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You can have Riley on the play.
Fine.
Yeah. Look, I think both players, like when it comes to those judgment calls, have just done an incredible job.
Yeah.
The aspects of like interacting with your opponent's crab, going to attacks, declaring attacks, waiting to see if you've got the tap down, the Burst Lightning in response, the not attacking with the crab because of the potential for you to have an instant or sorcery that allows you to block my crab and put me in a losing position. Just all of these tiny micro decision points that have like a judgment attached to it. Really easy for us at home to be like, no, go for it. He doesn't have the get out.
Yeah.
But Brett doesn't know that, stopping and considering and playing so tightly. It's been such an enjoyable game to watch.
Yeah, they're doing some fantastic stuff there. I couldn't agree with you more, Isaac. I think that when we're really looking at these things, this is the progress that you make over a long time playing a deck and playing Magic. So these decisions, they're complex. There's so many of them. And these guys didn't get here by accident. They got here by working their way into a place where they can make this decision on decision sort of stuff happen.
Yep.
By just developing experience, developing awareness of the board state. And hey, we maybe took the wrong road sometimes when we're doing a testing session, right? Maybe we do it intentionally.
It's so easy as well to be testing against somebody like, hey man, can you play the prowess deck so that I can get some reps against it, and going, oh no, it's actually a really good matchup for me.
Yeah,
and then you sit down and play. I kept losing to prowess in the tournament.
Yeah. It's like, oh no, I actually ran into an absolute expert on it.
All right, looks like canal.deck.
Yeah, well, 6 canals in play. It's finally happened.
Yes.
This is incredible.
Now, do you play at the horse here if you're Brett, or do you pass the turn and play around get out?
I mean, it's really interesting. So it looks like Jonesy's taking the alternative option of waiting till he has the Spell Pierce back up with not that much action in hand. I can certainly see why. And the Stormcarved Coast coming in clutch. One of the differences in the deck list.
Yeah. Untapped here.
Untapped.
Well, I guess if it was an island, it would also be untapped.
Yeah, and he's also got those. But, whatever. I'm just really excited by blue-red lands at this juncture.
All right, Riley Jones.
Another stallion.
Ooh, this is a lot of horses.
A lot of horses in a lot of canals.
This is like such a different game.
I
There's not a single instant or sorcery in either graveyard.
This deck is 3 decks, I tell you. It is a mid-range deck, it is an aggro deck, and it is a control deck. And seeing which one it is game to game is incredibly interesting.
All right, so Steam Vents plus a Ghost Vacuum. We can attack for 3 or we can pass the turn.
We want to represent a more defensive posture. Now, looking at Jonesy's hand, he only has a Spell Pierce and 3 lands in it. He can't even make this Colorstorm Stallion bigger. I'll tell you what, who can though? Brett can.
Brett can with this sleight of hand. And considering just how relevant the Ghost Vacuum was last game from both players, I totally get seeing that in your opening hand and going, great, I've got a Ghost Vacuum, I've got a horse, I've got some lands, let's go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want. But, hey, what does the top of the deck have for me? And Brett, he's actually checking, but with a card, with a card that allows him to trigger Opus.
Yeah. Okay, so these horses are now 5 power each.
Yep.
We've got a Ghost Vacuum in hand. We've got an Eddie Merc Crab, which is well off being played. And I think that looks like a Stormchaser's Talent as well.
Are we just chumping here? It looks like we're already onto chump duty.
Yeah. We do have 5 tapped mana. We could exile our own horse with the Ghost Vacuum and put it into play.
I don't hate it. If you're going to do it, though, it's probably exactly now.
Yep.
And it is. A really heads-up call from you and a really heads-up play by Riley.
Yeah, and Stormchaser's Talent putting the order into play.
Riley Jones down to 6 life point. Brett in the driver's seat. What can he draw for the turn? And there's another land.
Ooh, okay. So let's just put a ghost into play.
I would say this is an incredible show of weakness against a guy who does not like playing long games. He's a Boomerang Basics, and it is done. Brett Gervin, our champion in the mirror. He's taken it all the way down. 12 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of top 8, and your champion, Brett Gervin.
Oh, my horse got there.
Your horse, of course. Oh, the pretty derby himself. We've done a great job. And hey, thanks to the players. Thank you to you, Isaac. This has been a wonderful weekend. I'd like to shout out everyone on our production team, our judging crew, and all our tournament organisers, this guy included, for making this weekend that I won't forget. And Isaac, our last time as a TO, would you like to take us out?
I just want to say thank you to all the viewers out there. Yeah, Like, we've created a lot of coverage here, and I just love watching coverage. I love listening to coverage. I like engaging with coverage, and I love playing Magic. I love seeing Magic. I love talking about Magic. I love the Magic community. And so just, yeah, big shout out. Thank you to all the viewers at home and all the people in the community that make this just my favorite people. So thanks very much. And, yeah, thank you, Sam, for an incredible coverage, Sam, and all the work that you do as the producer.
Thanks so much. And all right, we'll see you guys next time on MTG Bazaar. Thanks for sticking with us.